Chapter 1, Late Owl. The hottest period of the summer day has passed, and there are more pedestrians on the street. Northampton, a small city in central England between the two metropolises of London and Birmingham, finally became more lively as it approached dusk. The lush green lawns on Whitton Road are now withered, which was caused by the severe drought and insufficient water supply some time ago. After more than 2 months of repeated discussions, the local council finally formulated a plan to temporarily connect a pipeline from the Severn River 30 miles away in the last week of the summer to protect local residents' water during the drought. Of course, even if the lawn is no longer green, it will not affect the boys lying on it. Matthew, for example, is doing this right now. Matthew Wickfield, 11 years old, has black hair and brown eyes, and a thin figure. He just graduated from a local prep school in Northampton a few months ago and is about to enter middle school. At this moment, he was lying on the yellow lawn, looking at the sky with his eyes, and muttering to himself. "I really waited for 3 days and 3 days, it's already the end of August, if Hogwarts doesn't write to me again, I have to go to Eton." The breeze was blowing around the neat hedges, the leaves were swaying with the wind. The boy suddenly sighed. Matthew is a traverser. 3 months ago, when he first came to this world, he thought he had only travelled 30 years ago and came to England in the 1990s. But as time went on, he discovered more and more things that were wrong. First of all, the frequent owls. In just 1 month after the crossing, he witnessed 3 different owls flying across his sight 3 times, which is more than the number of times he has seen wild owls in his previous life after living for 20 or 30 years. One of the most impressive times was when he was eating one morning. Through the window, he saw a beautiful big bird with white feathers and black spots, and stopped for a while under the eaves. After he went to the local library to check relevant information, he concluded that the big bird he had witnessed was a kind of owl called snowy owl. This kind of owl is used to living in frozen soil and tundra. Siberia, Alaska, and other places are more common. In 1979 it was listed as a Class I protected animal by the Washington Convention, CITES. In other words, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for him to encounter this kind of creature in central England. Then by chance, he noticed a few weird people in cloaks. It was at Charing Cross Road in London. He was buying books over there and met those weird people. Several guys in strange costumes, sneaky, ignoring the surrounding passers-by, then he blinked at Dennis. Suddenly disappeared from the street. Note: Charing Cross Road is a famous bookstore street in London. Matthew, who had already had doubts, bought a detailed map of Surrey County. After lying on the map for a night, he found a place called Ziowigan District and a street called Private Road on it. It is impossible to find these 2 places on any normal 1991 map of the United Kingdom because these 2 place names are both an author named Rowling, who is writing her work Harry Potter. It was made up by myself. The situation seems to be clear at a glance. After further exploration, Matthew was surprised to find that there are some special functions in him. Is very unstable and uncontrolled, but there is a special function. For example, during a meal, a few yards away, he made a glass burst by himself with a look in his eyes. Looking at the broken glass slag, Matthew realized a little. There seems to be an unexpected gain in this crossing. So since July, Matthew has been patiently waiting for letters from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Because he firmly believes that he has crossed into the wizarding world of Harry Potter, and his true identity is a Muggle-born wizard. Originally hoped to rely on the advantages of the profits of the Traversers, and struggled in England for more than 10 years, trying to live a life of backward waves. Now that you are in the wizarding world, you only need to enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to learn a little magic, and quietly master spells such as Obfuscation, Oblivion, and Phantom. Century? Ideals are beautiful, the future is bright, and reality is cruel. Then is the beginning scene. Poor Matthew, from the beginning of July, waited until the end of August. It's a pity that I haven't received any letters related to keywords such as wizards, Hogwarts, and magic. At first I thought it was just an owl being late, but then I was a little doubtful about life. Those things I experienced before are all illusions, this is not a magical world at all. The snowy owl was just a hapless person who was lost and got the wrong direction, so he flew to England from Siberia and happened to be seen by himself. The weird people on Charing Cross Road are actually just a few hippies who are curious and disguised, they are not wizards at all. As for the glass that exploded, the truth is that the reaction of heat expansion and contraction caused by too hot weather has nothing to do with magic. Well, even if it's not a wizarding world, it's not bad. At any rate, he is also a traverser from 30 years later, and continues to rely on the advantage of prophecy. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Work hard. In the recent period, Matthew has been comforting himself and adjusting his mentality. At this moment, a red postal car stopped on the side of the road. Is Mr. Matthew Wickfield here? The postman who got out of the car shouted loudly, "Here is a letter addressed to you." Slowly got up from the lawn and walked to the postcar to pick up the letter, and Matthew was suddenly stunned. The envelope of this letter is made of heavy parchment paper without a stamp. The address is written in emerald ink and is very clear: Northampton, Upton, 226 Whitton Road. Mr. Matthew Wickfield basking on the lawn. Is the owl really late? He turned the envelope over in a strange way. Has a wax seal, a shield coat of arms, a capital H letter, and a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake are surrounded by it. But this long-awaited letter is much thinner than I thought. The boy took a deep breath and tore the envelope open. Somewhat unexpectedly, there was only a thin piece of paper with very brief content written on it. To Mr. Wickfield. Please inform that you have been approved to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. Vita Rozier, female, Vice President of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It's just that Matthew Wickfield failed to see the name at the end of this letter. Because the moment he touched the letter paper, it seemed as if an invisible hand grabbed him and pulled him forward heavily, then he lifted his feet off the ground and flew up, only a whistling was heard in his ears. The wind. Chapter 2, More Equal. Matthew just felt dizzy for a while. Fortunately, this feeling of floating in midair did not last long, and his feet quickly re-established on the ground. Concentrated and looked around, he found that he had come to a strange space. It looks like a medieval hotel, it's spacious and dark. Half a candle burned faintly on the wooden table, the dusty floor, the paved bed, a few shiny oak furniture, the fireplace with green fire, the half-closed window, and a cup of heat tang tea. In the whole room, there is no one else except myself, but there are noisy sounds from time to time outside the room. Just as Matthew was thinking about whether to go outside to see, there was a bang, as if the door of the room was pushed open. Matthew turned his head and saw a girl in a black trench coat rushing in. "Is it Mr. Matthew Wickfield?" she asked loudly. The girl in black is very young, judging from her figure and appearance, she may be 18 or 9 years old. No, the growth and development curve of Caucasian women generally develops earlier, and it is not impossible to be only 15 or 6 years old. The door opening and closing movements were very random, obviously not alert to myself in the room. And judging from her relaxed expression, it doesn't look hostile. Yes. Matthew nodded. "I think you have a lot of things you want to ask me," the other party said straightforwardly, "but first of all, I want to tell you that you are a wizard. To be more precise, you should be a minor wizard, you just need to go through in Huo. With the study of Hogwarts, you will be able to become an outstanding wizard in the future." Wizard, this is not a shocking fact. Matthew discovered this a few months ago. But he still tried to make a very surprised expression. "And I am Penelope Crivart, the prefect of Hogwarts, and I will be your guide in the wizarding world." The girl continued. "The name Penelope Crivart is indeed a character in Harry Potter in my memory. That letter from Hogwarts should also be true. But, why does it feel weird in the dark? Matthew thought a little anxiously, but he didn't show this emotion on his face. Instead he tried to be curious. Mr. Wickfield, perhaps in your past memory, words such as magic and wizards exist in fairy tales. Penelope Crivart said openly, but it is not the case. Magic exists in every corner of this world, but you were in the world where the Muggles were before, and you couldn't really touch it. She added, Muggles are ordinary people who don't have magical abilities. We wizards call them that way. Like this thin piece of paper, in just 10 seconds, it will bring you from Northampton, 70 miles away, to London. This is the power of magic. She picked up a piece of letter paper on the ground and stuffed it into Matthew's hand. This piece of paper is the previous letter from Hogwarts. This is London? Matthew asked softly. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can go to the window and have a look. Charing Cross Road is outside the window. The girl said with a smile. Matthew came to the window, and the noisy crowd on the side of the road proved that what the other party said was right. And if he remembers it correctly, when he accidentally ran into those mysterious people in strange costumes on Charing Cross Road a few months ago, the place where those guys disappeared was near here. Penelope Crivart, who only became Hogwarts prefect this summer, is the first time she has faced Hogwarts first-year freshmen from Muggle families and is responsible for their guidance. But before that, she had heard other prefects talk about it. They usually have to work hard to convince the first-year students who grew up in the Muggle world to believe in the existence of wizards and magic, and many children even believe it. The existence of the wizarding world will cry and shout to go home to find parents. But the boy named Matthew Wickfield in front of him is obviously not among them. No matter when he described the existence of the magical world and introduced the general situation of Hogwarts, he seemed very calm. Although he was a little curious, he had been listening quietly there. Miss Cravat. Matthew raised his head after the other party had said something. He thoughtfully said, "Thank you very much for telling me this, but before that, I think you should send me back first. Home, let's discuss with my parents before making a decision. After all, I'm only 11 years old." Your parents? Penelope Crivart was visibly stunned. Are you referring to your Muggle parents? I don't think this is necessary. This time, Matthew's turn was stunned. I don't quite understand what you mean. They are just Muggles who don't know anything about our world. This kind of thing tells them that it doesn't make any sense. The other party replied naturally, in fact, before you reach 17 years old, that is, before you officially reach adulthood, contact with any Muggle is not allowed, including your past Muggle relatives. While talking, the girl took out a palm-sized hardcover book from her pocket. I remember, it seems to be, page 216, she murmured. Soon, she showed Matthew the night she opened it. Is a black and white photo of a girl about the same age as Matthew. The girl in the photo suddenly grinned after seeing Matthew. This weird smile made people immediately creepy. Abigail Williams, the name of this Muggle girl. Penelope Crivart said with a serious face, this story happened almost 300 years ago in Salem, Massachusetts, the New World. This Muggle girl was suffering from a strange disease, dying, and an accident. The passing underage witch, the 13-year-old girl felt sorry for her after hearing her groan, and quietly took her to the hidden wizard village in Salem, where the adults treated her with magic. But in the evening, the cured Muggle girl ran to the church. UU reading www.uugonshu.com and the local priest reported the existence of the wizard village. In the early morning of the next day, Sealer was hidden. Thousands of Muggles suddenly attacked the village of Muggles. Almost 200 witches and wizards were caught by Muggles in their sleep, and many of them were fired and hanged by Muggles after the trial, and the 13-year-old girl who caused a catastrophe because of pity was the first to be accused of being a witch, and she was finally killed with stones. Listening to this story, Matthew could not help showing a look of fear on his face. And Miss Pinello Cravat was quite satisfied with his reaction, for minor wizards, especially minor wizards from Muggle families, you don't have enough self-protection capabilities and a sense of invisibility in the magical world. Any contact with Muggles may lead to terrifying consequences. Therefore, in the Protection of Minor Wizards Act of 1956, it was specifically stipulated that minor wizards from Muggle families are strictly prohibited from contacting Muggle society until they reach the age of 17. This restriction will not be lifted until they reach adulthood. Matthew nodded. He didn't ask what would happen if he violated this law. Any questions, Mr. Wickfield? There is indeed another question, Miss Cravat. Matthew asked in a low voice, are wizards and muggles equal? Of course it is equal. Pinello Crivart answered without hesitation, wizards, fairies, giants, muggles, we are all intelligent species living in the same world, we are all equal. This sentence was said by the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Of course, as the true masters of magic, wizards should be more equal than other intelligent species. Chapter 3, Diagon Alley. Early the next morning, Matthew woke up very early. In fact, he barely rested the night before. There are many things in my mind, about magic, about Hogwarts, about the world. Obviously, this world I am in is exactly the magical world Harry Potter is in my memory, but there are many differences from the world in my memory. More importantly, according to Pinello Crivat's description, as an underage wizard from Muggle, he seems to have been firmly bound to death by the laws of this world, and there is no way to get out. In this way, I can only take one step and see one step. While thinking, Matthew got up from the bed. There was a little breakfast on the old wooden table, cereal, toast, and grilled sausage. After taking a few bites, although the taste is a bit weird, it is not impossible to swallow. He already knew last night that the room he was in a bar in London, Broken Cauldron Bar, room 13. A very famous place in the wizarding world. Probably a Muggle-born first-year Hogwarts first-year freshman, who should be arranged here. Mr. Wickfield, have you gotten up? Just after Matthew had eaten breakfast, Pinello Crivart's voice came from outside the door. Of course, I finished breakfast. Matthew hurriedly walked over and opened the door of the room. Then let's go now. The other party smiled and said, as a freshman at Hogwarts, you still have a lot to buy. While talking, she stuffed a parchment list into Matthew's hand. No problem. Matthew glanced at the list and stuffed it into his pocket. Maybe because of the early time, there are not many customers in the Broken Cauldron Bar. Several old women were sitting in the corner of the house drinking sherry with small glasses, one of them was smoking a long pipe, a man in a top hat was chatting with a barkeeper who had almost stripped hair and looked like a walnut day. Good morning, Ms. Shimizu. The bar owner glanced over and saw Pinello walking downstairs with Ma Xian, smiled at her, showing a rotten tooth. Good morning, Mr. Abbott. Pinello nodded politely at him. I'm taking a freshman to Diagon Alley to buy the necessities for Hogwarts. I wish you all the best. Thank you. They just walked through the bar of the Broken Cauldron and came to a small patio surrounded by walls. There is nothing here except some weeds. Remember this brick, Mr. Wickfield. Pinello did not know where he took out a small wooden stick, her wand. At the same time she looked at the wall on the other side of the Broken Cauldron Bar. From the bottom left, count 16 yuan horizontally, then 12 yuan upwards. Remember not to count wrong, otherwise it will be quite bad. Consequence. She used her wand to tap the brick 3 times. The brick she knocked on shook and began to move. A small hole appeared in the middle, and the opening became bigger and bigger. Soon there was a wide archway that was large enough for 2 people to pass, leading to a winding path. The winding cobblestone streets with invisible ends. This is Diagon Alley, the largest wizarding business street in the entire UK. Matthew followed Pinello and walked along the archway. As they entered, the archway gradually narrowed, and finally became the original solid wall. May have come very early. Diagon Alley is not as lively as Matthew imagined. There are few wizards and wizards on the roadside, and they come and go in a hurry, and most of the shops have not yet opened. Seeing Matthew's eyes have been scanning the surrounding shops, Pinello slightly misunderstood his thoughts. Don't worry about money, Mr. Wickfield. Hogwarts will cover all the expenses of each student during the 7 years of school, especially students from Muggles. Let's go to Mr. Ollivander first. Wand shop, buy a wand for you. Okay, listen to your arrangements, Miss Crywat. Matthew nodded obediently. The two continued to walk along the alley, just as they passed a snow-white marble building high above the surrounding shops. This is Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. Pinello introduced. Of course you won't need it until you graduate from Hogwarts. Matthew just glanced at the gorgeous bank, and then his gaze moved to a ghastly side road. The fork in the road is dark, and nothing can be seen. A crooked brass sign hung at the fork in the road, and a big X is on it. This is... Matthew frowned and walked over with some curiosity. Saw the name written on the sign, Turn Down Alley. This road used to be Turnover Alley. Pinello walked over and introduced. Some extreme wizards are haunted. Many years ago, there were many shops selling extreme wizards. But as early as 10 years ago, this place was forcibly closed by the Ministry of Magic, and the owners of those shops were also imprisoned in Wizarding Prison. Seeing this broad daylight, overturning the dark mist in the alley, Matthew couldn't help but step back. Has the Turnover Alley closed? Matthew turned around thinking, and then he seemed to hit something, or rather, alone. I'm really sorry. Matthew turned around. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com apologized. At the same time, he also saw the true face of this man. He was an old man, skinny, wearing very dirty pajamas, gauze wrapped around his hands, the shoes were old and bad, and even the mouth of the shoes was cracked. The whole body is in tatters, which is in marked contrast with this neat street and the brightly dressed witches and wizards. Honorable Sir, poor old Umbridge, I haven't eaten for a day. The old man dressed as a beggar tremblingly lifted a broken bowl with a gap. 1 nat. 1 nat will do. Matthew was stunned. A copper plate was thrown into the beggar's bowl, then Pinello pulled Matthew's clothes and motioned for him to leave quickly. Thank you, beautiful lady, thank you, noble sir. Only the beggar bowed behind them. He is. After walking a few steps away, Matthew asked strangely. It is hard to imagine that in this world where magic exists, there will be beggars begging because they have no money to eat. It's nothing more than a dumb canon. Pinello said flatly, just as a child in the Muggle world has a very small chance of becoming a wizard, a child in the Wizarding world will also have a very small chance of becoming a Muggle. That is a dumb canon, don't worry about him, he is not the same person as us. Why don't you send him to the Muggle world? Matthew couldn't help asking. Because they have learned so many secrets about the Wizarding world since they were young, it is impossible to let them leave. Pinello simply replied, Okay, we are here. The shop in front of me is small and broken, but the golden sign on the door is new, and it says Grigovic, well-made wands since 473 BC. Chapter 4, Magic Wand. Grigovic. Matthew was taken aback, and read the name in disbelief. Miss Crywat, you seem to have said before that we are going to Mr. Ollivander's wand shop. Grigovic is a magic wand chain brand in the Wizarding world. Pinello Crivard introduced patiently, and Mr. Ollivander, the owner of this shop. Come in, seriously. I don't understand why you always care about these strange places. The shop is very small, there is nothing but a bench. Pinello sat on the bench and motioned for Matthew to go upstairs alone. Matthew had to walk inside, and at the same time heard some jingle bells coming from somewhere behind the shop hall. The surroundings were empty, giving people a very empty feeling. Good morning, said a soft voice. Matthew was almost taken aback, because someone suddenly appeared beside him. The little old man who is not tall, his big, light-colored eyes look a little dull. The hair is messy, and the whole person looks decadent. I can feel that this old man must be dissatisfied with his current life. "Hello, you are Mr. Ollivander, right?" Matthew asked. "Of course." Mr. Ollivander leaned in front of Matthew, took a close look at him, and made Matthew a little hairy in his heart. "A freshman at Hogwarts?" "Yes, I." "How do you call it?" "Wickfield." "Mr. Wickfield, you want to buy a magic wand, right?" "That's right." Matthew nodded. "Come with me." Without any explanation, Mr. Ollivander took the lead up the stairs. Same as the downstairs, the shop hall upstairs is still empty. Except on the ceiling, 30 or 50 neatly arranged paper boxes can be vaguely seen. "Mr. Wickfield." Ollivander took out a long tape measure with silver scales from his pocket. "Which arm do you use to make the wand?" Oh, I am used to using my left hand," Matthew said. Matthew Wickfield is a left-handed, which he knew from the first day he crossed over. Of course, due to the existence of past life consciousness, his right hand is not unusable. However, at this critical moment of choosing a magic wand, it is better to respect your physical habits. "Raise your arms, that's good." Ollivander began to measure Matthew, first from shoulder to fingertips, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally his head circumference. When the distance between the two nostrils was measured, Matthew discovered that the tape measure was operating automatically. After the measurement, the tape slid to the ground and rolled into a ball. Ollivander also returned to his workbench, seeming to record a series of data, while still muttering something in his mouth. "Okay," he said. At the same time, all the 30 or 50 neatly arranged paper boxes on the ceiling flew in front of Matthew. "Try this first." Ollivander opened the first paper box. But to Matthew's surprise, what was placed in the carton was not a magic wand, but a pile of wooden blocks. "These are holly wood, quite rare wand wood," Ollivander said softly. "Wands made of holly wood are the best for using protective magic. They are suitable for wizards who love dangerous and noble tasks. Even it also has the ability to help the owner overcome impulse and anger." "What should I do?" Matthew asked softly. "Just put your hand in, use your dominant hand." According to Ollivander's instructions, Matthew put his left hand into the paper box. "Okay, it's okay." Ollivander quickly ordered Matthew to take his hand back, and at the same time threw the carton aside. "There is no doubt that this wood is not for you, Mr. Wickfield. Try this again, Alder." Ollivander took out another paper box. "It's pretty hard wood. I like to choose those wizards who are helpful, thoughtful, and very flattering. It is made of the wand is most suitable for silent spells, so it has a reputation for high-level wizards." Matthew just put his hand into the paper box and was rejected by Mr. Ollivander again. "The appearance is average, or try this, walnut. This beautiful wood has extraordinary flexibility. It can cast any type of magic that the owner can use, and of course it is more difficult to control. For those wizards with wisdom and creativity, this kind of wood will be a good match for them in all likelihood." Another paper box appeared in front of Matthew, but when he reached in this time, "Oh!" Matthew let out a scream and quickly retracted his hand. "What's wrong?" Ollivander asked with great interest. "It's hot, like touching red charcoal." Matthew described how he felt just now. And Mr. Ollivander's previously excited expression was instantly lost. "That's not right, wait." Ollivander patted his forehead suddenly, and then quickly searched among the cardboard boxes. This might be possible. This time it took more than 10 seconds. He found a paper box and opened it. Matthew put his left hand in the paper box again. Only this time, a very comfortable feeling came from the palm of the hand, as if this kind of wood was naturally suitable for you. At the same time, a faint red light was also emitted from the carton, looming. "Great, great!" A smile appeared on Ollivander's face for the first time. This is black walnut. It's not as common as ordinary walnut wands. The owner you are looking for must be sharp intuition and powerful insight. Of all the wands, the black walnut wand is arguably the most loyal to the owner. There is no doubt that black walnut is your most suitable choice, Mr. Wickfield. The 30 or 50 paper boxes returned to the ceiling neatly. And Mr. Ollivander came to his workbench again and recorded something. Do you have any requirements for the core? When he put down the quill in his hand, he asked again, unicorn tail hair, fire dragon heart nerve, or phoenix feathers. These are the 3 commonly used cores. Of course, if you have additional requirements, such as viva hair, night skeletal tail hair, or cat raccoon beard, I have to seek the help of other staff makers. What's the difference between these? Matthew asked in a daze. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Unicorn tail hair can usually cast the most stable spells. The wand made by the dragon's nerve is the most powerful and the most accident-prone of the 3 cores, and the phoenix feather can cast the most variety magic, is also the most self-conscious. Many wizards don't like this. Ollivander briefly introduced the 3 commonly used cores. Of course, these are common conditions, and the types of wood are also will make up for their characteristics. Unicorn tail hair. After thinking for a moment, Matthew made a decision. After all, as a tool for getting a long day and night like a magic wand, stability he thinks is the most important. Mr. Ollivander returned to the workbench for the last time. Very good combination. Black walnut, unicorn tail hair, 11.5 inches long. Mr. Wickfield, I will try finish making the wand before the 1st of the month, and then send it to Hogwarts. Is this? Matthew heard that he could only get his wand after he was going to Hogwarts, and he couldn't help but feel a little lost. I thought I could get my wand now. If it had been 50 years ago, you could indeed get it. The old man seemed to have touched something sad, and his mood suddenly fell. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, because before that, I always thought that the magic wand should choose the wizard. But Grigovish bought my wand shop, and I had to sell the wand according to his theory. Let the wizard choose the magic wand. Then Mr. Ollivander, in what year did Mr. Grigovish buy your wand shop? Matthew asked softly. That was all in 1945. Garrick Ollivander said sadly. Chapter 5, Owl, Cat, and Toad. Leaving the Grigovic wand store, Pinello Crivart continued to take Matthew to purchase the essential supplies for Hogwarts. They first went to the Madame Morkan robes store, where Matthew bought 3 sets of black wizard robes, black peaked hats, dragon skin protective clothing and winter cloaks. Then there were Partridge Crucible Shop and Slug and Giggs Pharmacy. He bought a pewter crucible, a brass balance and a complete set of crystal medicine bottles. The next step I went to was the Lihen bookstore. The 2 bought a full set of textbooks for Hogwarts 5th and 1st grade students. The clerk at Lihen bookstore has already prepared these textbooks and packed them in cartons. There is no need to pick them out on the shelf by themselves. All this is free, at least Matthew did not see Pinello pay the shopkeepers a copper plate. But the free ones are often the most expensive, and he understands this deeply in his heart. After almost 2 hours, Matthew left Lihen bookstore, carrying large and small, strange-shaped packages. As it is getting late, the weather is getting warmer. The scorching sun grilled the earth mercilessly, and the cobblestone floor seemed to be scorching hot from the sun. Matthew put down his luggage, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and at the same time took out the parchment list. Just buy one more pet, he said loudly, an owl or a cat or a toad. Okay, let's end it all quickly. Pinello seemed to be too hot, come with me. Across the street, they came to a shop called Wonderful Zoo. The space inside is very crowded. Every inch of the wall is hung with cages, and it is full of animal calls. This is a noisy pet store. A big tortoise with gems inlaid on a hard shell shows its body in the window, a fat white rabbit suddenly turns into a silk top hat, and then back again. There is also a basket of furry. The strange thing is screaming and making noise. The shop owner is a female owner with heavy glasses. After seeing Matthew and Pinello coming in, she asked kindly, "Is there anything you need, dear? My companion is a first-year freshman at Hogwarts." Pinello took a breath and offered to introduce. "He wants to buy a pet." "Oh." The witch nodded, and then glanced up and down at Matthew. "I suggest you choose an owl, not a cat or a toad. Children like owls. It can deliver letters and packages for you. It is very good." "Messenger. Owl." Matthew murmured, but he made a cross directly in his heart. "I don't know anyone in the wizarding world except Pinello Crivart, who I met yesterday, and I am not allowed to have any contact with the Muggle world. In this case, buy an owl. Is it used as an animal watch?" He cleared his throat. "Madam, may I ask, what role do cats and toads play in magic?" "If a cat has the blood of the cat raccoon, it will be very smart and possess an incredible ability, that is, it will pay special attention to those suspicious and untrusted people," the witch introduced. "So a pet cat, is it highly likely to have the blood of a raccoon dog?" Matthew asked curiously. "This, not very high," the witch replied. "If she said that, it would basically default to 0. Matthew thought to himself. Matthew, in his previous life, has been a shovel officer for more than 10 years. After he came to the wizarding world, he didn't want to raise another uncle. Unless that uncle has special abilities. So, does Toad have any magical effect? Matthew continued to ask. Toad itself does not have any magical ability, but it has a very high sensitivity to magic, so it is a good object for practicing spells and testing potions. The witch continued, especially for pharmacists. Very useful because their skin can absorb liquids, which makes it easier to test potions that need to be taken by mouth. Sounds a bit more useful than the previous two? Matthew pondered secretly. Then I will buy a toad, he said without hesitation. Are you crazy, Wickfield? Pinello Crivart glanced at her companion in an incredible way. Toads have not been popular in Hogwarts for many years. If you choose to bring a toad if you go to school, you may be laughed at by other students. I just think they are cute, Matthew said with a naive and romantic expression. Since it's a personal hobby, Pinello can't say anything more. So dear, you can choose a toad that you like, the witch said with an enthusiastic expression. At the same time, she waved her magic wand, a large glass box filled with all kinds of toads, and slowly moved to Matthew on her own. There are red-eyed toads, flower-backed toads, and red-bellied toads. Choose this. Matthew randomly selected one of them, which was a little pleasing to the eye. This is a black-eyed toad. They are very happy to get along with wizards, but I have to remind one thing, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, they can be very noisy sometimes. The witch smiled and said. At the same time, she packed the toad selected by Matthew into a small glass box, and then handed the entire glass box to Matthew. Matthew took a close look at his pet. There are a layer of black eye sockets around his eyes, which is not ugly, even a little cute. Thank you, madam. You're welcome. After purchasing the last item on the list, carrying large and small, weird-shaped packages, he also held a toad in a glass box in his arms. Matthew began to walk on the way back to the Broken Cauldron Bar. Pinello sent the boy to his room in the Broken Cauldron Bar and handed him a letter. Wakefield, here is your ticket to Hogwarts, she said. September 1st, at King's Cross Station, Mr. Abbott will send you there. Thank you for your care, Miss Cravat. Matthew took the letter. You are welcome, we will see you at Hogwarts. Pinello said with a smile, I hope you will be assigned to Ravenclaw by then, because I am the prefect of Ravenclaw. She seemed to think that the boy in front of her might not understand her meaning, and then explained, this is the name of the college. There are 4 colleges in the school: Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is the best academy, Slytherin belongs to the conspirators, and Hufflepuff is the academy for the mediocre. But I would rather enter Hufflepuff than Gryffindor. What happened to Gryffindor? Matthew asked curiously. Because Gryffindor is the academy with the most black wizards in the past century. Chapter 6, Mystery Book. There is no doubt that the witch with glasses in Wonderful Zoo was right at the time. The toad bought by Matthew is noisier than expected, since returning to room 13 of the Broken Cauldron bar, its screams have hardly stopped. In this situation, it is almost impossible to stay in the room. Finally, Matthew came up with a way to hang the glass box with toads on the balcony of the room, then close the windows, and the whole world was instantly quiet. It was almost noon. He walked out of the room and ate a simple lunch downstairs. Obviously this lunch was not a pleasant one, because he was sitting next to a weird man who almost wrapped his whole body in a thick woolen coat. You know it is August now. From the appearance of the other person, he looks a lot like a old witch. The old witch ordered a plate of live pig liver, and then opened his blood basin and gnawed with relish in front of Matthew. Fortunately, Matthew's mental quality has always been good, and he didn't spit out what he ate before. He even finished a roasted potato in front of the other person. Climbed up the dirty and old wooden stairs again, and Matthew glanced at the other rooms on the second floor. In addition to him, there seem to be several children who are about his age. Should be the same as him, a Muggle-born Hogwarts first-year freshman. But Matthew was not in a hurry to get to know them. He went straight back to his room. After returning to the room, Matthew first organized all the things he bought this morning, and put them in different categories. Then, he took out the whole carton of magic textbooks that Lihen bookstore gave him, and moved it to the wooden table. Tear open the upper seal and take out the Hogwarts textbooks one by one. Standard Spell Level 1. Basic Transformation Guide. Black Magic Self-Defense Guide. These textbooks are almost the same as the original Harry Potter books in memory. There are 4 quill pens, 2 bottles of black ink and 1 bottle of red ink, a large stack of letter paper. Suddenly, Matthew Wickfield's movements stopped. Because he found that at the bottom of the carton, there is another thing. Is another book. It is not thick, and the cover is definitely not more than half an inch, note, about 1.77 centimeters, which is much thinner than any previous Hogwarts textbook. The appearance of the book shows a simple texture. The paper is slightly yellowed from the side, and it is probably something of a certain age. The cover and back cover of the book are made of a strange kind of leather, which makes people look creepy. The whole book, for some reason, gives people an indescribable feeling. Matthew was stunned, and told him intuitively that this thing in front of him might be dangerous. What the is this? He frowned and retracted his hand frozen in midair. Reached into his pocket and took out the previously crumpled list of parchment. Carefully compared it again, and what was written on the list was the same as what was just taken out of the carton. There is no omission, the strange book at the bottom of the carton is not on the list, that is, it shouldn't be here at all. Matthew did not act rashly. He did not even take the initiative to touch the book of unknown origin, because he had not forgotten that he was in a magical world now. Even an ordinary diary may contain the consciousness of a powerful dark wizard, enough to manipulate the wizard who tries to use it, not to mention the mysterious book in front of you, as if the face is full of danger. Word. Matthew took a deep breath, and finally decided to make a more careful choice. He gently rang the housekeeper's bell in the room. 1 minute later, the door of the room was knocked and then opened. A hunched figure appeared at the door of the room. It was the barkeeper Tom, who was thin and shriveled and had all teeth. "Mr. Wickfield, do you have any orders?" He grinned and asked, even though his smile was rather ugly. "Excuse me, sir," Matthew said, "can you help me throw this carton and its contents into the trash can?" He pointed to the carton with the Lihen bookstore logo on it. "I am happy to help you," said the bar owner. He walked into the room and picked up the cardboard box. Looking at the hunched old man, he took the cardboard box and the contents out of the room together, and then walked down the stairs. Matthew suddenly felt relieved, as if there was some fatal danger away from him. In the afternoon and evening, Matthew was in the room, flipping through the textbooks at Hogwarts. Although I don't have a magic wand on hand, I can only talk about it on paper, and I can't put it into practice. But even a cursory flip can reveal some clues. Magic is not what I had imagined before. It only needs to wave a wand stupidly and shout a few Latin words. It also involves the control of emotions, the mastery of subjective consciousness, and complex gestures that change according to different situations. In short, it is much more difficult to master a magic skill than the Muggles in previous lives had imagined. Until the bell rang 11 in the middle of the night, Matthew put down the copy of 1,000 Magic Herbs and Mushrooms in his hand. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's time to rest. But before going to bed and turning off the lights, Matthew remembered one thing. That is his new pet. The toad that he bought this morning is still hanging on the balcony outside the window. It's time to get it back. Speaking of it, he hasn't even named the pet yet, or just call it excited for the sake of how happy it screamed before. While thinking nonsense, Matthew smiled, opened the window, and took the small glass box hanging on the balcony. Toad's screams no longer recalled. It seems that the little guy may have adapted to the environment here. The light green fire of the fireplace slightly illuminates the small glass box in Matthew's hand. The smile on the boy's face solidified in an instant. Poor Toad didn't scream, and he would never scream again. It lay flat in the glass box, with its white belly facing the sky, and its dark eye sockets formed two huge bulges. No longer move, no longer tweet, no life. Obviously, it has been dead for a long time. How could it? Matthew muttered to himself. What surprised him most was not the death of Toad, but just under Toad's body, he saw a book. A book that is almost impossible to exist in this glass box. Appeared inexplicably at the bottom of the carton in Lihen bookstore, and then asked the barkeeper Tom to throw away the mysterious book together with the carton. The sky outside the window suddenly turned into a cold black grey. A crimson moonlight shone through the window on the floor of room 13 of the Broken Cauldron Bar. Chapter 7, Hope. Early the next morning, a boy appeared in the Wonderful Zoo shop in Diagon Alley. His eyes were flushed, his face was tired, and he looked like he didn't sleep well last night, especially he was holding a dead toad in his hand, which looked very funny. This boy is Matthew Wickfield. His exhaustion is normal, because he didn't close his eyes almost all night last night. This is not surprising. After such a terrible incident, I am afraid that few people can fall asleep. Throughout the night, he was thinking about whether he would die on the bed like that poor toad, and then the strange book appeared under him. Fortunately, such a bad situation did not occur, and he was still alive until early the next morning. That weird book still stayed quietly in the glass box, motionless. Matthew didn't dare to actively touch it, he just fished the dead toad out of the glass box and ran to Diagon Alley. You mean, this little guy, suddenly died? The owner of Wonderful Zoo, the witch with heavy glasses, took the toad's corpse from Matthew's hand in an incredible way. What's going on here? You must know that Toad's vitality is very tenacious. She murmured. Matthew spread out his hands. Madam, I also want to know what happened. Wait a moment. While talking, the witch pulled out her wand from her waist and waved it gently. A magnifying glass flew out of unknown place in the shop and flew into her hands. She sat down at the wooden table next to her, put the dead toad in front of her, raised the magnifying glass, and began to observe carefully. Matthew can only wait on the sidelines. While waiting, he was also carefully observing the witch's expression. At first she was always calm, but it seemed that after seeing something, a horrified expression appeared on her face. What's the matter, ma'am? He asked softly. No. Nothing. The witch shook her head abruptly, and her horrified face quickly turned into an unbelievable look. This is impossible. Matthew bit his lip, and he made his tone as casual as possible. Is the cause of Toad's death strange? This poor little fellow, it seems to be scared to death. The witch said without a preface, it can't be, it won't be like that, just a toad, no one would do that to it. She stood up tremblingly and threw the body of the black-eyed toad into the trash without hesitation. Her voice gradually returned to calm. I will compensate for this, sir, you can choose another toad in the shop. Although her state is still very wrong. When she reached into the cage to catch the toad, she couldn't grasp it for a while, and almost fell into the cage. When writing the transaction record, she broke 2 quill pens in succession, and Matthew took the new toad. When she accidentally kicked a kettle on the ground. In short, when Matthew was sent away from her shop like a plague god, the witch wearing heavy glasses was relieved as if she was relieved. The performance of the witch, Matthew Wickfield saw everything in his eyes. The worries and doubts in his heart have also become deeper. But he didn't dare to continue to stimulate her. After all, although the other party seemed to be unconscious, she was a genuine adult witch. She was a minor child who knew nothing about magic. If she didn't want to say it, it would be almost impossible for her to ask anything. Was holding the new toad he just got, and he came to his next destination. Lihen Bookstore. The clerk of Lihen Bookstore, it seems that they don't remember that the boy had been here once yesterday, and they still received him with a smile. Matthew was wandering in the bookstore while considering the language. He did not dare to directly ask about the book. After strolling for about 3 to 5 minutes, Matthew slowly approached a clerk who was not surrounded by anyone. Do you have any old books like that? He asked softly. No. The clerk replied without lifting his head. Really? Matthew saw that the other person raised his head and quickly added, a friend of mine told me that he had found a book in the Hogwarts book box that your bookstore gave him before, and the pages were all yellowed. The old. He's lying. The clerk said unceremoniously, with a very indifferent expression on his face, in Hogwarts bookcase, there can be no things that do not belong to it. Also, Lihen Bookstore only sells new books. If you want to find that kind of antique, you should go to the library. But Matthew wanted to say something else. You are here to find someone to chat, not to buy a book, then please get out. The clerk said impatiently, I can give you a little help. He stood up. UU reads www.udconju.com also drew a magic wand from his waist. Before Matthew had time to react, he was pushed out of the bookstore by an invisible force. Unable to control his actions, the boy was easily pushed out of the Lihen bookstore, and then fell heavily on the cobblestone floor of Diagon Alley on. Several wizards in black robes hurried past him. No one paid any attention to him. Matthew got up from the ground in embarrassment and patted the dust on his body. It seems that I can't ask the origin of the book. Finally, after reading the sign of Lihen Bookstore, he secretly thought. Although the clerk was very rude in his attitude and actions, but what he said did not seem to be fake. So, where did that book come from? Matthew returned to the entrance of Diagon Alley dingy. He doesn't have a magic wand, so he can't get through here. He can only wait for a wizard to pass by, and walk in behind him. His heart is a bit heavy, and that weird book is like a big mountain weighing on his heart. What can we do about it? The only way I can think of now is to wait until after Hogwarts, and give the book of unknown origin to Albus Dumbledore. With Professor Dumbledore's insights, maybe he can figure out a way, maybe he can help himself out of trouble. Suddenly, Matthew was stunned. In such a world, will Albus Dumbledore still be the principal of Hogwarts? I'm afraid not. As this hope was shattered, he smiled bleakly, and then walked to room 13 of the Broken Cauldron Bar. Chapter 8, Missing. Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire is undoubtedly a famous place in the wizarding world. As the mansion of the rich and ancient pure-blood family, the Malfoy family, Armand Malfoy, the first member of the family to come to England, established this manor using the land given by William the Muggle Conqueror. So far, 10 centuries have passed. In the past 1,000 years, the Malfoy family has been using their wealth and magic to maintain more or less influence in the British magical world. Today's Malfoy Manor can be said to be magnificent. There is a fountain spraying water at the front entrance, the surrounding corridors are very wide, the stone floor is covered with gorgeous carpets, and the overall decoration is quite luxurious. At the top of the neat yew hedge behind the fountain, a haughty white peacock swaggers over it. Various evidences show that the current owner of the manor is a wizard who is accustomed to a comfortable and luxurious life. But now, he hurriedly walked over from the path outside the manor. The sunlight of midsummer shone on the narrow path and at the same time on the hurried face of Lucius Malfoy. He moved forward quickly, through the dense and low weeds, through the tall hedges that fluttered with the wind, his robe slapping his ankles from time to time. The tall and gorgeous iron door blocked him, but he didn't stop, but continued to walk forward. At the moment when he was about to hit the iron gate, something strange happened. He easily went straight through the iron gate, the black metal seemed to be just a cloud of smoke. Finally, he returned to the manor. Judging from his anxious expression and impatient movements, he has long lost his usual elegance and calmness. Lucius Malfoy glanced around, then angrily called out a name, Dobby. Only a clear explosion was heard. Then, a small monster appeared in front of the wizard. It has 2 big ears like bats and a pair of prominent green eyes the size of a tennis ball. It is a house elf who is loyal to the pure-blood family. Master. It lowered its head and asked with a humble expression, I wonder if you are looking for Dobby, what's the point? Lucius Malfoy seemed to suppress his inner anger. How many books are there in the books that I asked you to give to that adult? There are 6 volumes in total, Master. Dobby the house elf glanced at its owner with a little fear, and replied softly. Damn it! Lucius roared fiercely, and then he flew up and kicked the house elf like a ball to a piece of granite a few meters away. At the same time he yelled, Punish yourself! Dobby nodded, then jumped up suddenly, slammed his head frantically against the rock next to him, shouting, Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Enough! A few minutes later, Lucius seemed to vent his resentment when he saw the house elf smashed his head to blood. Observe, Master! The house elf finally let go, and at this time it was a little unstable. Now, tell me. Did you lose one of the volumes while taking it out? Lucius asked with a sullen face. Master. When Dobby took them out from Lihen bookstore, there were only 6 volumes. Give them to. The house elf shuddered suddenly. When he did, there were only 6 volumes. Lie! Lie! Liar! Lucius roared angrily, Continue to punish yourself. The house elf had to start using his head again, crashing against the stone frantically. Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! Its head has been smashed to blood, and its breath has begun to weaken. Lucius Malfoy's family also seemed to be attracted by the noisy noise here. What's wrong, dear? His wife Narcissa Malfoy walked over quickly. Seeing the house elf who almost killed herself in front of her, she frowned, Enough! Hearing this command, the house elf finally stopped and collapsed on the ground like a dead fish. While helping her husband tidy the collar, she asked gently, What happened, dear? Because of those books that the Lord mentioned. A look of horror suddenly appeared on Lucius Malfoy's face. I have asked Dobby to give it to the Lord. But today, the Italian suddenly wrote to me saying that there are 7 volumes in total, and what Dobby got is only 6 volumes. Dad, why do you want the dumb and stupid house elves to do such an important thing? Lucius's son Draco Malfoy also came over. The 11-year-old boy will be just a few days away. Going to leave the manor and go to Hogwarts to study. Kicked away the house elf who was blocking his way on the ground, and Draco looked at his father curiously. Because of those books, UU reading www.uugonshu.com belongs to the most strictly controlled contraband of the Ministry of Magic. Lucius Malfoy explained, they cannot pass the inspection of the Department of Mysteries. The Italian mixed them together. A bunch of them were sent to the Black Magic Self-Defense Guide at Lihen Bookstore before they arrived in the UK. So I asked Dobby to steal it out and give it to the adult, so that even if the deeds are revealed, it won't affect us. Otherwise, just the charge of holding those books, it's enough for me to spend the rest of my life in Azkaban. Draco Malfoy nodded seemingly. Does that adult know how many books are there? Narcissa asked in a low voice. This. Lucius was taken aback suddenly, and then shook his head. He shouldn't be clear. Since he doesn't know yet, or just keep it from him, he may not be able to contact the Italian. Narcissa suggested in a low voice. That's all. Lucius Malfoy had to agree, keep it from him. I'll go to Lihen Bookstore to inquire and see if I can find the whereabouts of the missing book. What does that book look like? Draco Malfoy asked curiously. Maybe I can see it, and then help you find it for Dad. While talking, he patted his chest. Draco. Lucius Malfoy's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at his son with an extremely serious expression. Remember, that kind of thing is not something you can touch at all, absolutely not. The kind of ancient and mysterious books, even if you encounter them, never touch them, let alone use them. Otherwise, death will be waiting for you. Or worse, then the whole person is crazy. Chapter 9, 13 and 11. Matthew Wickfield always thought he would go crazy because of that strange book of unknown origin. But this is not the case. Until 3 days later, he was still alive and well, in room 13 of the Broken Cauldron Bar. And that book has been lying quietly in the abandoned toad glass box. Matthew has not taken the initiative to touch it. It has not had any impact on Matthew's life. So much so that he once thought that he could say goodbye to the book when he left the Cauldron Bar. But on the night of August 31st, the book once again disappeared from Matthew's sight and leaved from the glass box. Later, when he packed his luggage for Hogwarts, he found the book lies quietly at the bottom of the suitcase. Just moved a position. Several times in the past few days, Matthew almost couldn't control his inner temptation and tried to open the book. Take a look at what is written on it and find out what secret it hides. But in the end, reason still prevailed. Matthew's intuition has been warning him that if this mysterious magic side item is rashly touched without knowing it, the consequences will be disastrous. The tragic death of that black-eyed toad had already left a deep impression in his mind. Even if he saw the book lying quietly at the bottom of the suitcase, Matthew still locked the suitcase calmly as if nothing happened. Then lay down on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. Early the next morning, Matthew woke up at 6 o'clock. For Hogwarts, he was a little curious, a little nervous, a little excited, and a little scared. After getting up from the bed, he put on a black wizard robe bought in Diagon Alley a few days ago. Although the weather is still very hot, this seemingly thick robe is quite comfortable to wear. Is there any kind of cool magic? Then, he found out the letter Pinello Crivart had handed him before leaving. In the envelope, there is only one train ticket. Let Matthew take the Hogwarts Express at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station at 11 a.m. on September 1st. There is no hint or explanation other than that. But Miss Cravat also told him before leaving that Tom, the owner of the Broken Cauldron Bar, would send him over, so Matthew just waited quietly in the room. Until 10:30 in the morning, the door of room 13 was knocked gently. Walked over and opened the door. The barkeeper Tom, who was thin and shriveled and with all teeth out, was outside, holding a small flower pot with shiny green powder in his hand. Have been waiting, Mr. Wickfield. He grinned and said with a smile. Please come in, sir. Matthew said quickly. Tom walked into room 13 and walked slowly to the fireplace. He snapped his fingers, and the dark green flame in the fireplace rose instantly. We will go to King's Cross Station via Flow Powder, Mr. Wickfield. Tom explained, just get in from one fireplace and emerge from the other, very simple, and very easy. You only need to clarify the words King's Cross Station, as long as you speak correctly, you won't go to the wrong fireplace. The process of how he will use flow powder is described in great detail, and Matthew is also listening quietly. After repeatedly confirming that Matthew has fully understood all the steps, Tom put the flower pot on the mantelpiece. I'll be a demonstration first, by the way, help you bring your luggage first. He snatched Matthew's suitcase. Then Tom picked up a pinch of shining powder from the flower pot, walked to the stove, and threw the powder into the flame. Whistle, the fire turned greenish-green, rising higher than the old man. He walked straight into the fire, shouted King's Cross Station in his mouth, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Matthew took a deep breath, reached out his hand to take a handful of flow powder, and walked to the flame. King's Cross Station. He seemed to be sucked into a huge washing machine, his whole body was spinning fast, the whistling in his ears was deafening, and the green flames in front of him were dazzling. I looked around, I could see a series of fireplace doors faintly flashing past, and I could even glimpse the room outside the fireplace. After some time, Matthew suddenly realized that he had arrived at his destination. He is now located in a fairly wide space, the walls on all sides are lined with black and shiny dark wooden boards, and many fireplaces with emerald flames are embedded in the wooden boards. Every few seconds, with a soft pop, a wizard suddenly emerged from a fireplace on the left. On the right, there are 1 or 2 people in line waiting to leave in front of each fireplace. Mr. Wickfield. Tom handed Matthew's suitcase back to him. I wish you a pleasant stay at Hogwarts. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Matthew bowed slightly, and you read www.ukansha.com in reply. The owner of Pokeek Bar just smiled, and then began to line up in front of the fireplace on the right to leave. Out of the room with all fireplaces, King's Cross Station arrived. A crimson steam locomotive parked on a platform crowded with passengers. The sign on the train said, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. And the sign on the side platform reads, 9. Platform. The smoke of the steam locomotive filled the sky over the chirping crowd. All kinds of cats are walking around under people's feet, and a few toads can be vaguely seen jumping around. The screams of the owls, mixed with the voices of the crowd and the sound of heavy luggage dragging, seemed very harsh. Matthew squeezed past the crowd. The plot like this on the platform is somewhat similar to the situation in Memory. Just when he was about to get in the car to find a box. Hey hey hey! Someone seemed to call him behind him. Matthew turned around a little puzzled, and saw a girl with very thick tousled brown hair, holding a big cat in her arms, running towards him. Hello! Matthew frowned. He didn't seem to know him in Memory. You are the 13th, right? The girl asked with some interest. 13th. It took a while for Matthew to realize that this was his room number in the Broken Cauldron Bar. He nodded, yes, that's right. At the Broken Cauldron Bar, I saw you several times. I have always wanted to say hello to you, but I haven't had a chance these days. By the way, I am the 11th. The girl grinned, showing 2 obvious little rabbit teeth. Chapter 10, on the Hogwarts Express. Hello, nice to meet you. Matthew had vaguely guessed the identity of the girl in front of him, and he offered to extend his hand. My name is Matthew, Matthew Wickfield. Hermione, Hermione Granger. There was a handshake between the 2 children. Then, they carried their luggage together and walked into the carriage. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we didn't know anything about the existence of such a magical world before. The little girl said quickly, when the prefect and I introduced Hogwarts I was really surprised and very happy when I existed. There must be too many things that we are not familiar with in this world. Yes, it's amazing. Matthew replied perfunctorily. For some reason, he thought of the book sunk at the bottom of the suitcase. But if I go to Hogwarts, it means I will be away from my parents for 7 years. To be honest, I cried for a long time. I wrote a letter asking him to bring it to my parents. I hope they don't worry about me in magic. The life of the world. Hermione continued. Of course, these are really disappointing, but I have come out of my sadness. As far as I know, this is the best school of magic. I've read all the textbooks, if not because the time is too short, I will definitely endorse all of them. Of course, I just hope this is useful. Matthew suddenly froze. Because he suddenly remembered his parents in this world. Honestly, I have only been in contact with them for less than 3 months. There may be some feelings, but it will not be too deep. But in the past few days at the Broken Cauldron bar, he almost never thought of them. Is he too cold? Not right. Even if I deliberately think about it now, there is only a vague impression in my mind about the appearance of the British couple. Can't even recall their faces, their specific appearance. There is also the home in Northampton where I stayed for 3 months. Now I can't think of anything except the lawn at the door where I often lie on it. Wakefield. Hermione Granger's somewhat dissatisfied voice sounded from her side. Are you listening? Sorry, I was a little lost just now. Matthew quickly apologized. Nothing. Hermione continued to say with some interest, speaking of which, do you know which college you will be assigned to? I have inquired about it everywhere. I hope to be assigned to Ravenclaw, and they all say that it is the best academy. The Minister of Magic Millicent Bagno graduated from there, and people say she is the most popular minister in the past 100 years. Of course Hufflepuff is not too bad, but I think if I am assigned to Gryffindor, I might drop out of school. What do you think? Matthew didn't know what to say, so he nodded. Fortunately, they successfully found an empty box. Matthew was also very gracious, helping Hermione put her suitcase on the pedal. This train is really spacious. After finishing the work, Hermione Granger looked at everything around with some curiosity. On our previous train, it is hard to imagine that a person can occupy such a large space. Then, she gently placed the cat in her arms on the ground. Well, Crookshanks, you can move around. The big cat rushed to Matthew Wakefield's suitcase as soon as it left the owner's arms. Its target was the toad in the net bag outside the suitcase, but it just sniffed vigorously, suddenly realized that this kind of thing could not be eaten, and then left desperately. Toad took advantage of this moment, and screamed. Is your pet a toad? The girl's curiosity was hooked again. Obviously. Matthew shrugged. He suddenly felt that his trip to Hogwarts could no longer be cleaned up. Well, your taste is so unique. Hermione glanced at the toad, and then quickly looked away. I have never considered a toad. At first I wanted to buy an owl, and then I saw it. Crookshanks, it's so beautiful, and the witch said it stayed there for a long time. No one wanted it, it's so pitiful. Matthew took a close look at the cat's weird persimmon face, ringed legs and fluffy soft hair. It was difficult to associate the cat in front of him with the word beautiful. Your taste is also very unique. He thought to himself in his heart. But just then, the sliding door of the box opened and a boy broke in. Sorry, is there anyone here? He pointed to the seat next to Hermione. No. Hermione moved her body, giving him a place to the ground. Okay, thank you. Matthew glanced at the boy, who was about the same age as himself and Hermione. His face looked slightly round, but he was tall and thin. He was dressed in a neat wizard's robe and looked quite handsome. Are you also first-year students at Hogwarts? The boy moved his suitcase onto the pedals. Together with the suitcase was a snowy white owl in a cage. He asked back. Yes. Matthew said in unison to Hermione. That's a coincidence. The boy smiled. My name is Neville Longbottom, and I am also a freshman at Hogwarts. Navi Longbottom. Matthew said subconsciously. Unbelievable. It is difficult to associate the tall, thin, handsome boy in front of me with the timid and forgetful fat man in my memory. Have you heard of my name? Neville gave Matthew a surprised look. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Sorry, I have a slight impression of the surname Longbottom. Matthew quickly explained, I am Matthew Wickfield. Hermione Granger. I stood up and shook hands with the other two children in the box. Are you from a wizarding family? Hermione looked at Neville with interest. Yes, our whole family are wizards. Neville smiled honestly, and this smile reminded a little bit of Matthew's memory of him in his previous life. Oh. Can you introduce them? Hermione's interest suddenly increased. My parents are both Aurors who work for the Ministry of Magic, and they are both very good wizards. Neville introduced proudly. That's awesome. Hermione obviously understood the meaning of the word Auror, and explained to Matthew, the equivalent of an elite policeman in the Muggle world. They all graduated from Ravenclaw, right? Hermione continued to ask. No. Neville shook his head, our whole family graduated from Gryffindor. The smile on the girl's face suddenly solidified, she glanced at Neville Lombard suspiciously, and then subconsciously kept a certain distance from him. After that, the box suddenly became a little deserted. Matthew smiled, and then suddenly asked, Neville, may I ask Ms. Augusta Longbottom, what does it have to do with you? I seem to have heard of this name somewhere. That's my grandmother. Neville didn't seem to want to mention this, and simply replied, she died in the 1940s, not long after my father was born. Well, I'm sorry. It's nothing. Chapter 11, Chocolate Frog. After travel, Hermione Granger has always been wary of Neville Longbottom. What she said suddenly became much less. It is Matthew, who has been talking happily with Neville. Also inquired some news about the magical world from his mouth. It's a pity that Neville Longbottom is an 11-year-old boy after all, and a lot of things are only half knowledge. Knows not too much information. While they were talking, the train had already left London. They galloped along the pasture full of cattle and sheep, and drove north. Around 12:30 noon, there was a sudden loud noise in the hallway outside the box. Then, a fat witch pushed a trolley and opened the door of the box. She asked, my dear, do you need some snacks? Yes. Neville suddenly felt energetic and took a bunch of snacks such as bibido beans, chocolate frogs, and crucible cakes directly from the cart. How about you, dear? The witch looked at Hermione and Matthew. Hermione walked over with some hesitation, are these also free? Of course. The witch nodded, but don't be too wasteful. Hogwarts is awesome. A few minutes later, Hermione Granger commented, holding a licorice wand in his hand. Hogwarts paid for our tuition, books, and living expenses. Where did this money come from? Matthew asked a little curiously while he took a bite of the pumpkin pie. The school itself is very rich. Neville said to his mouth, not to mention the principal. And Hermione's gaze turned to a pack of chocolate frogs. This frog, will it move by itself? That's right. Neville nodded, so you have to be careful, don't let it run away. Also, the pictures in it are also quite interesting, I'm close to the collection. Hermione opened the chocolate frog and took out the picture. It's Morgan Le Fay, Le Fay. Looking at the image on the picture, she exclaimed, I heard of her in the Muggle world. That's her name in the Muggle world. In the Wizarding world, she was called Morgana. Neville seemed to have eaten a very bad BB duo, and his face became weird. She is probably the most powerful black wizard in British history. She is a witch who is contemporary with Merlin. This card is still quite rare, I suggest you keep it. At the same time, Matthew also took apart a chocolate frog. His picture shows the face of an old man, a handsome old man, at least this face is very comfortable to look at. He had neat silver-white short hair and a mustache, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The name under the picture is Gellert Grindelwald. It's Grindelwald. Matthew said softly. Don't tell me that you have never heard of Grindelwald, he is the greatest wizard of this century. Neville said, even though his chocolate frog pictures, I already have 8. Matthew slowly turned the picture over and read the text on the back. Gellert Greenwood, the current principal of Hogwarts, is recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Greenwood's well-known contributions include: defeated Dumbledore the Dark Wizard in 1945. Promoting the reconstruction of the Ministry of Magic after the First Wizarding War. Discover 11 uses of fire dragon blood. The cooperation with Cassandra Trelawney is very effective in prophecy. Professor Grindelwald loves sweets and bocce games. Matthew quietly turned the picture to the front again, and saw Greenwood on the picture smiling at him. For some reason, this smile made him shiver. The next journey seemed rather boring. Because Matthew had obviously become silent a lot, and Hermione was not willing to communicate too much with Neville. There were no other wizards in the carriage. Such a dull trip lasted about half a day. A voice suddenly began to echo on the train. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train while walking to the assembly. The train slowed down at the same time, and Matthew, Neville, and Hermione formed a small group, squeezed into the pushing crowd, and rushed to the door. They got on and off at a brightly lit platform, and the sign on the platform read, Hogsmeade. First-year freshmen, come to my side. An old man holding a lamp with a prosthetic leg shouted from the side of the crowd. This is Professor Kettleborn. Neville explained to Matthew softly, he is the professor of the conservation of magical animals at Hogwarts and the guard of the hunting grounds. A group of little guys squeezed in front of the old man. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Matthew discovered that, except for his left arm, the other 3 limbs are made of magic prostheses. I counted the crowds, and after counting the crowds, Professor Kate Elbin continued, very well, come with me. All the first-year freshmen come with me. They did not take the main road where the main force was, but followed Professor Kettleborn to a steep and narrow trail. There is a mass of pitch black on both sides of the path, which looks a little gloomy. As they arrived at the end of the path, a black moor appeared in front of them, and on the mountain on the other side of the lake, a towering castle stood there. The crowd began to cheer excitedly. Is a row of boats moored by the lake. There can be no more than 4 people on each boat. Professor Kate Elbin said loudly. Matthew, Neville, and Hermione took the lead in getting on the ship closest to them. The follow-up crowd also squeezed in. The 2 girls came to Matthew and their boat. There is only one position, let's change another one, Daphne, said the girl walking in front, not to mention that the Longbottom family are also on this ship. After speaking, she took the other girl's hand and left. Matthew couldn't help turning around and looking at Neville with some curiosity. My parents, and her parents, had some conflicts. Neville explained softly. Soon, the boat welcomed the last passenger. A little spectacled kid with a short stature, messy hair, and head down. Hello. Hermione took the initiative to greet him. The thin boy just looked up at them timidly, and quickly lowered his head. Chapter 12, Sorting Ceremony. Genius remembers this site address in 1 second, https://fastest update. No ads. Such a scene is really embarrassing. Miss Hermione Granger withdrew her hand in an absurd manner, and at the same time she looked away. Matthew glanced curiously at the last boy on the boat, his eyes always looking down at the lake, looking very introverted. Silent and speechless. 11 boats pierced the calm lake, among them Professor Kate Elbin was sitting on a boat alone, leading the team in front. All boats are driven by magic and travel automatically, without them needing to paddle. The children raised their heads, gazing at the huge castle towering into the clouds. As they came to the cliff where the castle stood, the castle seemed to tower above them. 1,000 years ago, the 4 founders of Hogwarts came to Hogwarts by rowing a small boat together. So according to tradition, every first-year Hogwarts freshman must walk this route again. This journey lasted about a quarter of an hour, and they landed on an underground dock full of ivy tents. Stepping on the cobblestone ground, they climbed a steep path on the mountain under the illumination of the lantern on Professor Kettleburn's prosthesis, and finally reached a flat grass in the abdomen of the castle. Remember the URL m.lookias.com. Everyone climbed up a stone step and finally gathered in front of a huge oak door. Everyone, are you here? Professor Kettlebun counted the crowd again. Very good. He raised his prosthetic limb and knocked gently on the oak door. They didn't wait long, and the oak door was soon opened. It was a witch in a black trench coat with a pointed wizard hat on her head. She has a serious look, giving people a feeling of being uncomfortable. First-year freshman, Professor Rozier. Professor Kettlebun said, pointing to the crowd. Okay, thank you, Sylvanos, leave it to me next. The witch replied. She waved her hand gently, and the door suddenly opened. The crowd that had been squeezed into a ball quickly turned into a parallel line of 2 under the control of invisible power. Matthew and Neville were in a row. Behind them were Hermione and the kid with glasses. Please follow me, the witch said, without any smile on her face. After speaking, she walked right in the front of the queue, taking elegant steps to lead the way for the new students. Is she the Principal Rozier? Hermione Granger lowered her voice. Gosh, she is so young, she doesn't seem to be more than 30 years old. Neville turned his head and whispered, don't be confused by the appearance. It is said that Professor Rozier is older than my grandmother. What kind of magic? It's so amazing. Miss Granger's voice sounded extremely excited. Don't whisper. An indifferent voice sounded from the front of the queue. Professor Rozier turned around, her eyes fixed on Hermione and Neville for a second. The 2 of them immediately bowed their heads in fright. They walked on the marble floor. Behind the wall on the right, a humming sound can be faintly heard. Presumably other students have already arrived in the auditorium. Professor Rozier took the first-year freshman to the end of the passage. In a small empty room, everyone rubbed their shoulders. Crowded together. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor Rozier also stopped. Her sharp eyes scanned a circle of people. It is an honor to see you here, and it is an honor to be able to accompany you to grow in the future. For 7 years, you will all spend in Hogwarts. The Hogwarts castle will protect you like your home and guide your life. At the same time, every Hogwarts student, you must perform the 7-year compulsory education at Hogwarts. This is your duty and obligation. Professor Rozier's voice was very clear, but most of the students around were a little absent-minded. Maybe only Matthew and Hermione were listening carefully to her. The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you enter the auditorium, you must determine which college you are going to enter. The branching ceremony will be a very important ceremony. The 4 colleges are Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each college has its glorious history and the outstanding wizards they have cultivated. Professor Rozier briefly introduced matters related to the branching ceremony. At the end, she said, I will be back to pick you up for the branching ceremony later, please be quiet while waiting. After speaking, she left the room. Hermione beside her seemed obviously relieved. It seems that Professor Rozier's previous existence is oppressive and she can't breathe. The students around him were all talking about the content of the branching ceremony. Don't worry, just wear a hat, and it will assign you to the appropriate college in a few seconds. Neville whispered, Matthew and Hermione explained, very simple steps. Thank you. Matthew smiled at him. And Hermione seemed to be muttering words over there, her ears pricked up and could be faintly heard. What she said was, don't go to Gryffindor, don't go to Gryffindor, don't go to Gryffindor. Professor Rozier returned soon. Follow me, she said simply. They walked out of the room, through the hall, and came to a gorgeous auditorium. I have to say that the auditorium at Hogwarts really looks magnificent at this time. On the walls on both sides, at least 1,000 wall lamps and 1,000 candles make the entire auditorium crystal clear. On the velvety black ceiling, a little bit of starlight shines. 4 long tables are neatly placed in the center of the auditorium, with hundreds of students sitting around, shiny golden tableware placed on a long table. There is another long table on the upper stage of the auditorium with more than a dozen teachers sitting on it. Matthew's gaze swept across the long table on the rostrum, trying to find the face previously seen on the chocolate frog picture, but unfortunately he did not find it. Professor Rozier waved his hand, and a small stool appeared in front of the first-year freshman with a top wizard hat on it. The wizard hat was covered with patches, and it looked dirty and torn. At this time, the auditorium suddenly became silent, and then the hat was twisted slightly, and a seam was split on it, like a mouth. It started to sing. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you don't regret coming here. You may spend 7 years of romantic time in this castle. Or maybe just wasting a lot of light and shadow here. But please don't forget the responsibilities and obligations that you need to bear. A long time ago I was still wearing a new hat. Hogwarts hadn't been built yet. Under the oppression and bullying of Muggles. The 4 founders of Noble Academy. They gathered here. Who is better at fighting than the brave Gryffindor? Maybe only his true friend Slytherin. Who is more proficient in spells than the wise Ravenclaw? Probably only Hufflepuff is inseparable from her. The same goal unites them. That is to work hard for the future of the wizarding world. They really let the wizards' knowledge pass on. It also really allows young wizards to survive in this land. But the most sincere friendship will eventually come to an end. The 4 great wizards finally parted ways. But the spirit they left behind will last forever. The direction outside the castle is changing dramatically. No one can tell the future world clearly. Perhaps the most dangerous moment is coming. The dawn before us may only be the dawn. To maintain the continuation of the wizarding world. Keep the magic mystery. Guard everything around. Maintain the warmth of this world. Need to rely on us. I also rely on you. In the end, it depends on you. I want to divide you into 4 colleges. Because my responsibilities cannot be changed. But I have to say a few more words. That is living in harmony and unity. Let's start sorting." After the Sorting Hat sang the song, the whole hall suddenly burst into applause. The hat moved towards the 4 long tables, bowed one by one, and then began to stand still. Professor Rozier took a few steps forward, holding a piece of parchment in his hand. "Whoever I call by name now puts on a hat, sits on a stool, and waits for the branch." Susan Bones. A little blonde-haired girl with some fat babies stumbled out of the queue. She put on a hat, just enough to cover her eyes. She sat down, and after a moment, "Hufflepuff," the hat shouted. The people at the far right table began to applaud and cheer Susan, welcoming her to their table. "Terry Bout." "Ravenclaw." Hat shouted again, and Terry quickly ran to the second long table on the left. All the Ravenclaw students were applauding, and when Terry joined them, several senior classmates shook hands with him. Mandy Brohy was also assigned to Ravenclaw, and she sat beside Terry. And Millicent Bosid became Slytherin's first freshman. Gryffindor's first freshman was Harry Evans, the kid with glasses on the ship before. The sorting ceremony is still going on, and Matthew clearly realized that the specific students participating in the sorting are different from what he imagined. For example, the well-known Miss Hannah Abbott, who ranked first in the previous life, has now disappeared bizarrely. There are also some new faces, such as the boy named Harry Evans. The sorting ceremony continues. Hermione Granger. Hermione almost ran to the stool and hurriedly buckled her hat on her head. The sorting hat seems to have been tangled for a short period of time, after waiting for almost 3 minutes. Ravenclaw, the hat shouted. Hermione was visibly relieved, with a smug smile on her face. Next is Daphne Greengrass. During the boat ride, the silent girl who had a relationship with Matthew and his group walked over nervously. Slytherin, the hat yelled almost as soon as it touched her hair. And the next one? Agnes Lestrange. It was the talking girl they met when they were on the boat. Neville mentioned before that there was some conflict between their parents. Slytherin. The hat also came to a conclusion just as soon as it touched her hair. Immediately afterwards, it was Neville Longbottom. Neville stepped forward, looking a little nervous, but it only took 10 seconds for the Sorting Hat to assign him to Gryffindor. There was also a smile on Neville's face. The sorting ceremony continues. Malfoy. Not. Parkinson. Sister Pettier. Lisa Dupin. When the Sorting Hat yelled Ronald Weasley, a red-haired boy walked over. After you read www.yunsha.com a minute, he was also assigned to Gryffindor. There are not many students left. Except for Matthew, there is only one black, dark-skinned boy. Finally, the Sorting Hat shouted. Matthew Wickfield. Matthew took a deep breath and walked over. He took the dirty and torn hat from Ronald Weasley and put it on his head. Chapter 13, Choice of Sorting Hat. Hogwarts Colleges, which one is more suitable for you? To be honest, Matthew had hardly considered this issue before. Because there are too many bizarre incidents these days, he even completely forgot the details of the sorting ceremony. But if you let him make a choice now, Ravenclaw is definitely the most suitable. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor shouldn't be too bad. As for Slytherin, as a Muggle-born wizard, it is unlikely that he will share the past. In short, look at the arrangement of the Sorting Hat. Matthew Wickfield sat upright on the small bench, buckled the shabby wizard hat on top of his head, hiding his sight, in the dark world in the hat, quietly waiting for the selection of the Sorting Hat. There was silence without any sound. This is strange. As usual, shouldn't the Sorting Hat communicate with him? Evaluate his xinxing and even consult his opinion. Matthew waited patiently for about half a minute. He still couldn't hear any movement in his ears, except for the faint noise in the auditorium. This made him a little anxious. Could it be that something went wrong with the Sorting Hat, which suddenly broke? Still saying that it was a mistake to come to Hogwarts and that he is not a wizard at all. Should he take the train back now? Or, other unexpected circumstances? He wanted to take off the hat on his head now, and then asked what was going on with Professor Rozier. But reason still suppressed the impulse. Hold on. Continued to wait, from beginning to end, the hat did not make any sound. Just waited for a long time, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. It's terrible. Matthew heard it suddenly, and a small voice rang in his ear. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. Swear by Gryffindor's beard, I have never seen anything so terrible. Is the sound made by the Sorting Hat? It is subtle and sharp, and it is clearly audible. The sound seems to be trembling. Matthew was stunned, wondering why the Sorting Hat made such nonsense. Immediately afterwards, he heard the Hat Horse calling out a name to the entire auditorium. Slytherin. On the long table on the far right, there was a burst of scattered applause. Matthew just felt that now he was full of question marks. Was assigned to Slytherin College but still second. What Matthew was even more puzzled was what the Sorting Hat suddenly said after a long period of silence. What does mean? Could it be that? What else, Mr. Wakefield? Professor Rozier asked coldly. Sorry, madam. Matthew stood up quickly. Then, he handed the hat to the last student with darker skin who had already been brought in and had not yet been sorted out. Welcome. Welcome to Slytherin. Nice to meet you, Matthew. When Matthew came to Slytherin's long table, several enthusiastic Slytherin students stood up and shook hands with him. Of course, there are some people who are whispering, for example, Green Grass and Lestrange, both in the first grade, are pointing to him over there and discussing something. Matthew was pulled by a senior girl to sit down next to her, and he happened to see the final scene of the sorting ceremony. The last remaining student, Blaise Shabani, was assigned to Hufflepuff. Mr. Shabani seems to be quite dissatisfied with the decision of the sorting hat. And Matthew noticed that when the sorting hat finally called out the name of the college, his voice was still a bit hoarse and trembling. Professor Rozier rolled up the parchment, picked up the sorting hat and left the auditorium. As she left, the whole hall became noisy again. "Hello, Matthew." The senior girl beside him patted his shoulder gently. "I'm the prefect of Slytherin, Gamma Farley." This senior girl has a capable short hair and white skin, although it is not very beautiful, it feels trustworthy. "Hello, Miss Farley." Matthew shook hands with her quickly. He suddenly realized that he was in an awkward situation. As a Muggle-born first-year freshman, he came to Slytherin College, a gathering place for pure-blood believers. Is like a sheep coming among the lions. But now that the tree is done, you can only take one step and see one step. I was assigned to Slytherin, what do you think now? Miss Gemma Farley asked with a smile. How can I put it? Matthew replied stutteringly, is it a bit complicated? Don't worry, our Slytherin students will take care of each other. Farley said eagerly, if you encounter any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time. You read www.yunsha.com or find all other senior students can. Okay, I understand. Matthew nodded. By the way, Wakefield. On the other side, a slightly frivolous voice suddenly sounded. Is a pale, thin young man. Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He nodded slightly at Matthew. Hello there. May I ask about your parents? I don't remember a pure-blood wizard with the surname Wakefield. Draco Malfoy spoke slowly, dragging his voice, a bit annoying. I can't remember what they looked like anymore. Matthew replied honestly. Oh, I'm sorry. Malfoy said, but he couldn't hear the slightest apology. This is Crabbe, Gore. He pointed to the two fat guys on the other side, and then pointed to a tall and thin boy across the long table, and Theodore Knott. The five of us are probably all the boys in this session of Slytherin. We should live in the same dormitory. I'm honored. Matthew said lightly. It seemed a bit boring to talk with Matthew, and Draco Malfoy turned around again and started talking to Crabbe and Gore. Matthew can finally take a good look, the main guest seat on the high platform. He saw Professor Kate Elbin, sitting in the corner closest to him. He has removed all three prosthetic limbs from his body and put them on the side of the dining table. Miss Farley. Matthew turned around. What happened? Can you tell me about the teachers in the main guest seat? Matthew asked softly. Of course can. Chapter 14, Hogwarts Teachers. Miss Gamma Farley cleared her throat, then pointed to the main guest seat, and introduced from right to left. The one on the far right is Professor Silvanos Kettleyborn, who teaches the conservation of magical creatures, but you will not be exposed to this subject until the 3rd grade. At the same time, he is also the hunting ground guard and keykeeper at Hogwarts. There are rumors that he has always wanted to retire early so that he can concentrate on taking care of his little ones in the Forbidden Forest, but the principal has not been able to find a suitable successor. Of course, he likes the bad habit of disassembling prostheses in public, which is really unsightly. The one sitting to the left of Professor Kettleyborn is Professor Pomona Sprout. Matthew looked at the short witch with flowing grey hair in the guest seat. She wore a thick hat full of patches on her head, and there was a lot of dirt on her body, which looked very sloppy. Professor Sprout is a herbal medicine teacher and the dean of Hufflepuff College. She is a witch with a very talent for herbal medicine and a very relaxed professor. The herbal medicine curriculum has always been all easiest in the course. Of course, she tends to favor Hufflepuff students in many cases. Going further to the left is our Slytherin Dean. Giammaffoli paused, and continued, Professor Horace Slughorn. Matthew saw a bald old man who was as fat as a walrus. He had big protruding eyes and a thick silver beard like a walrus. He looked funny. He is a potions teacher. Like Professor Kate Elbin, he is also a professor who hopes to retire but was rejected by the principal. Professor Slughorn has very deep connections in the magical world, because his protégés have many high-end figures in all fields of the magical world, no matter good reputation or bad reputation. The former is like Barna, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet. Bath Goof, the latter is represented by Lily Evans, the famous Black Witch and Ministry of Magic wanted. Miss Farley's voice suddenly appeared a bit ironic. Our dean treats the 4 colleges equally, but he only prefers students with prominent family backgrounds or who he thinks are outstanding talent. Professor Slughorn is next to Professor Aurora Sinista. What Matthew saw this time was a dark-skinned witch who was lowering her head to talk with Professor Slughorn. She is in charge of the astronomy class and is also the Dean of Gryffindor. Professor Sinistar is very knowledgeable in astronomy and prophecy, and even the principal often goes to the astronomy tower to discuss things with her about the future. In addition, Professor Sinista has very strict requirements in terms of homework. Next, it's Professor Virgil Traverse. This time, Matthew saw a middle-aged wizard with a big beard, and the expression on his face was slightly hideous. Professor Traverse is in charge of the Muggle Studies class. To be honest, I always feel that his course views are a bit biased. Of course, you will not be exposed to his courses until the 3rd grade. We continue to the left, and it is Professor Felius Flitwick's turn. Professor Flitwick is easy to recognize because he is the only teacher sitting on the table instead of on the stool. Professor Flitwick is a curse teacher and the Dean of Ravenclaw. He has a part of fairy blood, so he is relatively short, but don't underestimate him because of his research on curses. Very good, perhaps second only to the principal. In addition, like Professor Sprout, the curse course requirements are quite relaxed, and the exam scores are also high. Looking at the main guest seat, Jamal Farley continued to introduce one by one. Professor Rolanda Hooch in the flight class, Professor Bathsida Babbling in the ancient magic text class, Professor Septima Victor in the arithmetic divination class. What about the defense against the dark arts class and the transfiguration class, Professor? After the other party had introduced all the teachers in the main guest seat, Matthew suddenly realized that there were 2 holes left to fill. The course of the defense against the dark arts class is in charge of Principal Rozier. Her research in this area is very deep, of course. She is also very, very strict. I suggest you better not annoy her easily, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Farley's face suddenly became serious. She said seriously. Is that a teacher of transfiguration? Matthew continued to ask. We don't know yet. Miss Farley spread her hands. What? Professor Catsell was fired before the end of last semester. The new teacher has not yet been appointed. I think we should be able to do it right away. Miss Farley's voice suddenly stopped. She quickly pointed to the entrance of the auditorium. It should be him. Matthew looked around. Mrs. Vita Rozier, the vice principal, had already returned to the Hogwarts auditorium. Behind him, there was also a thin man. The man looked pale, his eyes were slightly red, and he looked very sick. Matthew frowned slightly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the other party was not human at all. Do the transfiguration teachers often change? Matthew asked. Yes, I have changed 3 terms in the past 10 years. The principal has high requirements for this subject, and is often dissatisfied with the teachers he recruited. Gamma Farley replied simply, so replaced more frequently. So, where's the principal? In the main guest seat, Matthew could not find Gellert Grindelwald. And the middle seat of the main guest seat has always been vacant. Professor Grindelwald is very busy. He is the president of the International Wizarding Federation, the Chief Wizard of Wisengarmore and the Chief Wizard of Sir Merlin. Normally, he rarely stays in school. Miss Farley explained. But don't worry, Professor Grindelwald will definitely be back no matter how busy he is at a school banquet. Is like cooperating with what Jamal Farley said. At the center of the main guest seat, a light blue smoke suddenly appeared. The previously noisy auditorium quieted down in an instant. Everyone in the auditorium looked at the smoke. After the smoke cleared, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. Chapter 15, Banquet. Come on. Here. Miss Gamma Farley exclaimed very excitedly, the principal is here. Is not just her alone, with the appearance of the light blue smoke, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium instantly becomes extremely eager. Many people around are like Miss Farley, cheering, and even banging the goblet on the table. They are like stars holding the moon, welcoming their respected and beloved headmaster Hogwarts. Gellert Grindelwald. As the light blue smoke dissipated, a familiar face appeared on the central seat of the main guest seat. Professor Grindelwald and the portrait on his chocolate frog picture are almost identical. He waved his hand gently, and effortlessly controlled the atmosphere of the auditorium, quieting the whole auditorium. He stood up, looked at the hundreds of students in front of him with a big smile, and opened his arms. It seemed that there was nothing happier than seeing so many people gathered together. Welcome back to Hogwarts to start your new school year. A deep voice echoed in the auditorium, looking at the faces you can't wait to wait, I only have one word to tell you now, that is. The party begins. The principal sat down again, and everyone was applauding and cheering desperately. Has Professor Grindelwald always been so popular? Matthew asked Farley hesitantly. Of course. Farley said without a doubt, he is undoubtedly the greatest wizard in the world, whether in magical ability or personality charm. Would you like some pork chops, Matthew? Just as they were talking, the golden plate on the long table was already full of food. Roast beef, grilled chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, tomato sauce. The Slytherin students next to him have already started. Vincent Crabbe picked up 2 sausages, and Gregory Gore grabbed 4 drumsticks with both hands. It's no wonder they can be so big at a young age. Matthew poked a piece of pork chop in front of him with a fork, and his eyes swept across a circle of various potatoes. Honestly, the taste is just average. Sure enough, one cannot have too high expectations for British cuisine. But it's better to be full. At this moment, the surrounding students screamed. Most of them were sent by first-year freshmen, because on the wall behind them, suddenly there were 20 ghosts. These translucent guys were sliding around in the auditorium, while whispering to discuss something. Matthew was not surprised, because his gaze had been looking at the main guest seat nonchalantly. He noticed that when these ghosts suddenly appeared, Professor Grindelwald's face was obviously unhappy. But as Professor Rozier put him half of a grilled sausage, he quickly smiled. Nodded to each other. Oh! Draco Malfoy was suddenly breathless with fright. Because of a terrifying-looking ghost, appeared beside him. Hollow eyes, thin face, silver stains of blood on the robe. The surrounding Slytherin students took a few steps back, including the prefect Gamma Farley. Matthew slowly raised his head, because he found that this ghost was actually targeting himself. Hello, sir. Matthew said calmly. If he guessed correctly, the other party was Slytherin's resident ghost, Barrow the Blood. Hello. The ghost frowned, a freshman. Yes, my name is Matthew, Matthew Wickfield. Sorry, I almost thought you were a new ghost. The Barrow's voice was so soft that only Matthew could hear it. After all, it passed through Matthew's body, which gave Matthew a terrible feeling of just being poured with a bucket of ice water. Are you all right? Gemma Farley asked with some concern. Matthew took a few deep breaths. It's okay. It's better to stay away from the ghosts in the future. It's not a comfortable thing to touch them, especially Mr. Barrow's temper has always been very strange. Farley said kindly. Well, thank you. The banquet continues. Most people have opened their belly and filled their stomachs. The only exception may be Matthew, who seems to have a bad appetite. The leftover food disappeared from the plate, and the plate became as smooth as ever. But not long after waiting, the pudding came up again. There are all kinds of ice cream in various flavors, such as apple pie, syrup cake, chocolate muffin, fried jam donut, marmalade pudding, strawberry, jelly, rice pudding. Matthew took a piece of syrup cake. I have to say that the dessert tastes pretty good. The classmates around began to chat about family matters. Obviously, Draco Malfoy became the central figure in this conversation. Many senior students came to him, surrounded him, and even complimented him. It seems that even in this world, the Malfoy family is still regarded as the leading existence in the wizarding world. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Of course, not everyone is involved in this topic. Such as Matthew. And the girl named Lestrange. She walked towards Matthew, but her goal was a plate of rice pudding next to Matthew. Excuse me, do you want to eat this plate of pudding? Matthew noticed that she had long, waterfall-like silver hair, almost reaching her waist. Her big blue eyes looked at Matthew, and at the same time she showed a mouthful of neat white teeth. There are still puddings around here, and indeed only Matthew is alone. Well, you can take it. Matthew handed the plate to the girl. Thank you, my friends, and I like this very much. She carefully returned to her previous seat with the tray. Matthew's gaze returned to the main guest seat. 10 minutes later, the pudding also disappeared. Professor Grindelwald stood up, and the entire auditorium was quiet again. Oh, everyone is full now, I think there are some things that must be said. Professor Grindelwald's voice is very gentle, and at the same time it has a somewhat indisputable taste. First of all, I am very happy to welcome a new teacher to our team, Professor Troca, who generously agreed to fill the vacancy in the subject of transfiguration. A burst of sparse applause gradually sounded, and it was obvious that after such a banquet, many people had no energy. The pale-faced Professor Troca also stood up, bowed slightly in all directions, and grinned at the same time. Matthew frowned. Because he noticed that Professor Troca's canine teeth were sharp. Chapter 16, Slytherin and Number 039, S Common Room. After the applause was over, Professor Troca sat down. But Professor Grindelwald is still standing there. In addition, we also want to welcome all first-year freshmen, he continued. The applause rang out again, much more eager than before. The moment you step into the Hogwarts campus, this castle is like your home. It will shelter you and accompany your growth, no matter when and where you encounter any suffering, Hogwarts will be your strongest barrier. However, you must also abide by Hogwarts discipline, rules, and traditions. Professor Kettleborn asked me to remind you that all the forbidden forests on campus prohibit students from entering. The administrator Mr. Pringle also wants me to warn you, casting magic in the hallway is absolutely not allowed, and Professor Rozier wants you all to know that lateness and failure to complete your homework will be severely punished. Even though Hogwarts is divided into 4 colleges, the bond between magic and mystery has always firmly linked us together. Harmony and unity are the wishes of the 4 founders, so I don't want it seeing any unnecessary disputes appearing in the castle. Finally, I also want to remind everyone that insulting titles such as and mudbloods are strictly forbidden at Hogwarts. As the principal said, his eyes were shining at the Slytherin table. He scanned it. If you don't believe this, you can try it. Now, before everyone goes to bed, let us sing the school song together. Grindelwald said at last. He lightly waved his wand, and a long gold ribbon flew out, twisting and winding lines of text like a snake over the high dining table. Matthew noticed that the wand in his hand was a little different from ordinary wands. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. Please teach us the knowledge. Whether we are the old people who die. It's still a child who hurt his knee. Different students began to sing the school song according to different tunes, so that the auditorium seems a little funny. Grindelwald's voice is the loudest, and his singing is also the most beautiful. Music, go to bed with everyone. He wiped his eyes and said, I wish you all a happy year to come. Slytherin's first-year freshman followed Miss Gamma Farley, through the noisy crowd, out of the auditorium, and down the marble staircase. After such a lively banquet, many people are a little tired, for example, Crabbe and Gore, yawning there. They first came to the exit between the castle and the basement, and then stepped down the stone steps into the gloomy underground corridor. The light in the basement was a bit gloomy, and it was only a dozen steps apart to see the lone torch on the stone wall. And this corridor is very empty, amplifying their footsteps. It sounds a bit gloomy. Miss Farley's wand shone with a ray of light at the end, leading them forward through forks. Matthew has been watching the surroundings, trying to remember where they each turn. Almost 10 minutes later, they stopped by an empty, wet stone wall. After waiting for a while, a stone gate appeared on the stone wall with a big green snake painted on it, with the snake's mouth biting its tail. As you can see, the Slytherin logo is the giant snake, the smartest kind of creature. Miss Farley introduced, also, the colors of our college are emerald and silver. She gently touched the snake's head on the stone gate, and then whispered, blood is thicker than blood. The snake on the stone gate began to squirm slightly, and as it moved, the stone gate was slowly opened. This is the password. Change it every 2 weeks. Please check the bulletin board. Then, the group of them walked into the Slytherin common room. At this moment, Matthew realized that the location of the Slytherin common room was at the bottom of the Black Lake. The ceiling is transparent, and you can see the sparkling waves on it and the schools of fish swimming by from time to time. Except for the poor lighting, it can barely be regarded as a comfortable round room. A warm green flame burned in the uyugonshu.com fireplace, surrounded by soft armchairs. Gemma directed the girls through a door to their bedroom. After that, she led the boys through another door. A fairly spacious bedroom, fully enough to accommodate 5 people living here. There are 5 traditional 4-poster beds, with green silk curtains hanging on the beds, and silver embroidery on the bedspreads. Many medieval tapestries can be seen on the surrounding walls, as well as silver lanterns hanging from the upper ceiling. Matthew found the bed with his name on it, and at the same time saw that his luggage had already been sent over. Above the luggage, there is a slender paper box. When I look closer, it reads the Grigovic trademark in a line of small letters with the name Garrick Ollivander. Is this your own magic wand? Matthew opened the paper box carefully, and the brand new black walnut wand was lying quietly in the paper box. There was a magic wand holster beside it. The 4 roommates were exhausted. When Matthew raised his head, he found that they all put on pajamas and fell asleep. Matthew himself was not sleepy. He opened his suitcase and took out the items inside. Until I saw the old book at the bottom of the suitcase, quietly staying there. Are you the ghost of all this? Matthew asked softly. He seemed to be talking to himself again. Suddenly, a small voice came from the left. The soft waves from the bottom of the lake outside the window beat the window. Matthew turned his head and saw a giant octopus strolling by the window in the dim light. The huge eyes of the octopus are staring at him. Chapter 17, Transfiguration Teacher. That night, Matthew Wickfield slept peacefully. Point 8 Wave. The creatures of the Black Lake that swim past the window from time to time, and the soft waves that ring in the ears, accompany. There is no strange dream. At 6 o'clock in the morning the next morning, Matthew walked out of the bedroom. Before leaving, he fed Toad a few breadworms and locked the empty suitcase. I have long heard that the stairs at Hogwarts are very complicated, and some stairs often change positions voluntarily, and some portraits and ghosts even deliberately give directions to new students. So Matthew got up very early on purpose, in order to avoid getting lost between the complicated corridors, and hoped to get familiar with the road conditions. But the facts proved that he was too worried. These stairs are far from being as complicated as imagined, and there are detailed signs at the entrance of each stairway, and each floor of the castle has portraits dedicated to giving directions to first-year students. Everything is arranged very carefully. Matthew let go and went to the auditorium. The auditorium is the main meeting place for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Students usually eat here, receive mail and packages from owls, and participate in special events organized by the school. Although it is still early, there are already scattered students eating breakfast here. Matthew joined them. In the UK, breakfast is always the richest, even Hogwarts is no exception. As the Muggle proverb goes, eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, dinner like a beggar. Although it's not as luxurious as last night's dinner, but it's also rich enough. Bacon, sausage, eggs, tomatoes, mushrooms, toast, baked beans, potato wedges, croissants, Danish rolls, fried bread, cereal, milk. There is even black pudding. Except for the black pudding, Matthew also took a bit. After a feast, all the food left on the plate and the plate itself disappeared. But when Matthew left, he met an acquaintance at the entrance of the auditorium. Wickfield. Penelope Crivart stopped. "Hello, Miss Cravat." Matthew smiled at her and nodded. "I didn't expect you to be assigned to Slytherin." Penelope Crivart said, "I mean, there are very few Muggle-born students who will be assigned there. I am also surprised by this. I wish you a pleasant stay at Hogwarts." "Thank you." The two exchanged simple greetings. When the two separated, Lestrange, who was in the same grade and school, just came over and passed Matthew. They didn't know each other very well, so they didn't say hello to each other. The first class in the morning is the class of Transfiguration. Matthew arrived in the classroom half an hour early. Transfiguration was taught by Slytherin and Hufflepuff together. When he entered the classroom, he saw that there were already 3 or 2 Hufflepuff freshmen waiting here. Finding a seat in the front row, Matthew found this classroom a bit strange. All the windows were covered and sealed by black curtains. At the same time, it was clear that it was broad daylight, but a dozen candles were shining brightly in the classroom, relying on them for lighting. Matthew frowned, then took out his elementary transformation guide and the black walnut wand, and put them on the desk. The first-year students from the 2 colleges soon arrived. With the reminder of Professor Grindelwald yesterday, no one will be late for this first class. Sitting next to Matthew was a tall, strong, down-to-earth girl. He vaguely remembered that the Sorting Hat had called her name, as if it were Millicent Bost. Professor Troca arrived soon. Although he seems to be in better condition than last night. But he was still pale and very haggard. He picked up the roster and first began to roll the names. Susan Burns. Millicent Bosid. Tracy Davis. Professor Troca's voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. After finishing the call, he put down the roster in his hand and glanced at the classmates. Honestly, when Professor Grindelwald approached me and asked me to become a Hogwarts Transfiguration teacher, I was not honored and very surprised. His hoarse voice said slowly. I'm not sure if I am qualified for this position. But now that I have come to Hogwarts, I will try my best to share the knowledge I have with everyone. Draco Malfoy, at the rear right, suddenly snickered, seems to be with his followers, Crabbe and Gore, mocking the decadent face and indecent dress of Professor Troca. As if he hadn't heard his voice, Professor Troca continued to explain, Transfiguration is undoubtedly the most sophisticated and dangerous of all magic. In this course, I will teach you how to change the shape and appearance of certain objects, and even how to change their essence. While talking, he waved his wand. The podium in front of him began to gradually shrink, and finally became a clever dog badger. The dog badger ran around the classroom, and even left a small paw print on Matthew's desk. And when the badger rushed to Draco Malfoy, Professor Troca waved his wand again. The dog badger's body began to grow slowly, and finally became a giant snake. Draco Malfoy let out a scream of horror and hugged Crabbe tightly. Their embarrassing performance caused everyone to laugh. The giant snake slowly crawled back in front of Professor Troca, and finally changed back to the podium. Under the stage, many students were instantly attracted, and they wished to start learning right away. If you want to learn transfiguration well, you have to master two qualities. Professor Troca smiled and continued, first of all, decisive. Transformation is different from ordinary spells. It is the most rigorous and precise magic. Any slight hesitation and distraction will cause it to be incomplete, even any unnecessary swing or rotation of the wand will cause it to fail. Reading www.uugonshu.com. Secondly, it is cautious. Each deformation process is an extremely dangerous process. And any failure of deformation may lead to irreversible consequences, resulting in a disaster. 16 kinds of magical animals are known to have been born, which are related to the deformity that wizards failed, including the infamous five-legged monster. And all over the world, every year at least dozens of wizards die or become disabled for life because of their failed transformation technique. I suggest that you keep these in your notebook and in your hearts. Hogwarts in Another World. Hogwarts in Another World. Still looking for Hogwarts in Other World free novels? Beta Direct Search, it's easy to read novels. Smiley face. Chapter 18, Matches and Needles. Professor Troca may seem shameless, but in terms of transfiguration, he seems to be a little bit real. Of Sohu. With a rustle of quill and parchment, Matthew wrote all of what he said earlier on the first page of his notebook. Looking at the eager faces under the podium, Professor Troca told everyone that if they want to turn the podium into an animal, they need to study for at least a few more years. What they can do now is to lay a solid foundation for the future. We start from the simplest, first learn how to turn a match into a needle. While talking, he handed out a few matches to every classmate. Remember, decisive and cautious. Professor Troca said with a serious face, first carefully observe the appearance of the match, and remember every detail of it. Then in your consciousness, create a template of a needle, imagine the process of turning a match into a needle, follow the wishes in your mind, and let your consciousness coincide with reality. The spell is ACUS, pay attention, the accent is on the back. Also, when casting the spell, turn the wand clockwise an eighth turn. Professor Troca has just finished speaking, and many students have already begun to try. ACUS, ACUS, ACUS. The curse continued to sound, but for the time being, no one was able to change the match in front of them. Observe and imagine, decisive and cautious. Professor Troca said as he patrolled the classroom. Matthew picked up his black walnut wand with his left hand. When it is held in the hand, it gives a very comfortable feeling, as if the wand and the hand are naturally connected once. Matthew looked at the wand in his hand, then at the match in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his hand. Mr. Wickfield, what's the problem? Professor Troca found him soon. Professor Troca. Matthew stood up and asked, do we do this to change the structure of the match or to change its essence? This is a good question, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Troca's face showed a sullen smile. Sit down first. He walked quickly to Matthew's side, lowered his head, and then Matthew could faintly ask a faint smell of blood. Changing the structure of things, or changing their essence, are two different manifestations of transformation magic. It is also where it is really complicated, and it is also a topic of debate among generations of transformation masters. While playing with Matthew Match, Professor Troca said very excitedly. In fact, no one can answer this question. Every true shapeshifter needs to have their own answer, an answer they have personally explored. The more complex the transformation process, the more you need to explore your answer, whether it is to change the structure of matter or the essence of matter. You need to follow your heart, use your inner thoughts as a beacon and maintain yourself to explore this answer. Professor Troca said a lot, but in a cloud of clouds, many students were confused. Matthew was the same, but he realized something vaguely. Try it, Mr. Wickfield. Professor Troca looked at Matthew expectantly. Professor. Matthew raised his head in confusion. Try it, can you turn a match into a needle? Professor Troca said softly, in a gentle voice. Matthew nodded, looked at the small match in front of him, and began to imagine what looked like a needle in his mind. Observe, imagine, decisively, and cautiously. Professor Troca's voice sounded in his ears. A series of information flashed past Matthew's eyes. Create a template for the needle, let the consciousness coincide with reality, rotate the wand 1/8 clockwise, the spell is. Accuse. Matthew suddenly felt that a strange force began to spread from his hands. A very subtle and comfortable feeling. As if everything is under my control. Very good. Professor Troca exclaimed, good job, Mr. Wickfield. A bright silver needle appeared in front of Matthew, replacing the previous match, exactly the same as the needle imagined in his previous consciousness. Mr. Wakefield has succeeded, everyone is working hard. Professor Troca began to encourage other students. It's too easy. Draco Malfoy said with a sullen face, somewhat displeased. I can do it, easily. He raised his wand, hit the match on the table, and punched it hard. Accuse. Instead of making any changes, one end of the match suddenly began to burn violently. And because of too much force, Malfoy's wand poked on the table, the lighted match flew toward the sky, and then fell into Gore's collar accurately. Ah! Gregory Gore let out a scream like a pig. The whole Transfiguration classroom was in a mess. Professor Troca hurriedly went there to deal with the emergency. And Matthew still looked straight at the silver needle in front of him, recalling the feeling just now. This interesting transformation lesson will soon end. Matthew felt that he did a good job. He turned the 3 matches that Professor Troca had given him into silver needles. Apart from him, the whole class, only the girl named Lestrange, made a match change a little. Professor Troca reclaimed the matches in everyone's hands, and said casually, homework, a 1-foot-long paper about the feeling of turning a match into a needle, except for Mr. Wickfield, you don't need to hand in this essay. After speaking, he took the matches and walked into a dark cabin behind the podium, and then closed the door. Ma revised up to pack up and leave. Suddenly, someone came to his table. Surprisingly, it was Agnes Lestrange. Something? Matthew asked lightly. How did you do it? The other party asked seriously. To be honest, I don't know. Matthew shook his head. Could it be that you read www.yuyugonshu.com just by luck? There was a sarcasm on the other side's face. Of course not. It's just that feeling, I can't describe it in words. Matthew answered honestly. I don't want to say, then forget it. The other party snorted coldly, and then walked away. Only leaving Matthew sitting there full of question marks. Forget it, not as knowledgeable as elementary school students. While thinking about it, he packed his elementary transformation guide and wand, and left the transformation classroom. Hogwarts in another world. Hogwarts in another world. Still looking for Hogwarts in other world free novels? Beta direct search, it's easy to read novels. Smiley face, Chapter 19, at Hogwarts. Life at Hogwarts, that's how it began. For Matthew Wickfield, the past few days have been very fulfilling, as if returning to the middle school period in the previous life. From the Slytherin common room, to the auditorium, to the classroom, to the library, a stable life at 4 points. This time also allowed him to forget the bad things before. Hogwarts teachers, although many are a little weird, they are almost all good people, at least those whom Matthew has already met. If there is the only exception, it is Apollon Pringle, the administrator of Hogwarts Castle. Pringle is a big man full of flesh, with a bad temper, and likes to punish students who make mistakes. Rumor has it that on the ceiling of his office, all the chains, handcuffs, and leather whips that were polished by him are hung. All the students hated him. In addition, Pringle has a dog called Mr. Tang. When Matthew heard the name for the first time, he almost laughed out loud because it was clearly the name of a duck. This sturdy golden retriever dog, like a haughty drake every day, patrols the aisles of Hogwarts Castle proudly. Once it finds students breaking the rules, it will stop them from letting them leave until the arrival of the master. It is very familiar with the terrain of Hogwarts, and no student knows the secret passages of Hogwarts better than it. But as long as you stay away from Pringle and Mr. Tang, the rest of your memories are pretty good. The professor of the history of magic is a witch named Bathilda Bagshot, who is also the author of the textbook History of Magic. This witch is very old. It is said that she is almost 200 years old, so she didn't even bother to attend the sorting ceremony and the opening banquet. Even after class, she needs 2 house elves to support her in order to move. However, her memory is still clear, and she is able to grasp any piece of past history at her fingertips. The content of the lectures is also lively and interesting, one by one boring historical events, which she describes as interesting little stories. So the magic history course is very popular with everyone. Welcome! Professor Flitwick, the wizard who taught the curse, was the strangely short wizard. He had to stand on a stack of books during class to reach the desk. Professor Flitwick is a very good-tempered professor, and the curse class is also very relaxing and enjoyable. However, it is said that this relaxed and easygoing curse professor was also a grumpy old man when he was young. He participated in many duel competitions and won many championships. Before coming to Hogwarts, he was also a famous figure in the wizarding world. 3 times a week, they will be taken by Professor Sprout to the greenhouse behind the castle to study herbal medicine, learn how to cultivate those strange plants and fungi and understand their uses. In the first lesson of the herbal medicine class, they learn to distinguish whether mushrooms are toxic. Those mushrooms that were selected by the students as non-toxic were taken to the kitchen by Professor Sprout after class and became the mushroom soup that night. And every Tuesday night, they have to go to the astronomical tower. Under the guidance of Professor Sinistar, observe the starry sky with a telescope and learn the names of different stars and the trajectories of planets. This course does not require any magic, and Professor Sinistera is by far the most stringent professor. Her homework is also very much arranged. A paper on the orbits of 8 planets is at least 2.5 feet long. There are 2 potions classes on Wednesday afternoon. This is the only class that Slytherin will take with Gryffindor. Potions classes in an underground classroom. It's theoretically colder than the main building of the castle, like the Slytherin common room, but the large cauldrons bubbling in the classroom make it warmer. 20 students from Slytherin and Gryffindor filed in and sat in the classroom one after another. Matthew entered the potions classroom and glanced at the bubbling crucibles, while looking at the animal specimens, plant specimens, and diseased specimens immersed in the glass jars along the wall. But when he sat down, he looked a little lonely around him. The 5 Slytherin boys in a dormitory, Crabbe and Gore, are both loyal followers of Malfoy, and Nott has a very good relationship with them. It's Matthew alone, who has become a little uncomfortable. Faintly, unknowingly, he was quietly isolated by the others. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Matthew doesn't know exactly why, and he doesn't care much about it either. He took out the 2 textbooks, A Thousand Magical Herbs and Mushrooms and Magic Potion and Potion, as well as tools such as crucibles, brass balances, and crystal bottles, and put them all on the desk. Professor Horace Slughorn hadn't even appeared before, and his belly had already pushed in first. His walrus beard trembled on his smiling mouth, greeting the students. This is also the first time Matthew met the Dean of Slytherin College in class. Like Professor Troca, he also took out the roster and started to roll his name. But when Neville Lombard of Gryffindor was named, and Draco Malfoy of Slytherin, he paused for a while and smiled enthusiastically at the two boys. Matthew suddenly heard Farley's evaluation of Slughorn. He only prefers students with prominent family backgrounds or outstanding talents. It seems that Neville and Malfoy belong to the former. The underground classroom is filled with steam and full of strange smells. Professor Slughorn was standing in the hot steam, his big figure looked erratic. Students, please take out the balance, the medicine packet, and of course, don't forget to take out your magic potion and potion textbook. There was a sparse sound of fetching things. However, before the class, Professor Slughorn suddenly said somewhat mysteriously, I have prepared several potions to open your eyes. Before you actually start making potions, let you feel in advance. That kind of wonderful and magical magic. Chapter 20, Potions Teacher. As soon as he finished speaking, Professor Slughorn gently opened a cauldron on his right hand. I think some of you must have flipped through the potions textbook before the class. He said loudly, so I want to ask, can anyone tell me what potion it is? Many students got up slightly from their seats and looked at the boiling crucible. Inside is a pot of faint pink potion, which emits white smoke and seems to be hissing. Matthew frowned and thought for a moment. In fact, he had already made some preparations. After knowing that the potions teacher and the Dean of Slytherin are some snobbish like Horace Slughorn, who only prefers students with prominent family backgrounds or outstanding talents. In his spare time these few days, he has been reading the potions textbook in his free time, and he also checked some potions-related materials when he was in the library. Strive to be a student with outstanding talent in Slughorn's mind. If a professor and dean can be recognized, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future life in Hogwarts and even the wizarding world. After thinking for a few seconds, Matthew raised his hand. Slughorn pointed at him. This is a decoction of living hell, also known as life and death water. He replied slowly, it is a powerful sleeping pill that can make the drinker sleepy and look like he is dead. Very good, good. Slughorn nodded happily. He couldn't help but look at Matthew a few more times. May I ask what your name is? In fact, he had named Matthew's name just 5 minutes before the call. Matthew Wickfield. Matthew replied. Very well, Mr. Wickfield, please sit down. Slughorn nodded towards Matthew very politely, and then he started to approach the cauldron on the far right of the classroom. Now it's this potion's turn, can anyone tell me what it is? The potion in the crucible showed a dim yellow color, and at the same time it filled the air with a fragrant smell, which made people smell very comfortable. Matthew raised his hand again. Try bravely, Mr. Wakefield. Slughorn said loudly. I think, this is a potion of joy. Matthew stood up and replied, it can bring happiness and joy to people in a short time, but this feeling will not last too long. Very correct. Slughorn looked very excited. Mr. Wakefield, are you a student at Slytherin College or Gryffindor College? Slytherin, sir. That's amazing, I hardly noticed that such an outstanding freshman came to my college. The potions professor did not hesitate to praise him, his walrus beard trembling on his smiling mouth. He walked around the classroom, came to the original crucible on the far left, and gently opened it. The next question will be more difficult, is anyone willing to try it? Matthew leaned slightly from his seat again and looked at the crucible. But this time he was stunned, the potion in the cauldron was transparent, and after so long of cooking, it still did not boil, the liquid level was extremely calm, there was no smoke, and it gave off a faint durian-like smell. Matthew racked his brains and began to think of magic potion, but he didn't have any impression of the potion in front of him. Yes, this question is difficult, so I don't think there should be. Slughorn's voice suddenly stopped. Suddenly raised up because of a white hand. Very well, this lady. Slughorn's face suddenly beamed with joy. It was Agnes Lestrange who raised her hand. She stood up and said calmly, "This is a light drink. Its effect is to lighten the wizard's body when taken, and can even fly in the sky when used properly. Its preparation materials include alliotter's leaves, flying fungus, and moonstone powder. Light potion, alliot's leaf. What are these things?" Matthew has almost no impression of these things. It may be that there is no record in Magic Potion and Potion, or he may not have seen it. Completely and completely correct. Slughorn's face showed a very exaggerated excitement. Then, can you tell me your name, this beautiful lady? Agnes Lestrange. Lestrange. Slughorn's expression was taken aback. Then his face quickly faded. "Okay, please sit down." Didn't even look at the girl again. He came to the last cauldron and opened it. He directly asked by name, "Mr. Wickfield, can you tell me your answer?" Matthew did not expect Slughorn to come here. He stood up and looked at the crucible. There is something like a muddy bubble slowly in it. "I think, it may be a compound decoction." "Not bad at all." Slughorn showed his sincere appreciation at this time. "I think you should be very clear about its role, right? Add things from the person you want to change in it, drink it again, and within an hour you will become the other person," Matthew answered honestly. "Awesome!" Slughorn began to applaud first. Also aroused sparse applause. After such an opening remark, UU reading www.uuganshu.com Potions class officially started. Slughorn divides them into two groups and instructs them to mix and make a simple potion for treating scabies. Matthew's partner is Gryffindor's Neville Longbottom. "Matthew, I didn't expect you to be so good." Neville admired him sincerely. "Just read more books." Matthew smiled. "It's just a shame that you were actually assigned to Slytherin." Neville shook his head, but his work did not stop. "But I have to say that his performance is very good, whether it is called dry nettle, or crushing snake fangs, or cooking tentacled slugs, he has done it perfectly. Everything is going very well." Was the first to finish the potion in the class, and they were both awarded by Professor Slughorn. Just when Slughorn praised them, an acidic green smoke suddenly appeared in the underground classroom, followed by a very loud hissing sound. It was the boy named Harry Evans. He didn't know what he did and caused Ronald Weasley's cauldron to explode. The potion is flowing all over the floor now. Moreover, he was soaked in the potion, and there were red and swollen scabies all over his arms and legs. The pain made him scream. "Oh, boy, what have you done?" Slughorn couldn't help shook his head, and he waved his wand to wipe away the potion everywhere. "This class ends early, I'll send this child to the school hospital." While carrying Evans on his back, Slughorn said, "By the way, Wakefield, you stay here for the time being, there are things I want to talk to you after I come back." Chapter 21, Dark Magic. Matthew once thought that the reason why Professor Horace Slughorn let himself wait in the potions classroom was to invite himself to join the slug club he created. The members of the club include students who are outstanding in Slughorn's opinion, as well as relatives of famous and successful people, which can be regarded as an elite group of Hogwarts. But it turns out that he thinks too much. Dean Slytherin, who sent Harry Evans to the school hospital and then returned to the potions classroom, only greeted Matthew in a concerned tone, and told Matthew that he had met in school. "If you have any questions, you can come to his office to find him, and he will definitely help." Did not talk about the club. It seems that he has not really reached the standard in the eyes of the dean. But this is a good start. Matthew took the supplies from the potions class and returned to the common room. Blood is thicker than blood. He touched the head of the giant snake on the door of the common room and said softly. The stone gate was opened, and he walked through the lively common room and returned to his bedroom. After staying for a few days, Matthew has become accustomed to living at the bottom of the lake, hearing big or small waves at any time, or seeing fish, octopuses, and other creatures swimming outside the window. The night before, he even witnessed a terrifying monster with a human head and fish body, holding a fork in his hand, looking towards the bedroom, which almost shocked him. He quickly realized that the opponent should be a mermaid living in the Black Lake. In order to prevent being peeped by the mermaid, he simply closed the curtains. Just when Matthew put back the supplies in the potions class, he was about to go to the auditorium for dinner. Wakefield. Draco Malfoy's voice sounded from behind him. Matthew turned around slowly and saw Malfoy's gloomy face. Crabbe and Gore stood behind him like hills. Slytherin's boys' dormitory, the hug phenomenon is very serious. Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Gore are friends who grew up together, or the latter two are more suitable followers of the former, and Theodore Nott is also a pure the blood family is born. The family conditions are equally good, and I knew them before entering the school. Matthew Wakefield seemed to be forced into this small group, and existed very embarrassingly. Plus Matthew, I don't have the desire to deliberately please, or try to blend in with them. So even though he is a roommate in the dormitory, he can only be regarded as a nodding acquaintance at best. But it was the first time that Malfoy showed such a hostile expression to himself. Malfoy, what's the matter? He asked calmly. Slughorn invited you to join. Malfoy asked coldly. Join? Matthew frowned. He quickly realized that Malfoy is already a member of the Slug Club, and this is what he is asking now. So he shook his head. A look of arrogance appeared on Malfoy's face, and he flaunted, "It seems that your deliberately flattering in potions class didn't work at all. You see that I didn't do anything, he's already on the first day of school, I took the initiative to invite me." Perhaps. Matthew shrugged, and said nonchalantly, "I'm going to the auditorium for dinner, together." Malfoy seemed to hit the sponge with a heavy blow, and now he had a strange expression on his face. "Then I will go first," Matthew said lightly. Then he turned and left the Slytherin common room. Hogwarts life continues. For first-year freshmen, the most anticipated course is undoubtedly the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. The first-year freshmen of Slytherin and Ravenclaw did not usher in this course for the first time until Friday afternoon. More than 20 immature faces came to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 4th floor full of expectation, quietly waiting for the start of the course. Professor Rozier was just like Matthew had imagined. He knew the professor must be difficult to deal with at first sight. As the bell rang, she entered the classroom very punctually, still wearing her neat black trench coat. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class is your most important course at Hogwarts www.ltnovel.com and will accompany you throughout your life, she said. If anyone dares to make trouble in my class, then I will ask him out and never allow him to set foot here again. I warned you now. This majestic opening remark completely shocked the entire class. Neither the Slytherin nor the Ravenclaw students dared to laugh so much with the potions class and the spell class. The whole classroom was so quiet that a needle fell on the floor and you could hear it. Glancing at the quiet crowd, Professor Rozier continued. Very good, at the beginning of this first lesson, I want to ask you a question: what is black magic? As soon as her voice fell, one arm was already raised high. Is Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw? Miss Granger. Professor Rozier nodded her name. Black magic is an evil witchcraft created and used by black wizards. They can usually bring great pain and torture to the caster, and the caster can recognize the effects of this magic and be happy. Opinions harm the will of the outcome. Hermione spoke very quickly and replied smoothly. This answer was copied from Black Magic, A Guide to Self-Defense Intact, or memorized. Matthew has also read this paragraph, but obviously he can't recite as well as Hermione. Professor Rozier's face did not fluctuate, she just gestured to Hermione to sit down. Miss Granger's answer is completely wrong. Then she said mercilessly. First of all, magic itself has no distinction between good and evil, their good and evil depend on the wizard who uses them. Chapter 22, Vampire. Hermione Granger's face clearly showed an expression of disapproval. If the professor on the podium is not Roger, she must have stood up and retorted. Of course now, her dissatisfaction can only be held in the bottom of my heart. A righteous wizard, no matter how terrible magic he uses, as long as he is for greater benefit, the magic he uses cannot be called black magic. Professor Roger looked serious. Said. And a wizard with a gloomy heart, no matter how magnificent the magic he uses, but if his behavior violates the interests of the wizarding class, then it is undoubtedly black magic. Then only a rustling sound was heard, and many little wizards began to take notes. To evaluate whether a magic belongs to black magic, it is necessary to refer to its deeds, not to itself. Professor Roger continued. For example, an evil dragon broke into Hogsmeade and was about to cause devastating damage to the village and town. A powerful wizard used a very destructive spell to kill it, no matter how extreme and destructive the spell was. How terrible it is to call it black magic. And if you are a high-sounding wizard, he never uses any extreme spells in his life. But he associates with giants, associates with fairies, and even associates with muggles, threatening the safety of the entire wizarding world anytime and anywhere. Then he uses any magic is undoubtedly black magic. Professor Roger paused and continued. The latter are the so-called dark wizards, those wizards who have betrayed the wizarding world, colluded with other intelligent creatures, and threatened or might even seriously undermine the interests of the wizarding world. Representatives of them, for example, 50 years ago Dumbledore, the notorious dark wizard defeated by Principal Grindelwald. Next, Professor Roger's gaze turned to Hermione Granger again. Of course, what Miss Granger just said was not all wrong. The definition of black magic she said was the definition of black magic 50 years ago. But with the change of the times, black magic and black wizards have also been redefined. Those magic that will bring great pain and torture to the caster, those magic that are extremely destructive, we now call it extreme magic, and the wizards who use them, we call them extreme wizards. Professor Roger's voice can be said to be loud and loud. Hermione nodded somewhat faintly. Then she started to brush, and quickly began to remember. After this short opening remarks, the defense against the dark arts class officially began. Turn your textbook to page 287. Professor Roger said without a doubt, what we are going to learn today is vampire. Matthew flipped through the textbook while glanced at the catalogue. The content about vampires is almost the last few chapters of the entire Black Magic Guide to Self-Defense. It seems that Professor Roger also has the habit of giving lectures out of the usual order. Vampires are a kind of humanoid magical creatures, and they are also quite evil dark creatures. They are usually active at night and feed on the blood of creatures at night, but generally cannot go out during the day. Professor Roger began her lecture. Under normal circumstances, vampires have the same appearance as muggles and wizards. However, they are pale and have fangs in their mouths. They are used to bite through the throats of other creatures to blood. The blood of living creatures is necessary for vampires. If they don't take in enough fresh blood within a certain period of time, it is very deadly for them. They generally live longer than muggles and even many wizards. For example, the famous Hungarian vampire Ms. Camilla lived 196 years old, and the American vampire Amarillo Stott was born in 1776. Didn't die until 14 years ago. Even when they died, their appearance was almost the same as when they were young muggles and wizards. At the same time, they are also resistant to magic. Some spells that are dangerous for wizards have little effect on them. If you encounter an adult vampire in the wild, only very experienced adult wizards will be their opponent. Professor Roger described the characteristics of vampires very carefully. not only describes the characteristics of vampires, she also teaches students how to expel or kill a vampire. Vampires naturally hate the smell of garlic. This is their only flaw. Carrying garlic with them is a good way to expel vampires. But some of the weapons in Muggle legends against vampires, such as silverware, crosses, holy water, etc., it will not cause any substantial harm to them. At the same time, the terrible thing about vampires is not as described in some Muggle works. When they are sucked into blood, they will be assimilated. The assimilation of vampires requires a very complicated process. Hug. But in the face of some hungry vampires, wizards or Muggles can easily die from being sucked up. There are many ways to kill a vampire. For example, beheading or burning its body completely. In addition, stuffing a large amount of garlic into the vampire's mouth can also cause a lot of damage to them, even fatal injury. During the whole class hardly had time to look up. They are tense, and they try their best to record all what Professor Rozier said. The bell finally rang after class, and Professor Rozier finally stopped. 1 paper per person, on how to identify and kill vampires, at least 2 feet, to be submitted next Monday. She said lightly, and then walked out of the classroom gracefully. The tight breath finally disappeared. Everyone was relieved. The defense against the dark arts class is undoubtedly the most rigorous course they have taken this week. Just when Matthew was about to pack up and leave. Matthew. A clear voice called his name, Hermione Granger. Hello, Hermione. Matthew smiled and looked at her. Draco Malfoy was also packing up his things and leaving. He glanced at the 2 people talking here, and then walked out of the classroom. Matthew and Hermione can be regarded as friends since the Broken Cauldron Bar, and they exchanged a few words with each other. When there are not many students left in the classroom. Matthew. Hermione lowered her voice. Did you feel, what did Professor Rozier imply in this class? Hint. Matthew shook his head without thinking. I don't think so. Professor Rozier is the vice principal of Hogwarts. If there really is something, how can she not tell us publicly? You think too much, Hermione. Matthew smiled and walked out of the classroom. About update. First of all, thank you all for your support of the new book. Regarding the update situation, during the free period, it is now guaranteed twice a day. The update time is usually 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the evening, because sometimes the content of the new chapter is not satisfied. It will cause major changes, and the update time will be delayed, but it will not be later than 12 o'clock. Then add 2 more rules. 1 more chapter will be added for every 1 W of recommended votes, so readers, please vote for more recommended votes, please, yet. 2 reward and update, same as the previous part of the last book, the Hall Master adds 1 chapter, and the leader adds 5 chapters. Of course, for groups with no fixed income, such as the student party, it is strongly not recommended to give a large amount of rewards. It is enough to subscribe to support After the Shelves. Finally, during the free period, even if you add more general, only 3 chapters, up to 4 chapters, will be updated every day. There are extra chapters and wait until they are on the shelf to return them, if any. Chapter 23, Forbidden Words. 10 minutes later, Matthew Wickfield walked out of Hogwarts Castle along the marble steps. With the end of the last defense against the dark arts get out of class, the first week of Hogwarts classes ended. Although there are course essays that add up to almost 5 feet, they are still waiting for him to finish it on the weekend. To be honest, Matthew still likes this kind of life, compact and full, without being too tired. Lying in bed every night, thinking about the harvest of the day, nothing is more satisfying. Walking down the stone steps aimlessly, unconsciously, Matthew walked slowly to the greenhouse located between the castle and the Forbidden Forest. Actually, he didn't like the atmosphere of the Slytherin common room, it was too depressing. Those aquatic creatures outside the bedroom window also make people feel extremely bored. God knows why the Sorting Hat would assign himself to Slytherin. Obviously, any other college is more suitable for you than Slytherin. Matthew thought, and looked around. The air around the greenhouse is very fresh, with a good smell of earth. In the sky, the white clouds wandering in the blue sky have been dyed red by the afterglow of the setting sun, and the sun is gradually approaching the horizon. Suddenly, Matthew stopped quickly. There seems to be someone in front of our two adult wizards. They are in a corner by the greenhouse with their backs to Matthew's side. They seem to be talking about something. One of the wizards, wearing dragon leather gloves, is holding a soft dead chicken in his left hand. And judging from the 3 iconic prostheses, the identity of the other party is undoubtedly Hogwarts's teacher of the protection of magical animals, Professor Kettleborn. This is the 3rd chicken that has been attacked in the last week, and it has been drained of blood. Professor Kate Elbin said over there, surely it's not a weasel? Because none of my birds and snakes found it. The real murderer. Very strange, right? What do you think about this? Yes, it's weird. Another voice calmly replied, maybe it's a vampire. Was Professor Troca's voice, and Matthew couldn't help frowning. I think so too. I have to talk to Professor Rozier. There may be a colony of vampires migrating in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kettleburn's voice suddenly became excited, and he waved his prosthesis. Maybe she can allow me to go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest to take away those guys' nests. Then I may not be able to accompany you, Sivanos. Professor Troca shook his head. Mrs. Rozier has always been biased against me. Her personality is like this. Professor Kate Elbin replied, but if you get along with her for a long time, you will find that she is actually a very nice person, and you will love her. Maybe, Professor Troca said with a smile. Then let me go. Goodbye. The 2 professors in the front parted ways in different directions, neither found a boy in the corner, and overheard all their conversations. Matthew lowered his head to think, while slowly returning to the castle. Wickfield. Just when Matthew returned to the steps of the castle again, suddenly a familiar voice called his name behind him. Matthew turned around and saw the 3 familiar faces of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Gore. Malfoy. Matthew looked at his roommate. The other party's high-pitched looked at him arrogantly, as if he had grabbed some of his own handle. What's the matter? Matthew continued to ask. Ha ha ha, I have already inquired. Malfoy laughed loudly. Your parents turned out to be the most ordinary muggles. When I asked you at the school banquet, you actually told me, your parents has passed away. I just said that I can't remember what they looked like, this is the truth. Matthew replied calmly, but you are right, they are indeed muggles. I am a muggle-born wizard, this secret is difficult to keep for long, Matthew knows very well. After all, there are already several people at Hogwarts, such as Penelope, Neville, and Hermione, who know their origins, and sooner or later they will be heard by the Slytherin classmates. He just didn't want to clash with other Slytherin students because of such boring things. After all, Slytherin had always been advertised as a pure-blood college. That's why I have always avoided talking about it. I think the Sorting Hat must have mistaken you and Sabine at that time. Malfoy continued to laugh. How can a wizard of your kind be worthy of the noble Slytherin? You only deserve to go to Hedge. Pachi is right. Maybe. Matthew nodded. In fact, he felt the same about the mistake of the Sorting Hat. That's it. Looking at Malfoy and his 2 attendants who were laughing together, he calmly asked, what else is there? Farewell, then. He turned around, ready to return to the Slytherin common room. Looking at the back of Matthew leaving, Draco Malfoy suddenly felt offended. Stop it for me, you mean Mudblood. Draco, Draco. Malfoy had just finished speaking, and Crabbe and Gore couldn't help but screamed in panic beside Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Then, only a pop was heard. Matthew turned around, and then he saw a very interesting scene. Draco Malfoy fell to the ground, and half of his face was swollen and tall. As if someone slapped on the face severely. And it's not over yet. There was another pop. Draco Malfoy's face on the other side suddenly became red and swollen again. It seems that someone is wearing a stealth cloak and slaps him hard. What the is going on? Matthew was taken aback. Slap, slap, slap. Slap after slap, invisibly flung Malfoy's face. One side, very rhythmic. He tried to lower his head to cover his mouth, but was soon pulled up by an invisible force, and his arms were also pulled apart. Slap. Another slap. Matthew suddenly remembered something. It was a sentence that Principal Grindelwald said at the opening banquet. Insulting titles such as and mudbloods are strictly prohibited at Hogwarts. If you don't believe this, you might as well try. Probably the two faces of Malfoy, after being slapped 5 or 6 times. This punishment is finally over. Crabbe and Gore quickly helped Malfoy. Malfoy, with his entire face drawn, tried to open his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Matthew couldn't help but smile happily, looking at the 3 people fleeing in a hurry. He suddenly liked this Hogwarts. Chapter 24, Revenge. It wasn't until Sunday afternoon that Draco Malfoy entered the school hospital in a desperate manner and returned to the Slytherin common room. The face that was almost drawn into a pig's head 2 days ago has improved a lot now, but the mouth is still severely swollen, not to mention how ugly. On the way back, many students from other colleges pointed at him, talked a lot, and made chuckles. Almost lost face. Also, Malfoy was treated very badly in the school hospital before. The schoolgirl named Madame Pomfrey knew what happened when she saw Malfoy's face. "I really don't know, are you deaf?" she said angrily, what Professor Grindelwald said at the opening banquet, "Don't you keep it in your mind." Then, the rough woman, like catching a dead dog, caught Malfoy and threw him on the hospital bed. Then every 3 hours, she fed him a big jar of disgusting potion, it was so bitter. The forced life lasted for 2 full days before she allowed Malfoy to be discharged from the hospital. All in all, it's unbearable memories. Draco Malfoy has lived so much, it can be said that this is the first time he has suffered such shame. With Crabbe and Gore, Malfoy returned to his bedroom. Matthew Wickfield is not here, only Theodore Nott is alone in front of the desk, writing the paper. Malfoy just remembered that he still had nearly 7 feet of course papers unfinished, which was terrible. "This Wickfield," he said angrily, and his hatred for that Matthew Wickfield increased a bit. "Draco, or Gregory and I, go and beat him so hard to help you out?" Vincent Crabbe asked tentatively. "I wouldn't be so cheap, that kid," Malfoy whispered. He stood up and wandered around in the bedroom, and at the same time the sound of coins colliding in his pocket sounded. Malfoy always likes to fill his pockets with gold and silver coins, so that when he walks, he will make a crisp sound, attracting the attention of the people around him. He enjoys the enviable look. Hearing this sound, he was taken aback for a moment and suddenly found a way. A wonderful way. Can definitely make that kid pay enough price. At the same time, let out such a bad breath for myself. A very simple way. That is through gold coins. As the only child of the Malfoy family, when he came to Hogwarts this time, his parents almost gave Malfoy nearly 300 gallons of pocket money. Malfoy's current idea is to hide a large amount of gold in Matthew Wickfield's suitcase. Then he went to complain to Dean Horace Slughorn and told him that he had lost a lot of money. Slughorn will definitely take this seriously. Then Slughorn would come to the dormitory to search, and finally found the gold coin in Wickfield's suitcase. People get the loot, so in any case, the thief hat will be worn to death on Wickfield's head. Is more likely, maybe he will be fired directly from Hogwarts. In this way, Malfoy can naturally breathe the same breath. Draco! Draco! Gore saw Malfoy still there, and quickly walked over and pushed him. I can do it! Draco Malfoy jumped up and shouted excitedly. Just do it, and Malfoy directly put the plan into practice. He also told 2 follows of this plan. First, he took out a huge sum of 200 gallons and put it in a dark green wallet. Then, he put on the dragon skin gloves for herbal medicine lessons on his hands. This is what his father taught him since he was a child. When doing things that violate the rules, you must remember not to leave any traces. Then, under Matthew Wickfield's bed, they found an empty suitcase. It's a pity that the suitcase is locked. Damn! Malfoy looked at the lock bitterly. He remembers that in the spell class, the dwarf professor once mentioned some lock-opening spells. It's a pity that they haven't learned there yet. Just when Malfoy was a little helpless. Is it that key? Crabbe pointed at a key on the bedside. It's possible. Malfoy's eyes lit up, and he rushed to pick up the key and gave it a try. Sure enough, the key and the lock match. Everything is going very well. Theodore Nott raised his head and glanced at Malfoy and their actions, but he quickly lowered his head again without saying anything. Malfoy happily opened Wakefield's suitcase. Just when he was about to put the bag of Canaan in, and then locked the suitcase again. Draco Malfoy was stunned. Because at the bottom of the suitcase, there is a book quietly placed. Quaint books, old paper, and book covers made of weird leather. Such a book www.novel.com. If he saw it in the basement of Malfoy Manor or in the library at Hogwarts, he would not even look at it. But now, for some reason, this book has an inexplicable attraction to him. There seemed to be a silent voice calling him, asking him to open this book and explore the mystery in it. Draco, you have to remember that that kind of ancient and mysterious book is not something you can touch. Never touch or use it. Father's voice suddenly rang in Malfoy's ears. But this book is that of Wickfield, the Mudblood. Is definitely not related to ancient or mysterious things, right? Malfoy smiled, then plucked up courage. Stretched out his hand wearing dragon leather gloves, he picked up the book under the suitcase. What? A scream resounded throughout the Slytherin common room. At this moment, Matthew is in the library, looking up information about vampires. To complete the thesis by Mrs. Rozier. A rush of footsteps disturbed the tranquility of the library. No noise in the library. Mrs. Pance's unhappy voice followed. Sorry, Mrs. Pins. I have something important, a very important thing. A girl's panicked voice followed. Matthew knew this voice. It was the voice of Gamma Farley and the Slytherin chief. It's just that he didn't expect that Farley actually came to him. Matthew. After she found Matthew, she said anxiously, Draco Malfoy, your roommate in the dormitory, is dying now. Chapter 25, Mr. Gunter. For the villagers in Budleigh Barberton village, Mr. Gunter has always been a very strange person. Mr. Gunter looks like 40 to 50 years old, his face is pale, his face is haggard, and he has suffered from the vicissitudes of time. However, the heroic spirit between the eyebrows still exists. It can be imagined that he must be a pretty handsome guy when he was young. He has lived in the village of Budleigh Barberton for 3 years, but during these 3 years, everyone only knows his surname Gaunt, not even his name. He seems to have nothing to do, he has no work, rarely goes out, and rarely communicates with his neighbors. But he is never short of money, and he spends money lavishly. He shut himself in his house every day, not knowing what weird things he did. I usually visit occasionally, but also some strange people. In short, it is incompatible with the whole village of Budleigh Barberton. In fact, Mr. Gunter is a wizard. An incognito wizard. His full name is Tom Gunter. Used to be Tom Riddle. Speaking of it, Mr. Gunter's life can be said to have been ill-fated. His father is a muggle, and his mother is a witch, but after being pregnant with him, his mother was cruelly abandoned by his father. On the last day of 1926, in an orphanage, his mother gave birth to him, and soon passed away. Poor Tom grew up in this orphanage. Until the age of 11, a wizard named Albus Dumbledore approached him and told him that he was actually a wizard. Then Tom succeeded in becoming a student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. During Hogwarts, he showed an extraordinary talent for magic. After being assigned to Slytherin College, he became the prefect, the Boy Student Council president, and has a large group of vassals. At the age of 16, Tom avenged his mother. He set up a trap and then killed the old Tom Riddle family of his biological father. At the same time, he framed his uncle Maffei Gunter. He planned to continue his research on extreme magic, called black magic at the time, after graduation. So when I graduated from Hogwarts at the age of 18, I came to an extreme magic item store, the Bakeen Box store, and became a clerk here. But at the same time, the situation changed suddenly. The identity of the Dark Wizard of Albus Dumbledore, the then Hogwarts Transfiguration teacher, was revealed. He was also defeated by Gellert Grindelwald in the duel and was imprisoned in the New Mongarde prison. At the same time, the then British Minister of Magic Leonard Muin was also forced to step down and committed suicide a week after stepping down. The then Principal of Hogwarts, Armando Diepeter, also quickly announced his resignation and died soon after. Mr. Grindelwald led the reconstruction of the British Ministry of Magic and took the initiative to serve as the Principal of Hogwarts. And Tom Riddle, who just graduated, was too closely related to the Dark Wizard Albus Dumbledore. He knew the guide of the wizarding world was Dumbledore, and according to revealed information, Dumbledore was in 1945. I have been paying great attention to Tom for the past few years, and was eyed by the Aurors. In January 1946, Tom was arrested for trading in extreme magic items. Soon, he was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. He was imprisoned in Azkaban prison because he was not eligible to enter the New Mongarde prison. And in January 1949, on the eve of Tom's release from prison, the Department of Law Enforcement of the Ministry of Magic discovered another unjust, false, and wrongful case. A wizard named Morfin Gunter entered prison for being accused of murdering 3 muggles. However, follow-up evidence showed that he was not the case. The real murderer is Tom, referring to the case that Tom killed his biological father Tom Riddle and his family and framed his uncle. This case was quickly retrial, and Tom was finally sentenced again to 50 years in prison. Prison life had to continue. He stayed in Azkaban prison for another 11 years, then transferred to New Mongarde prison and was detained for another 21 years. He was finally released early due to his good performance in prison. On October 31, 1981, Tom, who was in his 50s, finally regained his freedom. After was released from prison, he changed his name to Tom Gunter and began to live incognito. Also, he reconnected with some student vassals. Even after spending many years in prison, his outstanding talent for extreme magic still won their respect. It took a few years, and Tom gathered a small group of vassals and formed an illegal group called Death Eaters. Read www.uugonshu.com and Tom was their leader. Soon this group had to retreat into underground activities due to the attack from the Ministry of Magic. Since 1988, Tom has been engaged in the study of mysterious magic. Because he often comes into contact with some contraband, he began to choose to live in a Muggle town. 6 old books were placed in front of Tom in various directions. Ah! He let out an angry roar, and then tore all the 6 books in front of him to pieces. He spent 200,000 gallons, and pleased Lucius Malfoy to buy these books from abroad. But now, when he finds these books, he can even say that they are worthless. The core content of the 6 books all point to another one. Is the 7th book that is not in his hands at all. If you can't get the 7th book, then it's totally meaningless, and he can't do anything. Because of the anger, Tom's face began to tremble, and even a red light flashed in his black eyes. Suddenly, a strange instrument on the table began to hum. Then began to wriggle violently. Tom's face changed suddenly, he quickly turned on the instrument and lowered his head. The expression in his eyes quickly changed to ecstasy. Because he suddenly felt that the seventh book does exist. And a few minutes ago, someone opened it. And the position of the seventh book seems to be at Hogwarts. Tom's face quickly turned from ecstasy, and a bit of haze appeared. Because the person he hates most is also at Hogwarts. P.S. Ask for recommendation, continue to ask for recommendation votes. Chapter 26, Professor Rozier. The boy with his eyes closed, lying quietly on a hospital bed covered with white linen sheets. Hardly any breath. Several wizards around stood there with solemn expressions. One of them, wearing a dark green healer robe, looked particularly worried. "Mrs. Rozier, how is this boy now?" Miss Poppy Pomfrey, the school doctor at Hogwarts School Hospital, finally couldn't help but ask. The witch who was closest to the hospital bed and had just been squatting, finally stood up and tidied the black windbreaker on her body. "He is almost only one step away from death." She spoke slowly, her voice calm, but fortunately, he is still alive. Thanks to the protection of dragon skin, for any magic, dragon skin can always it has a strong protective effect. While talking, she pointed to Draco Malfoy's hands on the hospital bed, the boy with his eyes closed, still wearing his dragon leather gloves. Without these gloves, let alone an 11-year-old boy, even an adult wizard would die on the spot. Professor Rozier added. "God, what terrible thing did this boy touch at the time?" Madame Pomfrey's face was full of fear, and she covered her mouth. "Dangerous extreme magic items, maybe even items on the side of mysterious magic." Professor Rozier simply guessed, it must not be a good thing anyway. "What about the other 3 boys in the dormitory, how are they now?" When asking the last question, Ms. Rozier looked at a bald old man who was as fat as a big elephant. The Dean of Slytherin, Professor Horace Slughorn, coughed slightly, and then quickly explained, "Whether it is Crabbe, Gower, or not, they are all unconscious now, no matter if you ask them." He answered everything incoherently, and even yelled hysterically, "I fed them some tranquilizers, and now I am asleep." "Then what about that bedroom, has it been searched?" Professor Rozier continued to ask in a cold voice. "I have searched it completely, there are no items related to extreme magic," Slughorn said with a certain face. "Unexpectedly, it is impossible for ordinary extreme magic items to enter Hogwarts." Professor Rozier turned around again. "Professor Rozier." Professor Kate Elbin, who was wearing 3 prosthetic limbs, took a few steps forward. "I mentioned to you the other day that my chickens that were attacked, I'm afraid it's not simply an accident. Will there be any connection between these 2 attacks?" "I don't think there is any connection," Professor Rozier replied coldly. "But, maybe you can allow me to go to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, we can at least rule out one possibility," Ketleben insisted. "There is no need, Sivanos." Professor Rozier replied without hesitation, "I answered this question to you 2 days ago." "Okay, okay." The poor teacher of protecting magical creatures can only nod his head obediently, looking aggrieved. There was a sudden noise outside the door, and Madame Pomfrey quickly walked over to see what was going on. A minute later, she came back again. "It's Professor Troca." She faced Professor Rozier and said, "He heard that a student had been attacked and wanted to come and see what happened. But you have asked before that, unless you give your permission, anyone can't break into this ward. Let him go back, this matter has nothing to do with him." Professor Rozier's voice is still extremely cold, the sky is not completely dark yet. "Okay." Although she didn't understand what the last words of the vice principal meant, Madame Pomfrey nodded. And Professor Rozier glanced at Slughorn for the last time. "A male dormitory, under normal circumstances, there will be 5 students, so what about the last one?" Slughorn had already prepared, "His name is Matthew Wickfield, and he was not there at the time of the incident." "Call him over, I have something to ask him," Mrs. Rozier said bluntly, and then she added, in addition, tell me all the situation at the time of the incident, all the details. Okay, ma'am. What happened? Matthew was forcibly pulled out of the library by Slytherin's prefect Jamal Farley. He had to ask. Draco Malfoy, your roommate, he is dying now. Farley explained. There are also Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Gore and Theodore Knott. They are all become delirious and unable to communicate with people. In short, you seem to be the only normal person left in your dormitory, so Professor Slughorn wants to find out what happened to you. How do I know what happened? Matthew just felt a little dizzy. What the is going on? But Miss Farley didn't know what was going on either. The only way for the two of you to come and go, play a puzzle for a while. A few minutes later, Matthew finally guessed some clues. That was his bedroom seemed to have been attacked by extreme magic, and all 4 roommates suffered. Could it be that? Matthew's mind suddenly thought of that book. Is it related to it? But, the book was clearly locked in the suitcase by myself, and the key to the suitcase is still in my pocket. Matthew touched his pocket subconsciously, but found nothing. I should have forgotten the key of the suitcase in the bedroom when I got up this morning? It seems that there is a possibility. I just don't know if that book was found by Professor Slughorn. But no matter if you find it or not, it's right to refuse to admit it. Anyway, that book appeared beside him inexplicably. Potions Professor's office. Matthew Wickfield is not here for the first time. It's just that the last time I came here, it was Professor Horace Slughorn who took the initiative to communication with him. But this time, Slughorn is not the only teacher in this office. There is also the Vice President Professor Vita Rozier. Professor Slughorn, Professor Rozier. Matthew took the initiative to greet, and at the same time made a dazed expression. What's the matter? Slughorn opened his mouth, but he glanced at Professor Rozier beside him with some scruples, and then closed his mouth quickly. Matthew Wickfield. Professor Rozier asked coldly, where are you at about 3:40 this afternoon? I'm in the library. Matthew answered quickly. Can anyone testify? Mrs. Pants, the librarian, and Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw, they should all be able to testify. What are you doing in the library? I'm looking up information about vampires to complete the thesis for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Okay, I will know the authenticity of your sentence next Monday. Professor Rozier lowered his head, picked up the quill, and started to record something on a piece of letter paper. The entire potion office fell into a brief silence. And Slughorn glanced at Matthew, then at Professor Rozier. The expression on his face was extremely embarrassing. I think you already know that something unexpected happened to your 4 roommates. Half a minute later, Professor Rozier looked up again, but her tone was still extremely cold. It's just that at that time the situation is like this. When Draco Malfoy was discovered, he was by your opened, empty suitcase. He also had a purse of 200 gallons in his hand. You commissioned Mr. Malfoy. Have you picked up anything from your suitcase? No, ma'am. Matthew shook his head. Then the actual situation is probably like this. Mr. Malfoy opened your suitcase without authorization and prepared to secretly put the 200 gallons in, and then reported to the professor that he had lost a lot of money and successfully planted you, let you become a thief. Professor Rozier continued, still without any emotion in his voice. Matthew's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect Malfoy to come to this trick. If he really succeeded, he would have to face a big trouble. Has Mr. Malfoy ever had a conflict with you before? Professor Rozier continued to ask. Yes, ma'am. Matthew nodded. Because I am a Muggle-born wizard, he used forbidden words to try to humiliate me, but was punished by Professor Grindelwald. Then everything can be explained. Professor Rozier nodded. But when he got to this point, your bedroom was attacked by extreme magic. Mr. Malfoy is now undecided, and the other 3 people in the bedroom are also in a state of deliriousness. Matthew made a rather scared expression. But please rest assured, Professor Slughorn will strengthen the protection of the Slytherin common room, and we will not let the next such attack happen again. Professor Rozier put down the quill in his hand. You can leave now, Mr. Wickfield. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Matthew stood up, bowed to Professor Rozier and Professor Slughorn respectively, and walked out of the potions office. There are only Rozier and Slughorn left in this office. It should have nothing to do with Wakefield. Slughorn said first, after all, he is a Muggle-born student. It is impossible for him to be exposed to extreme magic or items on the side of mysterious magic in just a few days. No. Professor Rozier shook his head. Hey! Slughorn opened his mouth in surprise. His reaction was wrong. Professor Rozier replied calmly. He was surprised and scared about this. What's wrong with that? Slughorn asked curiously. But he is not happy. Happy? Slughorn was stunned. I don't understand, ma'am. Malfoy insulted him and even tried to plant him as a thief. Such a villain suffered a tragic retribution because of an accident, and now his life or death is uncertain. Professor Rozier slowly said, he shouldn't hear such an ending. Are you happy? Shouldn't you be gloating? What? In fact, when he heard Malfoy's ending, there was no joy in his eyes other than surprise and fear. Professor Rozier continued to judge. It's as if this nearly successful planting, and Draco Malfoy, weren't taken by him at all. In other words, this attack may be what he did. Slughorn asked rhetorically. Professor Rozier looked at him helplessly. If it is really what he did, shouldn't he be more secretly pleased after he succeeds now? Slughorn was speechless. Professor Rozier continued to lower his head and began to record something on the letter paper. Maybe I have to find some time to talk to Wakefield. Professor Slughorn murmured. Horace. Professor Rozier suddenly put down the quill in his hand. Her abrupt voice almost shocked Slughorn. We allow students to have their own secrets, as long as they don't threaten Hogwarts or the wizarding world. She slowly said, her voice more indifferent than usual. Also, at Hogwarts, any extreme magic and potion are strictly prohibited from being used by students. I hope you don't forget. Horace Slughorn nodded quickly. The deputy principal finally finished recording on her letter paper. Just as Slughorn was about to send her away, a mess of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Horace, my son, what is he? A panicked voice came from outside the door. Then, the man outside broke in. Then, he petrified there, facing the vice principal of Hogwarts, Ms. Vita Rozier. Lucius Malfoy. Professor Rozier looked at the uninvited guest and asked mercilessly, who allowed you to enter Hogwarts? I am. Mr. Malfoy stammered, I am a member of the Hogwarts Board of Trustees. According to the regulations, anyone except teachers and students needs to get written permission to enter Hogwarts. Professor Rozier's voice appeared sharp. She slowly moved forward, and Mr. Malfoy backed away in shock. Horace. She called out Slughorn's name again, this time making Slughorn shiver. You tell me, do the members of the school board belong to the teachers and students of Hogwarts? She asked loudly, as if murderous intent was hidden in her voice. Mr. Malfoy, he. Slughorn stammered. Tell me, are the members of the Board of Trustees among the teachers and students of Hogwarts? Professor Rozier raised his tone and asked again. No. Slughorn took a deep breath, then replied. Then I am afraid I have to drive you away, Mr. Malfoy. On the face of the vice principal, reading www.uuconchu.com suddenly showed a smile. Her face is already pretty, now she smiles and looks even more charming. I only heard that my son had an accident. Malfoy said in a low voice. Don't think you did something we don't know, Mr. Malfoy. Professor Rozier drew closer again, almost pushing Lucius Malfoy to the wall. maybe the one that killed your son. The extreme magical items whose life or death is uncertain are those you asked him to bring in, intentionally or unconsciously." Professor Rozier turned around, stretched out his left hand and snapped his fingers. 2 house elves appeared out of thin air and bowed deeply to Professor Rozier. "Please do Mr. Malfoy a little favor and get him out of Hogwarts," Professor Rozier ordered coldly. "Understood." The 2 house elves nodded, and then rushed over, one hugging Lucius Malfoy's leg. "I just want to see my son, madam, please," Malfoy begged. "You will have this chance, but not today." Professor Rozier. Slughorn raised his head timidly. "Horace, I'm not against you making friends." Professor Rozier glanced at him squintingly, "but you need to pay attention to the quality of the friends you make. I don't want to see this kind of thing again next time." "I understand, madam." Slughorn nodded and said yes. After hesitating for a moment, he asked again, "Should I notify the principal of this sudden incident at Hogwarts?" "It's not necessary." Professor Rozier shook his head without thinking. Master Grindelwald, very busy. Chapter 27, Bloodstains and Chicken Feathers. Matthew Wickfield can't believe what's happening now. "I went to the library for a long time, and a few roommates in the dormitory suddenly greeted a wave of toward me. 4 people, 1 is unclear about life and death, and 3 are insane. If it were normal, Matthew might have sympathy for them. But since they knew from Professor Rozier, these 4 people were killed by the book when they were about to put them in their suitcases and then falsely accused themselves of stealing. The only thing left in their hearts, the heart of the Virgin, was also directly left behind. Of course, these are not important. More importantly, that weird book is gone now." Matthew searched for a while in the bedroom, not on the bookshelf, not under the bed, not even in the suitcase. In short, there is no trace at all. This is also, of course, in such an accident, Slytherin Dean Professor Slughorn will definitely search the dormitory area carefully. If this book is still here, he will definitely find it. So, at least temporarily, I got rid of that book. What is this? Is the limit 1 for 4? Or is it more appropriate to say 0 for 5? Anyway, I said that I was made by blood. Staying alone in the empty dormitory, Matthew was in a very happy mood. He even hummed a small song when he was writing that vampire paper. Even the sound of waves coming from time to time outside the window has become lighter now. The next day is Monday. When Matthew came to the auditorium and handed over a few course papers from last week to Slytherin's prefect Gamma Farley. In an instant, he was almost surrounded by many senior students. Obviously everyone has heard that a male dormitory in Slytherin was attacked by extreme magical objects, causing 4 students to be injured. On the weekend of the first week of school, there was such a big news. And because of this, Matthew was welcomed as never before. Because he is the only survivor in the boys' bedroom. Although he doesn't like this feeling. At breakfast, while stuffing food in his mouth, he had to tell the senior classmates from various colleges around him time and time again that he didn't understand the situation in the dormitory at that time, and he didn't know what happened. "Sorry. I don't know. I don't understand," he kept saying 3 times. But the students who come and go are always in an endless stream, one after another. Didn't get rid of them until he finished breakfast and then hurried to the Transfiguration classroom. The door of the Metamorphosis classroom is tightly locked. This is normal, after all, there are almost 45 minutes before class starts. Matthew knocked on the door lightly, but there was no response. He increased his strength a little bit, and shouted, "Professor Troca, are you there?" Then, he waited at the door for about a minute or 2. The door of the Transfiguration classroom was finally opened. At the same time, Matthew also saw Professor Troca again, his pale, haggard face. "Wakefield." Professor Troca's expression was a little nervous, and he pressed his mouth tightly when he spoke. After opening the door, he turned around, turned his back to Matthew, and at the same time lowered his head slightly, as if he was wiping his mouth. "You came early today." "Sorry, I was just reading your article about turning matches into needles. Paper. I didn't hear your knock on the door." "It's nothing," the professor, "just too irritable in the auditorium, I can't stay any longer." Matthew sighed, and calmly surveyed the Transfiguration classroom. On the marble floor next to the podium, a few drops of fresh blood can be clearly seen. At the same time, there were a few chicken feathers lying quietly around the blood stain. Matthew calmly averted his gaze. After sitting down, he took out the elementary transformation guide and his wand. While Matthew looked down at the book, Professor Troca seemed to have cleaned up a bit. "At least the entire classroom has become much cleaner. I heard about what happened in your dormitory." Then, he walked over to Matthew and took a seat on the side. The two sat face to face, and as he spoke, a faint smell of blood suddenly puffed his nose. "In fact, when I was in the auditorium, everyone was eager to know the details of this matter from me." Matthew shrugged, "Although I don't know anything about it. Young people, they are always full of curiosity about many things." Professor Troca said with a smile, "But don't worry, Professor Rozier is also very deep in the study of extreme magic. She will definitely not allow this." It happened again. Next, the two chatted about some metamorphosis-related content. www.novel.com. Matthew also raised the confusion that arises when reviewing the content of Metamorphosis over the weekend. And Professor Troca began to explain to him one by one. Almost a quarter of an hour later, the door of the Transfiguration classroom was opened again. Agnes Lestrange appeared at the door, and she looked a little surprised at Matthew and Professor Troca, who were chatting together in the classroom. "I'm going to prepare for the next class." Professor Troca stood up and said calmly. Then, he walked into the dark room behind the podium and closed the door. Agnes still looked at Matthew with an incredible expression. "Wickfield." She came over. "Sorry. I didn't know what was going on in the dormitory at that time. I don't even know what happened," Matthew said without thinking. "I didn't ask this," Agnes said coldly. "You just stayed alone with Professor Troca." "Yet." Matthew raised his head and blinked slightly. "What's the matter? How dare you?" Agnes Lestrange's voice gradually became lower. "After Professor Rozier's course last Friday, don't you understand?" "What do you understand?" Matthew spread his hands. "I really don't understand. What are you talking about? Are you an idiot?" "Professor Troca, he is," Agnes almost growled. But Matthew stretched out a hand to stop her from continuing. "Miss Lestrange, if you want to know how I turned matches into needles last week," Matthew said slowly, "I think I can give you some explanation now." Chapter 28, Merlin and Morgana. This time the content of Transfiguration class is more profound than the previous one. Professor Troca taught them how to change the needle back to a match after they turned the match into a needle. To be honest, this is not easy, especially if you want to make the restored match intact, and it can even be lit directly. Even Matthew has failed many times. Either half of the match cast was a needle, or the restored match could not be ignited at all. If you can't restore the deformed object, it means that there was an error in your first step of deforming. Professor Troca patrolled the classroom and said at the same time, "It is a very trivial error, and in many cases it is not even visible with the naked eye, but very deadly. Because your deformed object is just a match. And if one day, your deformed object is a valuable item, an animal, or even your friend, then this small mistake means that they will leave you forever." Professor Troca paused, and then said in a very serious voice, "Remember, before performing a transformation, you must be cautious and cautious. If you are only 99% sure, please give up this transformation immediately, and if you can be 100% sure, then please don't hesitate." Before the end of Get Out of Class, Matthew finally succeeded. With a light stroke, the match that had been turned into a needle and then returned was smoothly lit. The shining firelight illuminates Matthew's face. Professor Troca also made a complimenting gesture to Matthew. This time homework is also a 1-foot-long paper, but this time Matthew also needs to complete it, without exception. After the Transfiguration class, the nightmare at breakfast began immediately. When Professor Troca just announced the end of class, a few Slytherin girls of the same grade hurriedly came to him and clustered him in the center. Pansy Parkinson, Millicent Bosd, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis. Except for Agnes Lestrange, who was still dazed at a needle in front of the wooden table in the Transfiguration classroom, the rest of the girls came. The other group of Hufflepuff students regretted that they didn't get ahead. What happened in your bedroom? It is said to be a powerful and extreme black magic item, isn't it? Draco, how is Draco now? Matthew can only take the trouble and continue to respond to them with 3 consecutive times. Sorry. I don't know. I don't understand. I also encountered a small episode. When a group of people walked out of the Transfiguration classroom, Harry Evans of Gryffindor suddenly bumped into him headlessly. He first squeezed Parkinson to the side, then caused Davis to scream, and finally hit Matthew and fell to the ground. Sorry. Just when Matthew was about to apologize, he suddenly found that the short, glasses-wearing boy had gotten up from the ground and ran away. Soon disappeared. Hurriedly ate lunch in the auditorium, and then Matthew, who could not bear the harassment, hurried to the library. Only then finally got a bit of peace. After all, few students dared to provoke Mrs. Pants and make a loud noise in the library. Finally spent a quiet noon in the library. Matthew sighed a bit. This kind of life may last a few days. Monday afternoon is the history of magic, and Matthew didn't come to the classroom until shortly before the class. The classroom for the history of magic is very large, and all the first-year students of the whole school gather here. At this time, the first-year students are the only subject in the 4 colleges. It is also because of the age of Professor Bathita Bagshot. The reason is already high, limited energy, unable to afford too many courses. Matthew found an inconspicuous corner and sat down. As he just sat down, Professor Bathilda Bashett was supported by 2 house elves to the classroom. Please turn your book History of Magic to page 11. Professor Bagshot's voice was not high, and a little hoarse. But as she spoke, the entire huge classroom quickly became quiet. What we are talking about in this lesson is about 2 famous wizards in British history. Merlin, reading www.ukansha.com, and Morgana. Professor Bagshot said. When it comes to Merlin, I think everyone should be familiar with it. Perhaps there will be no more famous wizard in British history. The famous Merlin medal has been passed down to commemorate him. And when it comes to Merlin and Hogwarts, the 2 are also very related. When Merlin was 600 years old, he transformed into a child, mixed with the newly established Hogwarts. Then the Sorting Hat, he was assigned to Slytherin College, even though he only stayed there for less than an hour. Merlin is not a complete pure-blood wizard. His mother is a wizard, and his father is an ancient magical creature called a Dreamin. Of course, this creature has been completely extinct. But it is precisely because of half of the Dream Demon bloodline, plus he has been using the elixir to continue his life, that gave Merlin a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary wizards. He didn't die until the Goblin Rebellion in the 18th century. In that rebellion, Merlin was cursed to protect wizards and non-witches and eventually left the world forever. If you talk about Merlin's deeds, then naturally you have to talk about his mortal enemy, the Black Witch Morgana. Muggles called her Morgan Lefe. She was the half-sister of King Arthur of Muggles in the 6th century, and the ruler of Avalon Island. Like Merlin, Morgana also has half the bloodline of the Dreamin, which is why they were evenly matched at the beginning. But Merlin eventually won the duel with Morgana. After defeating the Black Witch, it also brings the British magic world into a new era. Chapter 29, Elixir of Life. Professor Bathilda Bashett's passage just finished. But just as she paused for a drink, someone raised his hand. Professor Bagshot rubbed his eyes, seeming a little surprised. You are? I'm Granger, Professor. Hermione Granger said generously, I took the liberty to interrupt you, but I'm curious, so I want to ask you, what is the elixir of life? When Professor Bathilda Bagshot mentioned Merlin's life experience earlier, he mentioned that he had been using the elixir to continue his life. Obviously, Hermione is not the only one who wants to know the answer to this question. As she spoke, soft whispers were heard everywhere in the huge classroom. Professor Bagshot is a very kind witch. She was not angry because a student interrupted her lecture. Instead, he continued to say in a gentle tone, my course is the history of magic, and what I am studying is historical events. Of course, if you are interested in elixir. Yes, Professor. We are interested. Talk about the elixir of life. Professor Bagshot's voice just fell, and bursts of impatient and immature voices suddenly sounded from all around. Including some pure-blooded wizards, such as Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass, were all excited about it and straightened their bodies. Perhaps only Agnes Lestrange was alone, lying on the table with a sense of interest. Okay. Professor Bagshot raised his hands and motioned for everyone to be quiet, then I will meet everyone's requirements. The whole classroom fell silent again. Everyone was attentively staring at the old lady on the podium. Regarding the elixir, we have to start with the magic stone. Professor Bagshot said slowly, there are also wizards who call it the Sage's Stone. It is the purest, most precious, and most miraculous substance. It is the highest masterpiece of ancient alchemy so far. Of course, on the outside, it is just a man-made stone with magical properties and the same color as blood. It can realize the most primitive wishes of the wizard, including endless wealth, turning any kind of metal into pure gold, permanent youth, and infinite life. The infinite life of which depends on the magic stone. It can make an elixir that prolongs the life of the drinker. Of course, the power of the elixir is not unlimited. For ordinary wizards, even if they keep using the elixir, at most they can only live between 700 and 800 years old. And Merlin not only possesses the Philosopher's Stone, but also has half of the Dream Demon blood in his body, which allows him to live up to 1,200 years, and finally died unexpectedly because of the Goblin Rebellion. Professor Bagshot lowered his head again and took a drink. When she raised her head, she found another hand waving in the air. This gentleman. This is Longbottom, Professor Bagshot. The tall boy hurriedly stood up and said with excitement, in other words, after Mr. Merlin's death, has his magic stone passed down? No, Mr. Longbottom. Professor Bagshot shook his head. Merlin donated all his inheritance to Sir Merlin before he died, but this does not include the Philosopher's Stone. So some people suspect. Before he was alive, he had used up all the magic stones. So how can I get a Philosopher's Stone? Another Gryffindor boy, with a wow, stood up. Immediately caused a burst of laughter among the teachers and students in the class. You are? This is Weasley, the red-haired boy said quickly. Okay, Mr. Weasley, but I suggest you raise your hand next time you ask a question. Professor Bagshot said, but there was not much blame in his voice. The craftsmanship of the Philosopher's Stone has been lost 600 years ago. Although there have been many reports on the Philosopher's Stone for many centuries, the only remaining Philosopher's Stone. Professor Bagshot's voice became mysterious. She deliberately bought a pass. It's at Hogwarts. The words instantly made the whole classroom boil. What? Really? Are you kidding me, Professor? That's true. Professor Bagshot raised his tone a bit. The only Philosopher's Stone left at present was made by the famous 14th century alchemist Mr. Nick LeMay. After several changes, it now belongs to Hogwarts. Headmaster Gellert Grindelwald. Isn't that? Ronald Weasley spoke without hesitation www.novel.com, but he quickly realized something and quickly raised his hand. Very well, Mr. Weasley. Professor Bagshot gave him an encouraging look. Isn't that? Principal Grindelwald can live at least 700 to 800 years old. Ronald Weasley quickly stood up again and asked loudly. Life is not as simple as you think, young man. Professor Bagshot's expression gradually became serious. Long lifespan is often a torture, because doing so will mean paying a lot of heavy costs. And in a limited life, do not regret for wasted years, nor be ashamed for inaction, realize the real value in the heart. This is what a great wizard should do. From what I know about Gellert, he can't do such a boring thing to use the elixir to continue his life. The elixir and the Philosopher's Stone are just an episode in this potions lesson. Soon Professor Bagshot began to talk about the historic duel between Merlin and Morgana on Avalon Island, which soon attracted everyone's attention. But until after class, some people still remember the magic stone. For example, when Matthew passed by Ronald Weasley, he heard him muttering there, "If I get the Sorcerer's Stone, I will use it to make a lot of gold first, and then in Diagon Alley buy a house." Matthew worried that the tragedy that happened during breakfast and dinner would happen again. He didn't stay for long, and hurriedly left the magic history classroom. Chapter 30, Practice After Class. The situation at dinner was much better than Matthew had imagined. Mainly because one of the parties involved, Theodore Knott, has returned from the school hospital. He also successfully replaced Matthew and became the focus of the auditorium. When the dormitory was attacked at the time, Knott's impact was much smaller than the other three. So after only one day and one night in the school hospital, he gradually returned to normal. Although he has hardly any relevant memories of what happened at that time, he is completely unclear about what happened at that time. So Madame Pomfrey asked him to come back after thinking that his body was no longer serious. Like Matthew's previous treatment, the other students who watched Knott still kept coming. But Knott seemed to enjoy the feeling of being concerned, and he gushed in response over there. The situation of the other three people is not so optimistic. Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Gore, they will stay in the school hospital for 2 weeks. As for Draco Malfoy, at least he has to spend Halloween in the school hospital. It is said that Professor Rozier has invited a friend who is good at extreme magic to come to Hogwarts to help Mr. Malfoy recover as soon as possible. For this situation, Matthew is still very satisfied, so at least he does not need to hide in the food like morning and noon. Hogwarts dinner is relatively simple, standard 1 meat and 2 vegetarian. Welsh lamb, baked potatoes, and boiled carrots. This combination is said to have been popular for centuries. Matthew drank another creamy mushroom soup, only to think it tasted weird, and then left the auditorium. Go back to the front of the Slytherin common room. Blood is thicker than blood. Matthew touched the head of the giant snake on the door of the common room and said softly. There are many people in the common room, sitting on those soft armchairs. Just as Matthew was about to go back to the dorm. Wickfield, someone called his name. Is Pansy Parkinson in the same grade? The girl walked quickly to Matthew's side and handed him a piece of parchment. I have been looking for you at noon. This is your practice form after class, she said. Practice after class. For Matthew, this is a completely unfamiliar vocabulary. He took the parchment paper dumbly. Sorry, can you explain it? This is a new course starting from the 2nd week. It will be conducted every Saturday, once every 2 weeks. Miss Parkinson explained impatiently. Sorry, I don't quite understand. You mean flying lessons? Matthew frowned and asked. What is a flight lesson? Parkinson's turn is a little curious this time. It's Quidditch. Matthew said. What are you kidding, Wakefield? Parkinson made a very exaggerated expression. How can Quidditch's extracurricular activities become a formal course? Matthew smiled awkwardly, and had to continue to ask, so, what does this after-school practice mean? I have already said, a new course, which will be held every 2 weeks from Saturday of the 2nd week. Pansy Parkinson looked increasingly impatient. So, what about the content of this course? This is not necessarily the case, the content of different groups is different. There is a group. Matthew just felt more confused now. According to different colleges, different gender groups. For example, you and Draco, Crab, Gore, and Knot are in the same group. Parkinson didn't know that Knot had left the school hospital, therefore it's still in the hospital, so I can only give it to you. What else does Matthew want to ask, but it's a pity that Miss Parkinson has completely bored him. Okay, please stop asking, I have to go to the auditorium for dinner, she shouted. After speaking, she left the Slytherin common room without looking back. Matthew Wickfield still stood there with a blank face, holding a blank parchment in his hand. Looked at the parchment carefully, but did not find any clues on it. He could only look around the common room around him and ask someone to find out what this after-school practice was. Matthew had planned to find the prefect Jamal Farley, and Epheli's character would definitely give him a more detailed explanation. But just then, the door of the common room was opened again, and Agnes Lestrange walked in. After hesitating for a moment, he took the initiative to speak, "Miss Lestrange." Agnes stopped, and looked suspiciously up and down Matthew. "Something. I'm sorry. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Matthew said, "I want to inquire about the practice after class." So. Agnes's speech gradually slowed down. After-school practice is a new course for Hogwarts first-year freshmen that started 50 years ago, replacing the previous flight class. No wonder Parkinson didn't know about flying lessons before. Matthew suddenly realized. According to different colleges, they are divided into two groups of male and female students, and then follow different professors to practice on Saturday. It may be a day, or it may be half a day, or even half an hour. It depends on which professor the mood that day. Matthew seemed to understand something, and he continued to ask, "So what about the specific content of the practice?" "It will not be particularly difficult. For example, if you are assigned to Professor Sprout's group, she will let you pick some mushrooms. If it is Professor Slughorn's group, it will deal with some medicinal materials. Of course, if it is Prin Mr. Ge's group, the high probability is that it will clean the castle for one day. Is it possible to help Mr. Tang catch the lice?" Matthew joked. "Maybe." Agnes didn't smile, just said lightly. "How do you know which group we are assigned to?" Matthew asked again. Agnes pointed to the parchment in his hand. "Every Friday, what will appear on it, including which professor, where, and the main burdens. Basically every practice the professor and the content will be different." "Okay, thank you, Miss Lestrange," Matthew said very Chen-ken. "You're welcome." Agnes Lestrange just turned and left. The two parted ways. Chapter 31, It and number 039, S here. With the parchment, Matthew returned to the empty bedroom. He opened the History of Magic textbook and reviewed the lessons that Professor Bagshot told about Merlin and Morgana in the previous class. Then I opened the Standard Spell Elementary and previewed the content related to Hovering Spell. This is also the spell they will learn in tomorrow's spell class. Time, just like this 1 minute and 1 second passed. Almost an hour later, the door of the bedroom was suddenly opened. Theodore Knott, who was humming a small song, walked in. Matthew raised his head, and the two looked at each other awkwardly. "Hello." Matthew greeted actively. The other party was stunned, and then, he also nodded. Even Professor Rozier had already described to Matthew yesterday afternoon what happened in this bedroom. But she was just guessing after all. So Matthew is also slightly interested in Theodore Knott in front of him. He closed the textbook in front of him, and then walked towards Knott. "Knott," he asked enthusiastically, "can you tell me what happened here yesterday afternoon?" "So far, I have been kept in the dark." As soon as he discovered that there was an audience again, Not suddenly became interested again. Although because of what happened yesterday afternoon, he is still a little frightened. But as long as someone asks, he is still happy to tell his story in detail and vividly. I was writing my essay on transfiguration, and Draco, Vincent, and Gregory suddenly gathered by your bed, not knowing what to do. The 11-year-old boy said loudly. But I was worried about the relationship between the match and the needle, so I didn't care about them. But at this moment, I only heard a loud bang, and the door of the bedroom was suddenly opened, a terrifying figure. Appearing here, he looks like a skeleton, very eerie. With that said, his story has begun to develop in a strange direction. Draco let out a scream and was knocked to the ground by him. Vincent and Gregory tried to pounce, but they were all knocked down soon. Soon, there was only consciousness left in the bedroom. Next to me, Wickfield, you should be able to imagine that situation. While talking, Theodore Knott began to get more excited. Matthew understands that the memory knot can have is probably as long as Malfoy, Crabbe, and Gore surround his suitcase. So far, the rest of the wonderful adventure is all he made it up by himself. But Knott is still talking about. I was very calm at the time, or even extremely calm. I saw the dark wizard and aimed my wand at my head, and I judged extremely calmly that it was too late to hide either to the left or to the right. So I hurriedly made a sliding shovel and swiped it under him. His spell almost rubbed my scalp, hitting my favorite vase, and then I heard a loud bang. Wakefield, you should understand how much I like that vase. When it was crushed, I became extremely angry. The will of a wizard and a wizard cannot be generalized. At that time, I was extremely angry and suddenly thought of what Professor Flitwick had said in the class. What is it called, Xian? Hovering spell. Matthew added for him. Yes, the hovering curse. Knott nodded quickly. I leaned back in place under the black wizard's crotch, then drew out my wand and used the hovering curse. The black wizard flew like the feather in the spell class. Matthew suddenly felt that his friend had a gift for writing. And then, he asked with interest. Then. Knott's voice began to become more and more hoarse, more and more hesitant. What's the matter with you? Matthew realized that the other party's state was a bit wrong. Then, it's still here. Theodore Knott said, shaking suddenly. What are you talking about? Matthew stood up abruptly, his face suddenly changed. It's still here, it's still here, it never left. Knott seemed to reply to Matthew, and he seemed to be talking to himself. Calm down, Knott. Matthew said loudly. It never left, never left. But Theodore Knott trembled violently like a goat, and his voice began to become weaker and weaker. I won't leave. Theodore. Matthew walked to him. What do you mean by it? Is it a book? Please, don't kill me, please, forgive me. Knott suddenly hugged his head hysterically and wailed, I beg you, I am afraid, I don't want to die, Mom, Mom, Mom. Matthew's face became extremely ugly. And seeing that Knott could get out of control at any time. Just when he was going to call someone outside. Knott turned around abruptly and glanced at him. As if seeing an indescribable monster, the 11-year-old boy in front of him uttered a terrible scream. Then he fainted. A quarter of an hour later, at the school hospital. Several Slytherin students gathered in front of the hospital bed, including of course Matthew Wickfield. Madame Pomfrey carefully checked the boy on the hospital bed, and then shook her head angrily. It's just a little stimulus, nothing else. Madame Pomfrey said in a huff, you guys, did anyone mention what happened yesterday afternoon with him? Several Slytherin students glanced at each other, reading www.uyugonshu.com. In the end it was the prefect Jamal Farley who stood up. Since Knott left the school hospital yesterday, he has been discussing with others what happened yesterday afternoon. This idiot, I warned him when I was discharged from the hospital, try not to think about it. Madame Pomfrey shook her head, okay, it's okay, you can go now. Not, is he okay? Matthew couldn't help but asked in a low voice. It's okay, there is no problem at all. It's just that I won't release him from the hospital until the end of this week. Madame Pomfrey helped the boy cover the quilt, and gestured toward them. Go fast, don't disturb other patients to rest. Still looking for Hogwarts and other world-free novels? Beta Direct Search, it's easy to read novels. Smiley face. Chapter 32, Calm Life. Theodore Knott's second hospitalization did not cause much disturbance at Hogwarts. On the one hand, most students in other colleges are not aware of this matter. On the other hand, the Slytherin students who knew about it also agreed with the explanation given by Madame Pomfrey. They all think that Knott's accident happened only because he didn't follow the doctor's advice. And with the passage of time, the influence of the previous attack began to gradually decrease. Everyone gradually forgot about it, and Hogwarts returned to peace again. The same life as usual continued, except for the boys' dormitory in Slytherin, which once again became Matthew Wickfield alone, which of course is a good thing. It's just that Matthew did not forget the phrase "it is still here" that Knott said before he fainted. Through these words, Matthew guessed that the book should still be in his bedroom. He searched the entire bedroom again very carefully, but unfortunately he still found nothing. And in the next few days, the book still did not appear. Seems to have left himself forever. But since it has been reluctant to show up, Matthew will not intimidate himself, and still faces his new life calmly. The second week of the course was pretty smooth. In the herbal medicine class, Professor Sprout began to take them into the greenhouse, although it was only the first greenhouse with the least dangerous and rare plants. The students were very excited at first, but after entering the greenhouse, they were very disappointed to find that there were only various mushrooms in it. Seeing everyone not looking eagerly, Professor Sprout said to them earnestly, "When you meet a strange plant, judging whether it is a threat to you is the first and most important thing. By familiarizing and distinguishing various mushrooms, you will lay a good foundation for your ability to judge plants in the future. After all, whether mushrooms have a threat is the most obvious, and as long as you don't eat them, they will not do any harm to you." Then, Professor Sprout drew a pie with them. "From the next semester, I will show you more magical plants, their habits and appearance. And by the second grade, you will enter the third greenhouse and really come into contact with those dangerous magic plants." In this way, the enthusiasm of everyone in the herbal medicine class is slightly higher. In the spell class, it is about the content of the hovering spell. This is not a simple spell, at least for most students. However, Matthew mastered it relatively quickly. Except for Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw, he is the second student in the class to successfully complete the spell. It's just that after mastering the hovering curse proficiently, Matthew can be sure that this spell alone can never send an adult wizard to the sky after sliding the shovel. Because its power is far from enough, at least a more advanced floating spell is needed to do it. In the second potions class of this semester, Professor Slughorn gave Matthew a thumbs up many times and praised him at the end of the class. Moreover, he also gave the pot of swelling potion prepared by Matthew Wickfield and Neville Longbottom, with a very high evaluation. Although Matthew felt that Neville's contribution to this pot of potion should be greater than his own. And he guessed that Professor Slughorn's attitude towards him was getting better and better, which might have something to do with Draco Malfoy's absence in this classroom because of the accident. And Harry Evans's performance is still terrible. He made many mistakes, and was directly criticized by Professor Slughorn as atypical. After Professor Slughorn announced the end of Get Out of Class, he fled the potions classroom with a look of shame, leaving only his companion Ronald Weasley to clean up the cauldron by himself. The Dark Arts Defense class is still extremely strict. Professor Rozier no longer disrupts the order of the textbook list www.ltnovel.com but starts from the first chapter of Black Magic Self-Defense Guide. What they are learning is Petrification Charm. This is the simplest and practical defensive spell, and it is also one of the few defensive spells that can be mastered by freshmen. Professor Rozier did not allow them to practice in this class. Instead, they were forced to write down all the skills and precautions for the petrification spell. And at the end of class, she once again arranged a 2-foot-long paper. The second week of studying at Hogwarts ended in this way. Matthew Wickfield only feels that he has gradually become familiar with life at Hogwarts, and is also accustomed to life here, and may still like life here. Blood is thicker than blood. On Friday night, after shouting the password, he entered the Slytherin common room. Immediately afterwards, Matthew saw the new password for the next 2 weeks on the bulletin board. Noble ambition. After writing down the password in his notebook, he walked into his bedroom. However, Matthew, who had just entered the bedroom, suddenly realized that something was wrong. In the dark bedroom, on his desk, something is shining. He took small steps and walked over, only to find that it was the parchment of after-school practice. There is a faint green light on it, because a line of writing has appeared. To the Slytherin Boys Group. This Saturday, 4:30 in the morning. The hut by the Forbidden Forest. Don't be late. Professor Sivanose Kettleborn. Chapter 33, Professor Kate Elbin. At 4:15 on Saturday morning, Matthew Wickfield got up from bed. He put on a long-sleeved wizard robe, and put on his dragon leather gloves, and then left the empty Slytherin common room. There was no one in the Hogwarts corridor at this point, and even the people in the portrait were asleep there. Riding boots stepped on the marble floor, and the echo from this morning seemed a bit permeating. Just when Matthew was about to walk out of the oak gate of Hogwarts Castle, he was stunned and stopped. Because of a big yellow dog with a tongue out, lying halfway in the gate of the castle. That's it. Matthew thought to himself in his heart. If Mr. Tang thinks he is the kind of student who violates the school rules by night travel, stop himself and wait for Mr. Pringle to come. Although he has a valid reason, Mr. Pringle cannot embarrass himself. But as long as you delay a little time here, you will definitely be late when you go to Professor Kate Elbin to report. Matthew looked at his watch. It was only about 10 minutes before 4:30. Bit the scalp and walked past Mr. Tang, but fortunately, this always sensitive golden retriever still seems to have not fully woken up today. When Matthew passed by, it almost didn't feel it. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief, pushed open the oak door that had been opened by a crack, and then took a breath of fresh air outside the castle. Matthew left the castle and crossed the field, walking in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. The sky is still bright and cold, but fortunately Matthew is wearing thick enough clothes. The night is about to fade away, and the surroundings are quiet, everything is silent, and the dawn is beginning. He quickly came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. In the dark jungle, there was a sudden scream. Then a group of crows sprang out, and they flew past Matthew croaking, as if they felt something ominous. Soon, Matthew found a cabin around him. On the door of the wooden house, Sivanose Kettleborn was written crookedly. This is also the current residence of the Professor of the Conservation of Magical Animals at Hogwarts, the guard of the hunting ground and the key-keeper. According to the original work, this room should belong to Rubeus Hagrid. Is just the kind-hearted hybrid giant who is no longer in this castle. Where should he go? As a supporter of Albus Dumbledore, he might have been killed 50 years ago, just like Neville's grandma, Mrs. Augusta Longbottom. Matthew knocked on the door while thinking wildly. Only a creak was heard, and the door of the cabin was opened by itself. A group of black shadows rushed out, almost startling Matthew. This group of dark shadows seemed to touch Matthew's left wrist, and then he found that the watch on his wrist was missing for an instant. Don't be a thief! Professor Kettleborn's angry voice sounded from the cabin. Then, the group of dark shadows slowly returned to Matthew again, and Matthew was able to see its true colors. A strange creature covered in black hair with a long snout. Returned to the original owner. Professor Kate Elbin roared again. This little dark thing, some reluctantly took out a watch from under its fur, and handed it back to Matthew. Is the watch that Matthew had been wearing on his wrist before. When Matthew retrieved the watch, Professor Kettleburn's voice sounded again, "This is just sniffing and likes shiny things. I've tried my best to train him not to be a thief, but the results seem to be unsatisfactory. All right, what is your name, child?" His voice gradually became serious. "Matthew Wickfield, Professor." Matthew replied, and he also glanced at Professor Kettleborn, who was still lying on the bed. To be honest, the professor of the Magical Animal Protection class, as it currently looks, is a bit hideous. His 3 prosthetic limbs are quietly placed on the bed, lying on the bed. At present, they look like a human, the only surviving left hand holds a magic wand. "Slytherin's boys group, are you alone?" Professor Kettlebun asked while using a magic wand to direct the prosthesis to be automatically installed on his body. It's such a Professor, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Gore, all of them were unable to participate in this after-school practice because of an accident. Matthew began to explain to several of his roommates. Professor Kettlebun apparently also knew about the attack. He nodded, and after the prosthesis was installed, he began to dress again. Taking advantage of this effort, Matthew began to look around the cabin. On the ceiling, there are countless hams and pheasants, flames are burning in the fireplace, and something is burning in an iron pan full of things. There are dozens of different sizes in a thatched nest by the fire. One's egg. There are so many weird things. Probably wizards who love magical animals are all this virtue? I think you haven't eaten breakfast yet. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com Wickfield. Professor Kettlebun, who was dressed, asked. Yes. Matthew nodded. The auditorium opens at 6:30 in the morning, and now it is only 4:30. Then have some rock cake on my side. Professor Kettlebun said enthusiastically, "Sit down first." Matthew sat obediently at a round table, and a delicate teapot was placed on the table. As Matthew looked at it carefully, the teapot suddenly shook violently, which shocked Matthew. At the same time, a plate of hard cakes with raisins in it flew in front of Matthew. "Is this the legendary Hogwarts dark food rock cake? It looks a bit like a sliced cake." Matthew tasted it a little bit. It was slightly crispy, and the taste was actually good, and it was not as capable of crushing teeth as in the legend. Sure enough, it was Hagrid that had the problem, not the rock cake. "What are our practice content after class today, Professor?" Matthew asked curiously while eating breakfast. A nest of vampires appeared in the Forbidden Forest, and many poor animals were brutally attacked by them. Professor Kettlebun was stuffed with a pile of rock cakes, and his words were a little unclear. "I finally got the permission of Professor Rozier to find their nest. You just need to be my assistant." Looking at Matthew's slightly discolored face, Professor Kettlebun continued, "Don't worry, I am almost as familiar with the Forbidden Forest as I am with my wife. You will not be in any danger with me. Of course, this is just an analogy," he added. "Because I don't have a wife." Chapter 34, Into the Forbidden Forest. Matthew Wickfield never thought that he would enter the depths of the Forbidden Forest to exp in the second week of school. Despite being accompanied by a teacher, this Professor Kettleborn does not seem to be much more reliable than Hagrid. "It looks like you are well prepared." Taking a look at Matthew's long-sleeved wizard robe, riding boots, and dragon leather gloves, Professor Kettlebun commented. "Very wise. I remember that at the beginning of last semester, a Ravenclaw girl was wearing a short skirt to participate in after-school practice. Merlin's beard, I remember that after the end of the day, the poor girl cried for almost half hours." "That? Professor Kettlebun?" Matthew asked softly, "What is a vampire?" "A very vicious and magical creature." Professor Kettlebun commented, "The body is about the size of a fox, the whole body is light grey and slightly blue, the eyes are as big as eggs, the fangs are very long, and the head and back are borne long thorns. They like to sneak up on domestic animals and common small animals and their blood. Of course, In fact, vampires are just a very weak magical creature. They hardly attack muggles or wizards. It's just that these in the Forbidden Forest not only killed a brood of my own, the chickens attacked the rabbits I released 3 weeks ago. It is an unforgivable sin. Chicken, rabbit, this vampire sounds very weak. Matthew thought to himself. Then this expedition, there is a high probability that there will be no danger. Take this. At this moment, Professor Kate Elbin stuffed a teapot into Matthew's hand. This is... Matthew was stunned. This delicate teapot was exactly the one he had seen on the round table before. After took the teapot, he could clearly feel that the thing was heavy, there seemed to be something in it, and it was a living thing. If you are in danger, you will smash this teapot, and the little guy inside will protect you. Professor Kate Elbin explained. Well, Wakefield, let's go. Matthew looked at the teapot in his hand, as if it still didn't feel very reliable. Since the sky was not completely bright, especially after entering the Forbidden Forest, Professor Kate Elbin also brought a light. He walked in front, and Matthew walked in the back. The two came to the edge of the Forbidden Forest together. Then, Professor Kate Elbin took the lead into a small intestine path hidden deep in the dark forest. The Forbidden Forest was dark and silent. Matthew could hear the gurgling water, and it was obvious that there was a stream somewhere nearby. Besides, he could hear Professor Kettleburn's whistle. Since entering the Forbidden Forest, the professor of the Magical Animal Protection class has been whistling in a frivolous tone. And it's very ugly. More importantly, Matthew still has a teapot in his hand, so he can't cover his ears. After enduring it for almost 5 minutes. Meow. There was a cat cry from the front. You finally came, little Tom. Professor Kate Elbin stopped whistling, he squatted down, and said affectionately. Then in the bushes, a cat came out. To be more precise, it is a cat-like creature. It is a bit larger than an ordinary domestic cat, with various spots on the fur, particularly large ears, and sharp teeth. In a sense, if it is said to be, it's a little tiger, perhaps more appropriate. Come on, Tom. Professor Kate Elbin took out a ham from nowhere, and then threw it in the direction of the little tiger. The little tiger sniffed the ham, grabbed it with his mouth, and then swaggered towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kate Elbin hurriedly motioned to Matthew to follow. Tom is a raccoon cat, he is very smart, he is very familiar with the environment in the Forbidden Forest, he can help us find the nest of blood vampires. At the same time he explained, of course, sometimes he is too smart. While speaking, Professor Kate Elbin glanced at the ham in Tom's mouth with some regret. With Melissa leading the way, the journey seems to be much smoother. They walked for a while into the Forbidden Forest and reached a fork in the road. Tom put down the ham and sniffed vigorously on both sides of the fork, and soon it cleared the direction, picked up the ham again, and walked into the right road. Professor Kate Elbin had a relaxed look, while Matthew looked around curiously, watching the weird flora and fauna very strangely. From time to time, a morning light sprinkled from among the leaves above. Once accidentally, Matthew was suddenly on a fallen leaf, as if he saw a silver blue blood stain. www.novel.com. He quickly stopped and wiped his eyes, but the light suddenly dimmed again. Hurry up, Wakefield, don't be left alone, know that there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kate Elbin urged in front. Matthew could only follow up quickly. They walked past a moss-covered tree stump. Suddenly, Tom stopped. Then Professor Kate Elbin also stopped. In the bushes ahead, something is faintly moving, and it seems to be very large and numerous. Professor Kate Elbin, with a somewhat joking face before, suddenly became serious. Then, Matthew saw him raising his wand. Only a few bang and bang sounds were heard. Several ropes emerged from the end of his wand and flew into the bushes. Then only a man's roar was heard, and then the other side of the bush rolled. More than 10 seconds later, a half-man, half-horse thing fell over from the other side of the bush, above the waist was a man with black hair and a beard, but below the waist was the body of a horse, with a trail behind it. Long ponytail. Is a horseman, but Professor Kettleborn's rope has easily subdued it. Professor Kate Elbin did not continue to look at the horseman who was tightly bound, his eyes still looked into the bush. His voice also became severe. Horses, you have violated the agreement signed with Professor Grindelwald, you dare to leave the habitat designated for you. Matthew noticed that the magic wand that was in Professor Kettleburn's left hand now came to his right hand, the prosthetic arm. Chapter 35, Horseman and Number 039, S Warning. Damn wizard! The horseman who fell to the ground because of the restraint of the rope, struggling, roared angrily, you will one day pay for your actions. Shut up! Professor Kate Elbin said coldly, and he waved the wand on his right arm prosthesis again. Is another bundle of ropes, this time it is tied to the mouth of the horseman, which also prevents the horseman from making any more sounds. Professor Sivanos Kettleborn's appearance is almost different from before. If he was an amiable professor before, then he is now a fierce hunter. There was another sound of horseshoes coming from the other side of the bush, and then another horseman walked into the clearing. Its appearance is almost exactly the same as the previous horseman, except that the hair, beard, and tail are all reddish-brown. Let go of Bane, Kate Elbin, we have no malice in this trip. The horseman's voice was deep and sad. But I have to be more vigilant. Professor Kate Elbin said as he waved his magic wand, Professor Grindelwald generously divided you a large area of habitat for your survival and reproduction. But you dare to invade the wizard's territory again. No, this is not a violation. The horseman explained, his voice still full of sadness, this is a warning. Warning! Professor Kate Elbin curled his lips. The horseman raised his head and stared at the sky. Today's Venus is very bright, very bright. I'm not interested in playing riddles with you. Professor Kate Elbin said with disdain, go back to your habitat now, I can treat this as not happening, otherwise, if I tell it. Professor Grindelwald. When he heard Grindelwald's name, the sad horseman shuddered suddenly. We don't usually use this name. It slowly said, looking up at the sky again. Then hurry up and take your companions. Professor Kate Elbin issued an eviction order. Almost at the same time, more horseshoes came from the other side of the bushes, with great momentum, with the vigorous body, swarming out from the bushes, they almost brought Professor Kate Elbin and the horseshoes surrounded the center. Are all horsemen, at least 20, and many of them also hold bows and arrows or other weapons. After seeing the wizard, many of these horsemen have angry looks on their faces, and of course many horsemen have a bit of fear on their faces. Professor Kettleburn's face also changed slightly. The sudden appearance of so many adult horses was somewhat beyond his expectation. Even as a senior hunting field administrator, he is a bit tricky now. Not to mention, he also brought a student with an oil bottle. Matthew calmly leaned against Professor Kate Elbin, while squeezing the teapot in his hand, ready to smash it at any time. He also realized that the situation was not right. I hope the little things in this teapot can come in handy at a critical moment. So, are you ready to rebel again? Professor Kate Elbin said quietly, his eyes shifted from one horseman after another. We didn't mean this, Professor Kate Elbin. A younger voice came from behind the bushes. Then, another horseman came out. Its hair was platinum and it had the body of a silver mane. Ferenzer. Professor Kettleburn's voice was slightly softened, I need an explanation. The horseman didn't take any weapons, he walked slowly in front of Kate Elbin and Matthew. Matthew found that his eyes were amazingly blue, like faint sapphires. Because of the forest, it is no longer safe. Ferenza said leisurely. No, it is safe in the forest. Professor Kate Elbin replied unceremoniously, because I am guarding this place. You don't understand, Kate Elbin. Ferenza explained, its voice is very nice, there is something that is not part of the Forbidden Forest, which has mixed in here. The horses will not be its opponents, it will not be its opponent, the only one who can really deal with it is. Enough! Professor Kate Elbin yelled, interrupting Firenze's words, you don't need to use your half-star predictions to fool me. I'm not interested in this kind of stuff, and I can confirm it. Those are the eyes of Professor Grindelwald, farther than you can see. Among the horsemen, strange emotions appeared one after another at this time. Some horsemen were roaring, some were shoveling the ground with their horses' hoofs, and others couldn't help shivering. This is just a warning, or a suggestion. Firenze said Chen Ken. Then I got it. Professor Kate Elbin nodded, then he shook his head again, but horses, you better pay attention to your behavior so as not to cause any misunderstanding. What happened today is just a misunderstanding. Firenze said softly, we just want to find you as soon as possible and convey this message. Then you have a misunderstanding when you quietly contacted that hybrid giant Hagrid. Professor Kate Elbin asked abruptly. Matthew noticed that the face of the horseman Firenze suddenly changed. At the same time, there was a commotion among the horse crowd. Take your companions and go. Professor Kate Elbin waved his hand, but, please remember. Master Grindelwald's kindness is also limited. There was another messy hooves, and the horseman left. The sound of horseshoes is getting farther and farther. The surroundings of Matthew returned to calm again. Let's go, Wickfield. Professor Kettleborn once again took his wand in his left hand, and at the same time, he bent down and touched the head of Tom the cat Litzy. Hey, little Tom, continue to take us to the vampire lair. Mao Litzy called a few times in dissatisfaction, but still grabbed the ham and continued to walk forward. Professor Kate Elbin. Matthew thought for a while, then asked in a low voice, what is the half-blood giant Hagrid you mentioned just now? Professor Kate Elbin did not look back, but said flatly. It's just a dark wizard. Chapter 36, Vampire Monster. Professor Kate Elbin does not seem to intend to express any more opinions on the issue of the hybrid giant Hagrid. Matthew is not good to ask more questions. Two people and one cat continue along the trail in the Forbidden Forest. They walked for nearly half an hour, getting deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees in front of them became extremely dense, and the trails were almost impassable. Suddenly, Tom's hair was erected up and down, and his whole body became tight. It seems that we are getting close soon. Professor Kate Elbin said in a low voice. He took out his wand again, of course this time with his left hand instead of a prosthetic leg. Meow facing the depths of the woods ahead, Mao Litzy made a cry. S cry was full of hostility, like a demonstration or warning. Through the tangled branches of an old oak tree over there, you can see a clearing ahead. Is the lair of those guys here? Professor Kate Elbin said to himself. He waved the magic wand in his hand, and the luxuriant branches suddenly dispersed, forming a path. Wait! Professor Kate Elbin was taken aback. He raised his arm to stop Matthew who was going to pass, and at the same time murmured, what is that? A white thing gleaming on the ground. Professor Kettelburn's face suddenly became serious, and he moved closer to the thing. Oh, Merlin's beard, he exclaimed. Matthew noticed that Professor Kettelburn's body was trembling slightly. Even if he faced more than 20 horsemen before, the Hogwarts hunting ground guard had never been so alarmed. He also hurriedly approached a few steps and saw the white thing on the ground clearly. There is no doubt that this is the dead body of a magical animal. Matthew had never imagined that there would be such a death situation that combines beauty and misery. It looks like a horse, but its hair is softer, whiter, and shiny than a normal horse. Its slender legs maintain the posture it had when it fell, unnaturally extending. Its mane is spread flat on the ground covered with fallen leaves, white like the most precious pearl. But it's dead, it's dead. Only a little silver blue blood can be seen around. Matthew finally understood that the traces he saw on the fallen leaves before were not an illusion. Unbelievable. Professor Kate Elbin knelt on the ground and took a deep breath. This is a unicorn, this is a murder. Unicorn. Even though he had guessed some vaguely, Matthew was also shocked. From the textbook Where Are the Fantastic Beasts before, he clearly described the unicorn. Although unicorns are docile in appearance, their personalities are quite different from their appearances. Adult unicorns can fight elephants and even fire dragons, and they run very fast. It is very difficult for ordinary wizards to capture them. Among the amazing animals, the unicorn is also one of the top amazing animals in the food chain. But now in front of him, a unicorn corpse appeared quietly. The blood has been drained. Professor Kate Elbin checked the wound on the unicorn's neck, and said with a grim expression, "It was the murderer who did it, and the murderer did not leave for too long." "Could it be a vampire?" Matthew asked softly. When he asked these words, he himself felt a bit stupid. Impossible, it is impossible for a vampire to successfully attack a unicorn. Their strength is not on the same level. Professor Kate Elbin shook his head without hesitation. "So?" Matthew hesitated for a moment, then asked again, "Where is the vampire?" But this time, Professor Kate Elbin didn't answer, he just looked at the unicorn's corpse quietly, his expression a little serious. "Professor Kate Elbin," Matthew whispered again. Professor of the Magical Animal Protection class wakes up like a dream. "It seems that what the horses are saying is true. There really is something I can't deal with in this forest. I have to notify Professor Rozier to do it." He murmured, unexpectedly, "This practicing after the next class, you will encounter such an accident." Matthew looked at the woods behind him with some alertness. At this moment, he could feel that in the woods behind him, a blood-sucking monster would suddenly emerge and attack them suddenly. Matthew had to hold the teapot tighter again. "Mr. Wickfield, our practice after class is over," Professor Kate Elbin said while carrying the body of the unicorn on his back with a prosthetic leg. "Then, shall we return to the castle now?" Matthew looked at the dark trail with some worry. Although he didn't know anything when he came, he didn't feel much. When he was going back now, looking at the gloomy jungle, he felt that he might be in danger at any time. "Don't worry, I have a way." Professor Kate Elbin smiled. He held up his wand. "You reading www.uuganshu.com." Then a red spark shot straight into the sky. Matthew didn't know what Professor Kate Elbin had called, but he thought he would have to wait a long time. But I didn't think that just a few minutes later, a weird animal got out of the branches and leaves above their heads. A rather weird animal. It has the body, hind legs and tail of a horse, but the front legs, wings and head are like eagles. The cold beak is extremely sharp, and the eagle claws on the front legs look at least half a foot long, which is daunting. The big bright orange eyes glanced at Matthew, and then turned his gaze to Professor Kate Elbin. "Very good, baby, take us out of here." Professor Kate Elbin patted the animal on the shoulder, and then said hello to Matthew. "Come on, Wakefield, this is a eagle-headed horse with wings, come to its back." Matthew hesitated for a moment and walked over. When he approached the eagle-headed horse-winged beast, the monster was obviously a little unhappy. But next, Professor Kate Elbin patted it on the head, and it quickly became well-behaved. Matthew and Professor Kate Elbin climbed onto the reserve of the eagle-headed horse and winged beast. Professor Kate Elbin also took the corpse of the unicorn and said goodbye to Tom the raccoon. With the violent ups and downs, they flew high into the sky. Matthew hugged the eagle-headed horse-winged beast's neck, closed his eyes, and drilled through the lush branches and leaves. Then, a vast sky awaited him. They are flying in the blue sky, breathing in the fresh air, and almost the entire forbidden forest is in sight. Then, fly in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 37, Suspects. The two wings of the eagle-headed horse-winged beast are all spread out, almost 12 feet long, like a small airplane. Matthew can only bend down and try to hug his neck. The two wings flapped constantly, which also made Matthew feel very uncomfortable, because the calf would trip from time to time, as if he might be thrown off the bird's back at any time. The smooth feathers slid under his fingers, but he didn't dare to pull it hard for fear of angering the giant bird, so he could only hug the neck as hard as he could. While the hind legs of the eagle-headed horse with winged beasts fluctuated up and down with the flapping of their wings, Matthew also felt that he was shaking up and down violently. Everything on the ground began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wind whizzed in his ears, the air blew through his hair, and his robe held and fluttered behind him. Matthew opened his eyes hard and looked around. The sun has not fully risen, but the sky is already bright. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling, everything was in sight, as if they were all under his control. Is this what it's like to fly? Until the eagle-headed horse-winged beast landed in front of Professor Kettleburn's cabin, Matthew's legs were still shaking slightly. Wakefield, your practice after class this week is over. Professor Kettlebun also jumped off the eagle-headed horse-winged beast. He put down the corpse of the unicorn, and then on the roof beam of the hut, he removed a plucked pheasant. Next, kid. He threw the pheasant at the eagle-headed horse-winged beast. The eagle-headed horse-winged beast leaped high, took the pheasant, and then began to tear it with its claws, and began its breakfast. Professor Kettlebun. Matthew suddenly remembered something, and he quickly handed the teapot in his hand back to Professor Kettlebun. Oh, damn, I almost forgot it. Professor Kettlebun patted his forehead, he quickly took the teapot carefully, and put it on a wooden table in front of the cabin. I should bring it back when I left the Forbidden Forest, otherwise, if you drop it while flying, that would be terrible. Professor Kettlebun said to himself over there. Matthew's legs no longer shake, he also patted the feathers on his robe. Then Professor Kettlebun, after class practice is over, can I go back? Of course. Professor Kettlebun nodded, mainly there was a little accident today. I have to go to the castle again to tell President Rozier about the unicorn attack. While talking, Professor Kettlebun carried the body of the unicorn on his back again. That's great. Matthew thought to himself in his heart. It's only 6:15 in the morning. If you go back to the castle now, it means you haven't been delayed at all this weekend. We can go to the castle together. Professor Kettlebun was stunned when he was speaking. His eyes looked in the direction of the Forbidden Forest, and his face gradually became serious. Because at exactly this time, there was a figure, some sneaking out of the Forbidden Forest. Professor Kettlebun drew his wand and walked forward. Who? He shouted sharply. After tens of yards, he saw clearly who the man who came out of the Forbidden Forest was. Professor Troca. Professor Kettlebun seemed to be relieved. So it was you, I thought it was a student who sneaked into the Forbidden Forest. From the Forbidden Forest, it is indeed Professor Troca, the teacher of Transfiguration. His face is slightly healthier than before, and he is no longer so haggard and pale. When being stopped by Professor Kettlebun, Professor Troca seemed to be taken aback. Good morning, Professor Kettlebun. He stammered. While talking, he looked a little horrified and glanced at the sun about to rise on the skyline. Why are you here? Professor Kettlebun looked at each other up and down with suspicious eyes, and asked. I just heard that in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, you can find shrunken figures. Professor Troca continued to answer intermittently, so I came here to find. It doesn't have to be so early, right? Professor Kettlebun still looked suspiciously. It's just past 6 o'clock. Besides, did you find it? Of course. Professor Troca nodded first, then shook his head quickly. I mean, I haven't found. Then next time I go to the Forbidden Forest, I will help you find a few. Professor Kettlebun said coldly. Thank you so much. Professor Troca nodded quickly, he looked very anxious, and glanced at the sky. I have to go back to the castle, Professor Kettlebun, let's talk next time. After, he walked quickly towards the castle without looking back. Professor Kate Elbin glanced at the back of Professor Troca, and then at the corpse of the unicorn. He frowned. "Let's go to the castle too, Wickfield." He didn't forget that there was another student. However, there was no response. It seems that Matthew Wickfield has left early. These young people now. Professor Kettleborn shook his head helplessly, and then walked towards the Hogwarts Castle. On the second floor of Hogwarts Castle, the office of Vice President Professor Vita Rozier. Professor Rozier got up early and came to her office. Now she is drinking black tea. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Professor Rozier frowned, put down the black tea in his hand and closed the lid at the same time. Then, she just said, "Please come in." "Professor Rozier." Professor Kate Elbin opened the door, limped in, and placed the body of the unicorn on the ground. "Sivanos, what's the matter?" Professor Rozier looked at the corpse on the ground www.novel.com and asked softly. "This unicorn was murdered, less than an hour ago. When I found its body, it was still warm." Professor Kate Elbin explained quickly. As he spoke, Professor Rozier had already bent down and checked the corpse on the ground. "The blood has been absorbed," she murmured. "That's right." Professor Kate Elbin nodded. Professor Rozier seems to be stunned there, seems to be thinking about something. Almost a few minutes later, she finally spoke again. "I see, Sivanos. Leave this corpse here, and I will check it again." "Okay." Professor Kate Elbin stopped talking. "What else is there?" Professor Rozier looked up. "Yes, not long after I discovered the unicorn's corpse, on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, I met Professor Troca. He looked sneaky." Professor Kate Elbin said in a low voice. "Professor Troca." Professor Rozier's expression did not fluctuate, she just nodded gently. "Okay, I see, Sivanos. Then goodbye, ma'am." Professor Kettleborn left this office soon. Professor Rozier lightly waved his magic wand, a cabinet on one side was automatically opened, and then the body of the unicorn flew into the cabinet. And Professor Rozier returned to her seat. She also picked up the cup of black tea again and took a sip. A drop of black tea fell on the ground accidentally. Its color is a bit strange, very red, like the red of blood. Chapter 38, Library. Every Saturday, the number of students in the Hogwarts Library increases. These students of all grades, they go between the bookshelves, trying to find materials, in order to complete this week's course essay. Of course, not so for Matthew Wickfield. Because the course essays he needed to submit this week were all completed on Friday night, there was no burden in this regard. But now, he still shuttles between the bookshelves, searching for something. "Matthew." Hermione Granger put down the quill in her hand. She walked up to Matthew and asked softly, "What are you looking for?" Matthew and Hermione are neighbors at the Broken Cauldron Bar, and they also had the experience of getting along on the Hogwarts Express. In addition, they have met in the library many times recently, and they are already familiar with each other. "I'm looking for books about vampires," Matthew replied softly. He also deliberately kept his voice very low, otherwise it would be bad if Mrs. Pins heard it because of being too noisy. After all, Mrs. Pants, the administrator of the library, is known for her bad temper. "A vampire." Hermione's face showed a smug look. "You finally found Professor Troca." "Hush." Matthew shook his head quickly and let out a soft hiss. "Wait." Hermione swished almost in the blink of an eye, and disappeared. But not long after, she came back again, holding a huge old book in her hand. 2. She handed the book to Matthew. "This is..." Matthew was taken aback. "This is what I got from Professor Flitwick in order to complete the thesis of Professor Rozier." Hermione said with a bit of ostentation, "Under normal circumstances, this book can only be banned. Find it. Take it, this book will definitely help you." There is absolutely no more detailed description of vampires in the library. Books in the restricted book zone. Matthew lowered his head and took a closer look at this huge book. If you continue to make loud noises, I will drive you out of here. A vicious voice came from behind them. There is no doubt that it is Mrs. Pants, the administrator of the library. She was holding the feather duster in her hand, waving it, and shouting angrily at Matthew and Hermione. Matthew and Hermione were so scared that they both apologized and fled. The restricted book area is a special part of the library, which is usually not open to the public. At the same time, any book in the restricted area must have the consent of a teacher and a note signed by him. Professor Flitwick is the most amiable of the deans of the 4 colleges. Ravenclaw students want to get such a note from him. As long as they have sufficient reasons, it will be easy. Slytherin Dean Horace Slughorn also looks very kind, but that is limited to certain special students. Although Matthew is also quite loved by Slughorn, he also thinks he hasn't reached that level, so he never asked Professor Slughorn to mention anything about the restricted area. With the huge book Hermione gave him, he came to a corner of the library, and he began to look carefully. This book mainly introduces those powerful and magical creatures that can endanger the safety of wizards, such as vampires, werewolves, 8-eyed giant spiders and so on. Because the description is very detailed, and some of the illustrations are extremely hideous, it may cause great harm to the young wizard's body and mind. It will be placed in the forbidden book area. Matthew quickly turned to the chapter about vampires. There is no doubt that what Hermione said is right. The level of detail in the description of the characteristics of vampires in this book far exceeds that of the textbook and the information Matthew had previously consulted. After skipping the more familiar parts, Matthew quickly found some useful content. Blood is a must for vampires, and it must be the blood of living creatures. Every vampire must make sure to take fresh blood 3 times a week, otherwise it will be a serious state of neurological decadence. Long time no contact fresh blood can even cause death. Blood leaving the organism for a period of time, or fake blood products, such as lollipops, although it can temporarily satisfy the vampire's desire for blood, it cannot have the same effect as fresh blood. Some vampires have special hobbies for blood, and some well-known vampires, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, will use some blood magic to achieve their additional purpose. For example, the famous Hungarian vampire Elizabeth Bartoli, of course, her more familiar name is Camilla. She constantly the blood of young girls, and bathes them with the blood of young girls to achieve an eternal youthful appearance. According to rumors, at least 51 local Muggle girls were brutally murdered by her before 1611. At the same time, there are some vampires who are tired of the blood of Muggles and ordinary animals. They think that sucking the blood of higher-level creatures can enhance their power. Those vampires who try to reach young wizards are called butcher vampires in history. But as early as the 19th century, in order to fight against these butcher vampires, some wizards formed a vampire hunter organization. Destroy them all. There are also some vampires who have extended their claws to high-level magical creatures. For example, in the 17th century, a vampire Robert Kaplan who moved to Australia tried to the blood of a Chinese fireball dragon, but could not bear the blood of the dragon. The toxicity of his death eventually. But there is no evidence that vampires are more effective than sucking the blood of high-level magical animals or wizards than sucking the blood of muggles or ordinary animals. Matthew's gaze swept across the masses of text, and then bit by bit turned the vampire content to the last page. While watching, he paused, thinking about something. Soon, he finished reading the content related to vampires. Matthew casually glanced at the title of the next part. Dreamin'. Chapter 39, Mr. Pringle and Number 039's Mission. As September is about to end, a sudden cold current hit Hogwarts Castle. Between teachers and students, a cold began to catch up, making Madame Pomfrey extremely busy during this time. She had to entrust Professor Slughorn, the teacher of the potions class, to formulate a refreshing agent that can prevent colds, and then distribute it to the lower grades. It's just that students who drink this refreshing agent will have smoke from their ears and noses. So much so that the Slytherin common room is now full of smoke and mist all day. There are more people in Matthew's bedroom. First, Theodore Nott left the school hospital, and then Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Gore returned one after another. Matthew deliberately kept a certain distance from them. Prevent and what happened between Nott that night, appeared again, and then scared them back to the school hospital again. If this kind of thing happened a few times more, maybe someone would suspect him. This is not troublesome. Neither Crabbe nor Gore had any plans to deal with Matthew. Even Nott seems to have forgotten what happened that night. Time passed day by day. Soon, it's another Saturday, it's here. This time, the first-year Slytherin boys will have their second after-school practice with the potions teacher Professor Slughorn. Of course, it was only the first time for the three people except Matthew. At 8:30 on Saturday morning, the four boys who had just finished their breakfast came to the door of the potions classroom on time. Nott knocked on the door first, but there was no response. Then Crabbe and Gore played in turns, knocking the door, and the poor little iron door was slightly deformed. But Professor Slughorn still did not come out. A few people have to wait here. Almost 10 minutes later, I saw Slytherin's prefect Jamal Farley walking over from the auditorium in a violent storm. Professor Slughorn has a cold too. She took a breath and explained, he asked me to inform you. So, this time after class practice is cancelled. Nott's face suddenly smiled, can we go back? Of course not. Miss Farley shook her head regretfully, Mr. Pringle is short of staff, so you have been temporarily transferred to that group. There is no doubt that this is pretty bad news. After all, in Hogwarts Castle, almost no one would like Mr. Pringle, these boys in Slytherin are no exception. The bullet raindrops crackled on the window of the castle, and the sound was continuous. There was heavy rain outside the window, dark clouds in the sky, and thunder from time to time. At the same time, the four boys dragged heavy steps to the fourth floor of the castle, Mr. Pringle's office. This is a low hut, with an oil lamp hanging from the ceiling, and there is a smelly smell all around. The most conspicuous place in the house is a doghouse, which is the residence of Mr. Tang. Is not like the legend, with chains, handcuffs, and whips all over it. There are already several boys waiting here, all of them are first-year Gryffindor students. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor has always been very poor, and they basically ignore each other. Only Matthew and Neville said hello. A dozen boys waited for a while, and suddenly, there was a barking dog barking in the distance. Golden Retriever Mr. Tang rushed out from nowhere and glared at the first-year freshman. Then, Mr. Pringle also came. He first fed Mr. Tang some dog food, then looked at the students in front of him and counted. There are almost enough people. He said to himself. You three big guys, go to the prize showroom and wipe the trophies there. He ordered Ronald Weasley of Crabbe, Gore and Gryffindor, Mr. Tang will take you there. The golden retriever who was still eating dog food over there wagged its tail quickly. There are 3 of you. This time, Mr. Pringle ordered Matthew, and Gryffindor's Neville Longbottom and Harry Evans, Professor Rozier needs someone to help her clean up the office. Then, Mr. Pringle looked at them 3 more times, and said fiercely, you better not be lazy. I will know what you are doing. Also, Professor Rozier doesn't like other people's chaos. Don't blame me for not warning you. After, he pointed to the pile of housekeeping supplies in the corner of the wall. The 3 picked up the broom, mop and bucket, and then left Mr. Pringle's cabin. Matthew, why are you here too? Neville Longbottom approached Matthew and asked softly. We should have gone to Professor Slughorn for after-school practice www.novel.com. Matthew shrugged, but Professor Slughorn was sick, and it happened to be Mr. Pringle. There is a shortage of people here, so. Then your luck is really bad. Neville couldn't help but sigh. speaking. Matthew asked in a puzzled way, do wizards also need someone to clean up? Can't they be done with spells? It's theoretically possible, but it's more troublesome. Neville explained, so most wizards are reluctant to do this. They are more willing to give this kind of work to the house elves. And Professor Rozier, it is said that he does not too willing to let the house elves into her office. That's it. As he agreed, Matthew glanced at Harry Evans, who was walking with his head down. To be honest, he was very interested in the protagonist in this original book, but before that, he had not found an opportunity to communicate. After hesitating for a while, Matthew took the initiative to speak. Hello, Evans. Evans raised his head timidly, glanced at Matthew, and said in a mosquito-like voice, You, hello. After finished, he quickly lowered his head again. Cough. Neville coughed slightly. He explained, Evans has a relatively introverted character, he doesn't like to communicate with others. Oh. Matthew nodded. At the same time, I thought to myself, if it were the son of James Potter, he would certainly not have such an introverted character, right? Could it be that he is the son of Severus Snape and Lily Evans? Matthew thought, while unknowingly they had arrived in the bathroom on the second floor. They filled wooden barrels and basins with water, and then staggered towards the Vice Principal's office. Chapter 40, Deputy Principal and Number 039's office. Navi Longbottom has the lightest thing in his hands, and he is also at the forefront of the team. I only saw him knock on the door lightly, and soon Professor Rozier's slightly indifferent voice sounded in the room. Please come in. Nai opened the door, and then the three of them walked into the Vice Principal's office carrying a lot of housekeeping supplies. Professor Rozier. Neville looked a little nervous, and his voice stammered, Mr. Pringle sent us, to clean your office. Professor Vita Rozier was sitting behind her desk, and she raised her head, Okay, say it when you need my cooperation. After speaking, she lowered her head again, seeming to continue to review the students' after-school essays. Navi looked visibly relieved. Professor Rozier's aura is indeed strong enough, just one glance at them made them unable to breathe. Even Matthew felt so. Harry Evans on the side of was even more scared and pale. Professor Rozier's office looks quite concise. All the furniture includes only a bookshelf full of books, a cupboard that I don't know what's in it, and the desks and chairs where she is currently working. There is nothing else. Such a room is the easiest to clean up. It seems that their luck is much better than those of Crabbe and Gore. The cleaning work has begun. Matthew and they did a simple division of labor. Neville was responsible for sweeping the dust off the ground with a broom, Evans was responsible for cleaning the windows, and Matthew took a rag and started to wipe the bookshelf. On the way, they should act as lightly as possible so as not to disturb Professor Rozier. The books that can be placed on Professor Rozier's shelf are naturally not ordinary books. Matthew glanced at the covers of the outermost books while wiping the dust on the bookshelf. He saw a copy of The Secret of Cutting-Edge Black Magic, and a copy of The Top Transfiguration Guide. If it wasn't for Professor Rozier who was behind him, Matthew might have to turn it over and take a look. Of course now, he only dared to concentrate on cleaning. While washing the rags, Matthew quietly glanced at Professor Rozier. She seems to have made a cup of black tea, and while correcting the paper, she sips from time to time. Professor Rozier suddenly raised his head again, scared. Matthew quickly averted his eyes. The bookshelf is finished, now it's the cabinet's turn. In the crevices of the cabinet, a strange smell can be faintly smelled, some familiar smell, but I can't remember where I smelled it. Time passed by every minute. Navely has already used a broom to sweep the room meticulously, Evans has also polished the windows, and Matthew has also completed his task. Now it's the turn to mop the floor. Matthew picked up the mop and began to drag the house from the inside to the outside. Nai put a few dirty rags into the basin, and then walked to the bathroom with the basin. Evans was about to help Matthew, but was stopped by Professor Rozier. "Mr. Evans." She pointed to the thick pile of waste paper on the table. "Take them to Mr. Pringle, please." "Okay, okay." Harry Evans stammered, and then picked up the waste paper that was more than a foot high with some effort. Then he also walked out of Professor Rozier's office. Now, there are only two people left in the room, Professor Matthew and Rozier. Matthew felt the quiet atmosphere while dragging the ground, a little bit oozing. Soon, Matthew took the mop and came to Professor Rozier. "Professor Rozier," he asked softly, "can you give me a little bit?" Professor Rozier did not reply, but just stood up abruptly, and then she looked up and down Matthew. When she looked at Matthew, Matthew only felt that she was shaking all over and her hands and feet were cold. Fortunately, this gaze didn't last long, and Professor Rozier left her position and walked out of the office. Matthew couldn't believe what he saw. Professor Rozier left in a careless manner, plus Neville and Evans who had left here before, and now only himself is left in the entire office. He turned his eyes to where the bookshelf was. But soon, he dismissed his thoughts. Maybe Professor Rozier was just going to the bathroom. If he rushed to touch her things now, he might be caught upright later. He did not forget Mr. Pringle's warning. Matthew removed Professor Rozier's bench, ready to start mopping the floor. But his movements stopped for an instant. Because in front of him, he suddenly saw a small drop of blood-like liquid. Very bright red, it looks slightly hideous. And according to the location of this drop of liquid, it is very likely that Professor Rozier accidentally dripped while drinking something while sitting on the bench. Then, that is to say. Matthew turned his eyes to the teacup on the table again. The teacup is tightly covered by the lid. www.novel.com. I can't see any information inside. But at the edge of the cup, a few traces of bright red can be seen. Do you want to open the teacup and see what is inside? Matthew hesitated for a moment. However, in his mind, Mr. Pringle's warning sounded again at this time. Also, Professor Rozier doesn't like other people disturbing her things. Don't blame me for not warning you. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and waved the mop, dragging away all the traces in front of him. All this happened in an instant. Like Matthew Wickfield, seeing nothing. Just after Matthew had just dragged the floor of the entire room, Navi Longbottom came back with a basin in his hand and a few rags. "Everything should be done," Matthew said softly. "Okay, thank you very much, Matthew," Neville said quickly. "You have worked hard too." As they spoke, Harry Evans also returned. This thin boy looked out of breath at this time. He was almost exhausted by carrying such a heavy object. It's just that Professor Rozier still didn't come back. The faces of the boys were a little embarrassed. According to common sense, they should be able to pack up the housekeeping supplies and return to Mr. Pringle. But they hesitated again, whether they should tell Professor Rozier separately. At this moment, there was a violent bark in the corridor downstairs. Is the voice of Mr. Tang. The golden retriever seemed to suddenly become very manic. Chapter 41, First Victim. Matthew's face changed slightly. If I remember correctly, Mr. Tang should have taken Crabbe, Gore and Ronald Weasley to the prize showroom. The prize showroom is much larger than Professor Rozier's office. It would take at least several times longer to clean it up. And now on my own side, it's just finished. Then Mr. Tang suddenly appeared. Such a strange reaction, does it mean? Matthew's heart suddenly had a bad feeling. Navi Longbottom is a Gryffindor who is full of courage. He did not hesitate to drop the broom in his hand and ran to the position where the sound was heard. Harry Evans did not hesitate to follow him. But Matthew stood there awkwardly, for a moment. Sighed a little helplessly, and he had to follow. After all, if there is any accident and staying here alone, it will be more likely to arouse suspicion. Soon, they found Mr. Tang at the top of the stairs on the first floor. There are many students around, although they are backing a little bit. Although the golden retriever Mr. Tang used to be fierce, but it has always been able to score and never hurt people. But now, it is like a mad dog with rabies, it bites when it sees people. Several students have been bitten by it. Mr. Pringle has also heard the news and is trying to subdue it. It's a pity that Mr. Tang seems to be in a state of denial, grinning at its owner while barking violently. Don! 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 Mr. Pringle whispered his pet's name. But the only thing that responded to him was barking. Pringle looked a little angry, and he yelled, "Donald!" The golden retriever shivered suddenly, and Mr. Pringle swooped and caught it. Matthew, who was onlookers, couldn't help but laugh. "What's wrong?" Neville looked at him curiously. "In the Muggle world," Matthew could only explain in a low voice, "this is the name of a very famous duck." "That's it." Neville nodded. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead sharply, as if thinking of something. He grabbed Matthew and Evans, bent down, and said softly, "Mr. Tang, it seems to be with Ron and two of Matthew's friends who are in charge of cleaning in the prize showroom." "It seems to be." Matthew nodded. "It's awful." Neville's face changed suddenly. "There may be something wrong with them, let's go and see." Involved, he took Matthew Wickfield with one hand and Harry Evans with the other, and ran towards the prize showroom. Matthew was held back by Neville, unable to get away. In desperation, he had to keep up with Neville as much as possible. "I think we should contact the teacher." While running wildly, Matthew said out of breath, "If something happens, we need the teacher's help." "You're right." Neville nodded. "Then Matthew, you are responsible for contacting the teacher, and I and Evans will see what's going on." This time, he finally released his hand. Matthew took a breath, a little thankful that he had come up with this idea. If something happened in the prize showroom, wouldn't Neville Longbottom take him to give the head away? "I am just a weak, helpless first-year freshman." He looked around. The nearest teacher's office, should it be Professor Slughorn? No, Professor Slughorn is sick. The nearest one should be Professor Flitwick on the 3rd floor. Ma corrected his head and prepared to go to the 3rd floor. At the first turn, he collided with a witch head-on. Matthew got up from the ground with a little shame. "Wickfield," the witch said coldly, with a bit of surprise in her voice. "R.O. Professor Rozier." Matthew suddenly realized that he was wrong. Except for Professor Slughorn, the nearest classroom office should be Professor Rozier's. "Why are you here?" Professor Rozier asked sharply, and she frowned. Because Mr. Tang had some accidents suddenly, he became extremely manic and hurt people at the stairs on the 1st floor. Matthew quickly recovered his calm and calmly explained. "And when we were in Mr. Pringle's room, we heard that Mr. Tang, Crabbe, Gore, and Weasley of Gryffindor should clean up in the prize showroom. Longbottom was worried about the prize showroom. When there was an accident, I rushed over, and I was about to find the teacher. Professor Rozier, would you like to go see it?" "Prizes showroom?" Professor Rozier frowned, but her dark color also eased a bit. "Come with me." She strode towards the prize showroom, her riding boots banging on the marble floor. A few minutes later, they came to the prize showroom. To be honest, the situation here surprised Matthew Wickfield. Crabbe and Gore, two large men, collapsed to the ground like dead pigs, and they both fainted to death. But the condition of the two of them is much better than Ronald Weasley. "Ron! Ron!" Neville shouted Weasley's name there, crying in his voice. And Harry Evans, shivering. Because Ronald Weasley, the poor Gryffindor boy, has fallen in a pool of blood. There are only 2 wounds. On his neck, it seems that 2 small holes have been pierced by fangs. The wound is still bleeding, but the blood flow has become very small. The boy's eyes are still open, but he can't see any vitality, and his body is constantly twitching and trembling. Matthew shook his head slightly. It seemed that he had guessed right before. There really was an accident here. In addition to Neville and Evans, Ron also has a wizard beside him. Is a teacher. He is holding a magic wand and pointing it at Ronald Weasley's wound, as if trying to heal it. After hearing the footsteps, the teacher raised his head and revealed a pale, haggard, bloodless face. Is Professor Troca. P.S. There should be another chapter for the 1W recommendation ticket, so let's make up tomorrow night. Chapter 42, Bloody Smell. A boy was lying on the ground, convulsing, as if he was dying. Another boy knelt down beside him, sobbing, calling his name. There is a boy curled up to the side, shaking with fear. And two teachers standing and squatting at each other. Matthew Wickfield suddenly felt that he was here, like an outsider. I think this is an attack, Professor Rozier. Professor Troca spoke first, and Matthew noticed that his voice seemed to tremble. And the sound of Professor Rozier's high heels stepping on the floor sounded again. She walked up to Ronald Weasley, bent over, and personally checked the condition of his wounds. The blood is almost drained. Her voice was a bit heavy. Moreover, there seems to be toxins remaining in the wound, and those toxins are the root cause of him. She gently drew her magic wand and pointed it at Weasley's body. Enervate. A warm red light flashed, and Weasley's eyes suddenly lit up, but they soon became dim again. I have tried it, it didn't work. Professor Troca on the side shook his head. The wound can hardly heal. At this moment, a mess of footsteps suddenly came from behind them. Principal Rozier, you are here, great. It was Mr. Pringle's voice. My dog, it is suddenly crazy. Mr. Pringle's voice suddenly stopped. Because, he also saw Ronald Weasley's tragedy now. Besides, he is not the only one. Matthew turned around and saw that in addition to Pringle, who was holding Mr. Tang in his arms, Mr. Tang was already tightly by a rope. There were also many students pushing from the aisle, squeezed into the prize showroom. But when the people in front of me saw Crabbe, Gore, and the miserable Weasley who had fainted, the lively and chirping sounds suddenly disappeared. The students calmed down suddenly, and they squeezed forward to watch the terrible scene. What the hell, what's going on? Mr. Pringle, the administrator of Hogwarts Castle, stammered. Maybe it has something to do with your dog's sudden madness, Professor Rozier said in a low voice. At the same time, she used force to hug the unconscious Weasley. Geoffrey, you take this boy to the school hospital, Professor Rozier shouted extremely seriously. Matthew took a half a beat, only to realize that Professor Rozier was calling Mr. Pringle's name. She added, let Madame Pomfrey give this boy a blood supplement every day, double the amount. Also, don't use any antidote. Understood, Madam. Mr. Pringle nodded. He first placed Mr. Tang in the corner of the prize showroom, and then took Ronald Weasley from Professor Rozier. After the extremely weak boy put his back on his back, he ran to the direction of the school hospital. Ron. Neville Longbottom was about to chase to the school hospital. But it was stopped by Professor Rozier. Wait a minute, Mr. Longbottom. And Mr. Evans and Mr. Wakefield. Then she looked at Professor Troca. And you, Edward. You come with me. The silent crowd began to spread out to both sides, letting them pass. They came to Professor Rozier's neat and concise office again. It's just that at the door, all kinds of housekeeping supplies were thrown around. Matthew rushed over and began to organize these brooms and mops together. After hesitating for a while, Navely rushed over to help. Professor Rozier returned to her seat, looking solemn. She picked up her teacup and took a sip. Then, she picked up the magic wand and waved it slightly, and several chairs appeared in front of them. Sit down, she said softly. Several people sat down one after another. Mr. Wickfield told me earlier that you rushed over after hearing Mr. Tang's barking, and then thinking of the classmates in the prize showroom, didn't you? Mrs. Rozier asked first. Navi Longbottom and Harry Evans looked at each other, then nodded. Navi said, "That's it, ma'am." "So, when you arrived at the prizes showroom, did you observe anything, such as a murderer?" "It didn't take long for Mr. Weasley to be attacked when I got there," Professor Rozier said again. Asked. "I think it shouldn't." Neville shook his head. "When I went to the prize showroom with Evans, Ron was already like that. Professor Troca was there trying to rescue him." "Edward Troca." Professor Rozier frowned suddenly, and she called out the full name of the Transfiguration teacher. Matthew couldn't help but stunned. His gaze also quietly moved to Professor Troca. "I didn't notice anything." UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Professor Troca explained calmly, "When I got there, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Crabbe, and Mr. Gore had all become it looks like that. I tried to rescue Mr. Weasley, who was finally injured, but only slightly alleviated his pain." Professor Rozier lowered her head. She picked up the quill again, and seemed to be recording something very quickly. "Okay, you all go back." About 30 seconds later, she looked up again. "I'll go to the school hospital to see the condition of the boys." 4 people walked out of the vice principal's office at the same time, and their hearts seemed heavy. Matthew lightly bit his lip, and then he walked over to Professor Troca. "Professor Troca!" he yelled softly. "What's wrong, Wakefield?" Professor Troca turned around. Just when he was in the prize showroom, Matthew noticed that Professor Troca's face was pale, haggard, and bloodless. And now at a closer look, he seems to be weaker than he thought, as if he is suffering from a serious illness, and his voice has become a little weak. "Weasley, he should be fine, right?" Matthew asked worriedly. Professor Troca shook his head first, and then nodded again. He sighed softly, "I think there is a high probability that he will not die." "Matthew, come and help move something," Neville shouted behind him. "Okay, thank you, Professor," Matthew quickly said to Professor Troca, then turned and ran to Neville. While moving those housekeeping supplies, he couldn't help closing his eyes. Because he smelled blood again when he was near Professor Troca. Chapter 43, Crisis. "Have you heard, Ronald Weasley of Gryffindor, he was also attacked. It seems that I have been in the school hospital for several days. This is the second attack that has occurred 1 month since the beginning of this semester. There are rumors that Hogwarts is no longer safe. What should I do? I'm so scared." Now, almost every corner of Hogwarts is discussing the attack on Weasley. Panic was also spreading in the Hogwarts castle. Of course, because Professor Rozier used his thunderous wrist to block the spread of the news, most people don't know what Weasley bit his neck. So many people habitually infer that Weasley, like Malfoy before it, was attacked by extreme magic items/wizards. They also believe that this is also the second attack in a month. Matthew Wakefield walked through the noisy crowd, and their ears heard their comments from time to time. His expression did not fluctuate, and he came to the auditorium. Just when he sat down, a grey owl flew slowly over, flew to his side, and then threw a copy of the Daily Prophet to Matthew. Newspapers are of course not free. One Daily Prophet requires 5 nats. Penniless Matthew found Neville Longbottom, who had a good relationship with him, and borrowed half of Garin. The price is to help Neville complete his dissertation on transfiguration. The content of the Daily Prophet is still nutritious. The dark wizard Dedalodigo was arrested by Auror in Surrey. The law enforcement department of the Ministry of Magic is in the village of Budleigh Barberton. A site for extreme wizarding activities has been sealed off. Weird Sisters' new album This Tonight will be released 2 weeks later. There is no page that mentions the attack on Hogwarts. Matthew shook his head, tossed the newspaper aside, and then started eating breakfast. While eating breakfast, he was thinking. Now the influence of Hogwarts seems to have exceeded his expectations. 2 first-year wizards were attacked, their lives are dying, and their lives are still unknown. Such big news can be suppressed by force. There is no report for so many days. You must know that the families of the two victims belong to a certain power. Draco Malfoy's business is second, and Matthew knows very well that this is caused by the mysterious book. Since that happened, so far, that book has been away from me for almost a month, as if it never existed. In a sense, Matthew had to thank Mr. Malfoy, who was still lying in the school hospital. The attack on Ronald Weasley is somewhat important. And, his is indeed the second victim. The first victim is probably the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Amazing animals as powerful as unicorns were brutally killed by that murderer. Weasley is still alive, probably thanks to Mr. Tang. During the attack, Mr. Tang made a lot of noise, which must have been unexpected by the murderer. As a result, the murderer had to stop the crime early, and Weasley was able to save his life. And judging from the wound on Weasley's neck, we can draw the following conclusions. In the Hogwarts castle, there is a blood-sucking monster. Is very powerful and can easily kill a magical animal at the level of a unicorn, and an adult wizard like Professor Kate Elbin will not be its opponent. And extremely cruel, for the first-year students, they will brutally kill the killer. To be honest, this is a very bad situation. Especially the teachers at Hogwarts did not seem to pay much attention to this matter, nor did they take any visible protective measures. It seems that two attacks have never happened before. Is that monster still at Hogwarts? Will there be a third attack? The new victim, will it be yourself? Matthew finished his breakfast very thoughtfully, and while there was still some time before class, he walked to the library. In the past few days, he has been inquiring about monsters related to blood-sucking in the library, especially humanoid creatures. Even if Hogwarts is not ready to protect them, he has to learn to save himself. To be honest, Matthew didn't think that a simple monster would get into Hogwarts, and would be able to retreat after many attacks. He is more inclined, the monster disguised as a wizard, disguised by their side, more likely. Professor Troca undoubtedly has the biggest suspicion, and Matthew has deliberately kept a certain distance from him recently. Professor Rozier is also very likely, thinking of the bright red, blood-like liquid that I saw in her office. Also, will it be other professors or other students? Matthew strolled in front of a row of books, pulling out some books from the shelf aimlessly. www.novel.com. He regrets now that he has not taken the huge book that Hermione borrowed from him from the beginning to the end. I watched it carefully at the end. I just finished reading the part of the vampire, and read it hastily about the dream monster, and then returned it to Hermione. Now that a long time has passed, that book will probably not be with Hermione anymore. Unconsciously, Matthew came to the forbidden book area. What are you looking for, kid? Nothing. He answered honestly. Mrs. Pants, the administrator of the library, waved a feather duster at him angrily. Then you better go out. Matthew had to leave the library dingy. To find any banned book, you must have a note signed by a teacher. He is already considering whether to make this request to Professor Horace Slughorn. But Matthew knew very well that if he took the initiative, he would probably be rejected. Because although Professor Slughorn seems to take him seriously, he has never mentioned inviting him to join the Slug Club. Matthew in the hallway looked at his watch, and there was almost an hour before the spell class. Are you going to the curse classroom in advance? Still go back to the auditorium first, after all, there are more people there, and the safety factor should be higher. Just when Matthew was struggling, suddenly he thought of something. There seems to be a place in the castle, maybe it can help him get the books that can only be found in the restricted book zone. Merlin bless, that room was not sealed off by Principal Grindelwald. P.S. Sorry, there are a lot of things tonight, let's postpone more things to tomorrow night. Talk about recent plots and comments. First of all, this is not a complaint, or a or something, everyone chats quietly. It's just that some comments in the last chapter made me confused. Some high praise comments in the previous chapter, some said that the protagonist who has passed through is the same as the local people do not know the plot, some said that the protagonist can stand at a higher level to think, and some it is said that the protagonist has passed through and knows a lot of information, but it is useless not to use this information for his own benefit. But the protagonist, he really doesn't know the plot. Not only does the protagonist do not know, I believe everyone also does not know. After all, I should have seen the follow-up outline in the world. Moreover, the protagonist really has no information. The Hogwarts of this world, apart from the name, has undergone earth-shaking changes from the original book. Where can there be a lot of information? Roger, Troca, and Grindelwald have no knowledge of the true characters and true faces of the main characters. Even the characters appearing in the original work may have changed greatly. Even from the perspective of God, there is not much information, let alone the perspective of the protagonist. Also, the protagonist is really weak. A freshman who has been exposed to magic for less than a month can output magic with both hands, and they are the simplest kind. In addition, he doesn't have any powerful plug-ins. To be precise, there is no plug-in yet. Therefore, the protagonist is almost indistinguishable from the natives. Moreover, they belong to the Muggle natives with the lowest starting point. So how to stand at a higher level? So the author at this time, I thought about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but I didn't understand. JDP. There are still people wondering why the protagonist didn't explore what happened in this world and what Grindelwald did before and after taking power. First of all, the world view is developed step by step. The current world view is still limited to the Hogwarts campus, and it cannot be expanded that step. Secondly, at the current level of the protagonist, even if this information is explored, it doesn't make any sense. There is no such thing as how Grindelwald is in power, you can blow him up. Moreover, at the current level of the protagonist, it is almost impossible to access that information. History is written by victors. This sentence is not a sacred decree, but it also has some truth. Grindelwald won, he will naturally be the protagonist in the history books, and those books that are not good for him will naturally move to the forbidden book zone. Give an example. Apart from other things, the description of the first 30 years in party history is still vaguely. Why did the 5th volume of X Selection not be published? Why did it have to be opened in 7 or 3, and who is the XX Big GM going to defeat? Forget it, don't transfer it. In fact, the author still understands everyone very well. After all, readers who have seen a lot of HP fanboys are all used to the omniscience and almighty operation of the starting point HP fanboy hero. The first grade makes magic stones, the second grade kills the basilisk www.novel.com, the third grade is animagus. This is all basic exercises, right? If you want to read books about this type of male protagonist, you might as well move to the author's previous book, The Legend of Harry Potter. The book will be finished soon. But due to the changes in the script, Matthew Wickfield was obviously unable to do this. This is a completely unknown magical world, this is a non-fairy tale magical world, he can only be cautious, can only steal his life. Explore this world step by step. Okay, I've written a half chapter without knowing it. Recommend it to the book friends group, 834784155. Welcome everyone to chat and blow water. Finally, ask for a recommendation ticket. Still looking for Hogwarts in Other Worlds free novels? Beta direct search, / it's easy to read novels. Smiley face, Chapter 44, Responsive House. 10 minutes later, Matthew Wickfield came to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Beta search, read more good-looking novels for free. Soon, he found a tapestry with a picture of giant stick beat stupid Barnabas. On the tapestry, a few moth-eaten monsters stopped beating the teacher who tried to teach them ballet and turned to stare at him. Matthew ignored them, but looked at the white wall opposite the tapestry. The legendary House of All Requests should be in this location. This is a very wonderful room, only when a Hogwarts student really needs it, you can enter, but when it appears, always it is arranged to meet the needs of the seeker. As early as the first day after arriving at Hogwarts, Matthew was looking forward to visiting the House of All Requests. However, at that time, he still suppressed his inner desire. After all, the location of the responsive house is quite hidden inside Hogwarts, not many students and teachers know it. A Muggle-born freshman found this place just after school started. If someone finds out, it might cause some suspicion. And now, at least I have been in Hogwarts for a month or so. Matthew walked to the window at one end of the white wall and turned back, then turned back to the one-person high vase at the other end, and repeated this 3 times. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and concentrated his thoughts, whispering something in a low voice, "I need a library." When he turned around for the 3rd time, a very smooth door appeared on the wall. Matthew held the copper handle and pulled the door open with a light effort. Then he walked in. Inside is a very clean, tidy, and very spacious room. Every piece of the floor was polished brightly, every bookshelf was made of oily mahogany, every row of books was neatly lined up like guards. It was quiet all around, and the air was filled with a faint scent of book pages. Beta search, read more good-looking novels for free. Torches were lit on the top of the head and on the surrounding walls, like those in the underground classroom, but far brighter than the underground classroom. Matthew clenched his fist slightly. He succeeded. Matthew walked through the rows of bookshelves and reached out to touch the spine of the thick sheepskin-faced books. Common spells and solutions. Outsmarting extreme magic. Self-defense charms collection. The library that the House of All Requests has turned into is actually not as large as the real Hogwarts library, and the books are obviously not so complete. But here, you can easily browse some of the banned books in the Hogwarts library that can only be found in the Forbidden Book area. Perhaps, in the future, I can transfer part of the time I spend in the library to this side. A smile appeared on Matthew's face. The only flaw in it is probably only from the Slytherin common room in the basement to the room on demand on the 8th floor. Every time you come here, you have to climb the stairs for several minutes. While thinking about it, he kept wandering around several bookshelves related to defense against the dark arts and fantastic beasts, turning over one book after another. There are 16 kinds of human-shaped magical creatures with blood-sucking ability. In addition to the 5 extinct ones, there are 11 kinds. Among the more common ones, they include vampires, Balkan werewolves, and dominatrix. At the same time, some hybrid species of magical creatures and wizards can also maintain their blood-sucking instincts, such as half-vampires, so if they are combined, there are more possible species. But when looking up the unicorn-related content, Matthew noticed one thing. The blood of the unicorn has a strong magical power. It can help the weakened wizard to restore his strength, and it can also help the dying wizard to prolong the life. Moreover, unicorns are very rare magical animals. There is only one population in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts in the entire UK. This reminds Matthew that in the first plot of the original book, when Voldemort possessed Quirrell, he once recovered part of his power by killing a unicorn and drinking blood. In other words, it is possible that the one who attacked that unicorn was not a vampire species, but a simple wizard. A wizard who longs for power or life. But here comes the question, who attacked Ronald Weasley? His blood is not like a unicorn, it has the effect of prolonging life. Or is it that the attack on Weasley was just to frame the blame, and then divert the attention of the public? There is this possibility, but it is only a possibility. Thinking about it carefully, there are indeed many doubts in the incident where Weasley was attacked. Why did the murderer attack him? At that time, he was just cleaning in the prize showroom. If the murderer is because of the thirst for blood, why not attack the students who are alone, but attack a member of the 3 people and 1 dog group? Obviously the former has a much higher success rate than the latter. If it is because Weasley accidentally saw something that caused the murderer to have to do this, then why Crabbe and Gore, who were in the prize showroom with Weasley, were just knocked out. Or is there a contradiction between the murderer and the Weasley family? For a moment, Matthew thought of many possibilities in his mind, but most of them were not reliable. He hoped that the murderer only launched that attack in the prize showroom just to divert his attention. Because this means that the possibility of a third attack will be very low. The lives of others at Hogwarts will not be threatened. Unconsciously, Matthew has been in the responsive room for more than half an hour. Now it is less than a quarter of an hour before the curse class. Matthew put all the books he had uncovered back to their original positions, and then walked outside the door of the responsive house. On the way, he suddenly noticed that there was an empty bookshelf. The other bookshelves are full of books, but this one is empty, which is very discordant. So he leaned over with some curiosity. Strictly speaking, this shelf cannot be said to be empty. It's just that, on the middle level of the bookshelf, there is a single book lying flat. Simple book, delicate cover, yellowed paper, an old book so familiar. Matthew narrowed his eyes. Long time no see. He proactively said hello. P.S. The previous single chapter had to be deleted for some reasons. However, I have read all of your comments and thank you for your support. Still looking for Hogwarts and other world-free novels? Beta direct search, it's easy to read novels. Smiley face. Chapter 45, Ask for Help. For Matthew Wickfield. Before he really came into contact with the magic world, what he longed for was to go to Hogwarts to learn some magic, then return to the Muggle world, and live a relaxed and leisurely life for the rest of his life. After being exposed to the magic world, the only thing he longed for was to live. However, looking at this weird book that appeared in front of him again, Matthew's mood did not fluctuate. Instead, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. Guessed it long ago. It was only a matter of time before the book returned to him. So when it does happen, there is no surprise or fear. Do you really want me to open you? Matthew looked straight at the old book, and said softly, Don't worry, I, Matthew Wickfield, came from this Hogwarts castle. If you jump downstairs, I won't touch you. After that, he turned and walked away. In the curse class, Professor Flitwick, a short head, is teaching them how to use the lock-opening curse. The lock-opening spell first appeared in Africa, but we don't know who invented it in the first place. The spell was brought to England by Eldon S. Riker in the 17th century and spread throughout the world. At that time, ace with this new spell, Rickle started to steal from Muggles and wizard houses in London. Until Londoner Brigden Bray invented the anti-locking spell. The spell is Alahora. The most popular unlocking spell before it is Open Sesame, but because that spell sometimes leaves a smoking man in the keyhole, the hole was quickly eliminated by the Aora hole curse. The whole class seemed to be very interested in Professor Flitwick's class. However, Matthew Wickfield is rare and gets distracted during class. What he had in mind was the book that appeared again in the responsive room. Of course, he was not worried that someone would accidentally break into the responsive house, touch the book, and then be injured or even killed. After all, the responsive house is in Hogwarts, and not many students know it. And the ones that can be found here are mostly naughty ones. It is almost impossible for such a student to be eager for a library in the responsive room, so he will not reach the field where the book is located. If there are really one or two exceptions, then I can only wish them good luck. In a sense, for that book, Matthew seems to have summarized some rules. Obviously, no matter what you do, try to discard it, or leave it, that book will always come back to you again. Just like the night at the Broken Cauldron Bar, and this morning. At the same time, when the book realizes that it is dangerous, he will take the initiative to leave himself. For example, more than half a month ago, Draco Malfoy and the others came into contact with the book after opening their suitcases. And when Malfoy and the others were seriously injured, if the book still exists in the dormitory, it will inevitably attract the attention of teachers. Therefore, it directly chose to disappear from the dormitory completely. After disappearing, it never came back until it appeared in the House of Request this morning. What does this mean? Surprisingly, for that book, it would be in danger if it returned to the Slytherin bedroom. In other words, the teachers at Hogwarts are likely to know its origins and even have a way to destroy it. To be honest, this idea made Matthew a little bit happy for a while. The vampire monster attack was the second place, the mysterious book that could easily kill people, but its threat was real. But, which teacher should I ask for help? The principal, Professor Gellert Grindelwald, immediately ruled it out. After spending a month at Hogwarts, Matthew never saw Grindelwald again except for the one at the opening banquet. Professor. He even wondered whether Professor Grindelwald had returned to Hogwarts. Just like those senior students said. Professor Grindelwald is very busy. What about Vice President Professor Vita Rozier? Matthew thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Whenever he comes into contact with Professor Rozier up close, Matthew will involuntarily and produce a great deal of pressure. The woman who looks young and beautiful is actually very, very scary. Not only the liquid on the floor of the vice principal's office, but also the familiar smell that quietly wafted out of the cabinet, and Matthew's deepest memory of Vita Rozier in his previous life was her in 1927. In Paris, on the order of Grindelwald, a baby in swaddling was killed with the Avada's curse. Regardless of whether Professor Rozier was the perpetrator of the attack, Matthew thought he had better stay away from her. Who else? Professor Edward Troca? In fact, the first face that emerged in Matthew's mind was him. Although Professor Troca said his appearance was shameless, he was able to give Matthew a sense of trust, especially after the first class of Transfiguration, when he taught himself some details about the use of Transfiguration. Deep down in Matthew's heart, he always felt that Professor Troca was a good person. Perhaps it is because of the bonus of the position of Professor of Transfiguration course. You must know that Hogwarts in my own memory in the previous life is Albus Dumbledore and Minerva McGonagall. That kind of people. But no matter how you say it, Professor Troca is the first suspect in the attack. When the two attacks occurred, he appeared at the scene of the crime for the first time. This cannot be described as coincidence alone. Even if he is not the murderer, he must have been exposed to the inside story of some attacks. Therefore, I must not ask Professor Troca for help. So, who else? In Matthew's mind www.novel.com suddenly appeared a fat, bald old man like a big elephant. Horace Slughorn, Dean of Slytherin. Although he was a potion teacher, from the perspective of Slughorn's knowledge of Horcruxes in his previous life, he should also have a lot of extreme magic knowledge. Although, not particularly reliable. But at least, this Dean Slytherin, who is basically the same as his previous life memory, will not suddenly bite his neck in his own blood. Or, try it. Matthew made up his mind. Still looking for Hogwarts in Other Worlds free novels? Beta direct search, / it's easy to read novels. Smiley face, Chapter 46, Welcome. To be honest, Matthew didn't like a very snobbish person like Horace Slughorn. In particular, he is also a teacher and the dean of an academy. But now, he had to choose to lower his head temporarily. It's another potions lesson on Wednesday afternoon. Harry Evans burned his crucible again. This was the third crucible he burned this semester. To be honest, even Professor Slughorn didn't understand how this kid did it. Evans, you actually... The walrus-like bald old man sighed, then shook his head. Hey, forget it. With some heartache, he took out a new crucible from the cabinet and handed it to him. A cauldron is worth 5 gallons, which is very expensive. This is definitely the last time. He warned loudly, if you dare to break it again. The terrified poor Evans curled up into a ball, shivering, and even sobbing with tears. Slughorn didn't want to say anything cruel, and dropped the cauldron and turned and left. Matthew Wickfield and Neville Longbottom have seen everything that just happened around them. Because they are working hard to prepare hair-lifting agents, the new content that Professor Slughorn taught them in this lesson. After taking this medicine, it will make the hair of the user stand up. Honestly, Matthew can't figure out the practical use value of this potion. While putting the newly cut mouse tail in the cauldron, he said casually, "How does Evans look like a girl? How is it possible?" Neville shook his head quickly. "I live in the same bedroom with him day and night." "I mean character," Matthew explained. "The first impression you make is like a girl. He is really introverted and rarely talks to people." Neville replied, "No, it can even be said that he never actively talks to people. We ask him about things, and he answers, and his voice is still very small." "Do you know who Evan's parents are?" Matthew asked suddenly. "I only know that they are all wizards. He refuses to tell us anything about his parents," Neville said. "I remember Professor Rozier mentioned in the first Defense Against the Dark Arts class that there was a dark wizard, seems to be called Evans. Probably a relative," Neville replied casually, and at the same time began to stir the cauldron. "It's quite common among pure-blood wizards." The potion in the cauldron began to slowly turn into a dark grey. "Oh, little guys!" Professor Slughorn's voice suddenly came from behind them, making Neville almost startled. "Looking at you guys talking happily, I'm afraid you are almost done." The chubby big elephant suddenly emerged from behind them, pressing their hands on their shoulders. "Yes, Professor," Matthew replied calmly, "it's done." "Oh, Merlin's beard." Professor Slughorn looked at the potion in the cauldron and made a very exaggerated expression. "It's perfect, it's perfect. I have never seen a freshman can formulate such a perfect hair-lifting agent. Well done, Mr. Longbottom and Mr. Wakefield." Slughorn laughed. "If Hogwarts hadn't cancelled the college points 40 years ago, or I would at least give Granfender and Slytherin each add 20 points. It's all Matthew's credit," Neville quickly explained. "I'm just in charge of stirring." "There is no doubt that humility is a virtue." Slughorn nodded. "No, no, no." Neville shook his head quickly. It was indeed Matthew did it alone. "Mr. Wakefield, is this true?" Slughorn's gaze began to shift to Matthew. "Can you tell me how you can make such a perfect pot of hair-lifting agent?" In fact, the truth is that Matthew learned about the contents of this potions class from Hermione Granger in Ravenclaw 2 days ago. The potions class of Ravenclaw in Hufflepuff was in on Monday afternoon. In the next 2 days, he searched almost all books related to hair-lifting agents in the library of the room for all requests. And using all the time available, he also tried several times in advance. Then at the beginning of this potions class, he told Neville that he wanted to try it alone. Neville Longbottom has always been easygoing, and because the essay in the Metamorphosis class has already reached a very good relationship with Matthew, he is also happy. Later, this is what happened now. "It's actually very simple," Matthew Wakefield replied calmly. "Just do what you said. It's just that I suddenly felt that it would not be good to put the dried nettle while the cauldron was heated to the hottest. It might be better after it cools down a little, so I tried." This method was seen by Matthew in a book called Common Potions and Antidote in the Room of All Requests, but he would definitely not take the initiative to say it now. A genius idea. The expression on Slughorn's face suddenly became even more exaggerated. He grabbed Matthew's hand. Very, very genius idea. Creativity is the source of the advancement of potions. You did a great job, Mr. Wakefield." "Thank you, Professor," Matthew said quickly. After a few more babbles, Professor Slughorn took his gaze away from Matthew's cauldron. After half an hour, the potions class was over. While Neville was packing up his things, Matthew suddenly accidentally dropped his crystal bottle box on the ground, and the small bottles rolled all over, and some even broke. "Oops!" Matthew said loudly. "It's okay, I will help you clean up," Neville said enthusiastically. As other students left the potions classroom one after another, Matthew and Neville were clearing the crystal bottles on the ground. "I'll help too," Kids. Slughorn approached the classroom, and he waved his magic wand, and the broken crystal bottles immediately recovered. Thank you very much. Matthew quickly bowed to him. Just when Slughorn turned and left www.novel.com, Matthew suddenly said, Professor Slughorn, I heard Draco seem to have said before that you built a building at Hogwarts. A group of potions class exchanges knowledge about potions class every week. Of course, what Slughorn's Slug Club communicated was not limited to the contents of the potions class, but Matthew was deliberately acting stupid at this time. I've always been very interested in potions, so I don't know if there is a chance to join. Matthew asked directly, cheeky. Slughorn was stunned for a moment, and he looked up and down Matthew, seeming to review the boy's qualifications at the end. After a short wait. Of course, Mr. Wakefield. Slughorn was like a face change, suddenly smiling, you are welcome to join. Still looking for Hogwarts in Other Worlds free novels? Beta direct search, / it's easy to read novels. Smiley face, ask for 1 day off. Has already written almost, but I feel unsatisfied and don't want to post it. The next few chapters are more critical and reveal the complete worldview. I want to deal with it better. Everyone, sorry. Chapter 47, Mystery. Matthew Wakefield couldn't believe his luck. But there is no doubt that he succeeded in achieving his original goal, which is, let Horace Slughorn invite himself to join his slug club. And only after the first attempt, it succeeded. He originally thought that he would work harder at least a few times to win Slughorn's favor. But anyway, this is good news. Matthew took a pile of potions lesson supplies, walked through the corridor in the basement, and returned to the Slytherin common room again. Touched the head of the big green snake, he whispered the password for the past 2 weeks, higher than glory. The giant snake loosened the tail that it was biting in its mouth, squirmed gently, and opened the stone gate. As soon as he entered the common room, Matthew saw Crabbe and Gore, 2 big men. They looked particularly conspicuous. The 2 are sitting in the armchairs by the fireplace, swiftly writing something. Speaking of, these 2 hapless children have almost never stopped their accidents since the beginning of school. They were attacked twice and then sent to the school hospital. The time they spent in the school hospital was almost more than the time spent in other parts of the castle combined. Sometimes, Matthew even sympathizes with them. He walked quickly over, and then sat in a soft armchair next to him. Because of the incident with Knot that happened before, he deliberately kept a safe distance from Crabbe and Gore. Then Matthew took the initiative to speak. Hi. Crabbe, Gore. Both boys raised their heads and glanced at him. Crabbe responded slowly, Wakefield, what's the matter? What are you up to? Matthew asked curiously. We are writing essays in the astronomy class, and will be handed in later evening. Gore replied. At night, they need to go to the astronomy tower and attend Professor Sinista's astronomy class. Professor Sinista is very strict. If she fails to complete the assignments she has assigned before, the consequences may be disastrous. Time is too late. Matthew looked at his watch, pretending to be surprised. It is indeed too late. The astronomy class will start at 7 o'clock in the evening, and it is almost 5 in the afternoon. Yes. The 2 boys nodded together, and were about to lower their heads, and continued to write, we have to work harder. Hey, wait. Matthew said again. They raised their heads again, with confused expressions on their faces. Need a little help? Matthew said unhurriedly, maybe my paper, I can give you a reference. Really? Crabbe and Gore both cheered. Of course, don't be too similar, that will be discovered by Professor Sinista. Matthew said as he raised a hand. In addition, I have another condition. No problem. Who do you want to beat? As long as you are not in the 4th grade or above, we can help you. Gore said with a dumb face. Of course it wasn't someone. Matthew shook his head quickly. I'm just a little interested, about what happened when you were attacked by Ronald Weasley in Gryffindor that day in the prize showroom. What? Crabbe suddenly looked embarrassed, and he whispered a little embarrassed, Professor Rozier, she won't let us talk about it. Forget it. Matthew looked a little bit interested. He stood up, turned and prepared to leave. Wait, wait! Gore hurriedly yelled a little flusteredly. Attracted some high-grade Slytherin students around, one after another. Hey! Matthew turned around again. Gore hurriedly waved his hand at the senior students, then lowered his voice, and said to Matthew, but you must never tell others. That's natural. Matthew nodded without thinking. The situation was like this. Gore looked around, then whispered. We were in charge of wiping the medals and trophies in the prize showroom. Weasley was wiping it while complaining there. We didn't know him, so we didn't answer the conversation. Then he didn't know why, he suddenly left the prize showroom. Leave? Matthew frowned. Where did you go? I don't know. Crabbe shook his head and continued. Mr. Tang followed him soon, leaving me and Gore to continue wiping things there. What's next? Matthew asked solemnly. Are Weasley and Mr. Tang back? I don't know what happened later. Crabbe and I fainted without knowing the reason. After waking up, we were already in the school hospital. Gore said again. Oh, okay, thank you. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. So, Wakefield, the astronomy paper. Crabbe said expectantly. Wait a minute, I'll get it now. Matthew thought about www.novel.com while walking towards the bedroom. According to Crabbe and Gore's description, it seems very likely that the location of the attack was not the prize showroom. Where did Ronald Weasley go at the time, and then hit the murderer and was attacked by the murderer? Then the murderer was discovered by Mr. Tang. He attacked Mr. Tang and made him go crazy, while sending Weasley back to the prize showroom. So where did Weasley go? This question may only be known to him and the murderer. In addition, why did the murderer take the trouble to bring Weasley back to the prize showroom? Many mysteries hovered in Matthew's mind. While passing the astronomy course essay to Crabbe and Gore, he also instructed. Since Principal Rozier won't let you talk about this, then you had better stop telling others, and don't say that I know this too. That's natural. Crabbe and Gore nodded repeatedly. Just as Matthew was about to return to the dormitory again, a panting senior girl walked up to him. I'll give this to Matthew Wakefield, she said, and then handed over a roll of parchment with purple ribbon. Okay, thank you. Matthew took the scroll with his name on it. This looks like an invitation. He opened the paper roll gently, and only wrote a very brief content on it. Matthew. If I can come to my office for dinner with me this Sunday night, I will be very happy. You faithful. Hef Slughorn Professor. Chapter 48, Slug Club. Since it is an odd number of weeks, there is no after-school practice course on Saturday this week. Maybe this is a good thing, because the after-school practice that Matthew participated in the first 2 times had more or less accidents. He spent most of the weekend in the House of Request. Of course, he did not inquire about the incident related to the attack. For a first-year freshman like him, who knows more, it's useless, if there is really another attack. All he can do is to protect himself as much as possible. Matthew Wakefield never forgets that he is a student. The most important duty of students is to study. Especially in such a magical world, although the magical world is not so dark forest from the outside, living the weak and the strong, but Matthew knows very well that in any case, he must truly become a powerful wizard. The realm of magic is actually far more profound than imagined. The more you touch, the more profound and vast you can feel. Is much more than just waving a wand stupidly or shouting a few spells. It is not easy to learn and use any spell proficiently. No wonder most adult wizards in the original book, even wizards working in the Ministry of Magic, cannot recite a decent iron armor curse. Matthew didn't go too far, trying to get in touch with those advanced magic. Instead, learn from the most basic transformations, hovering spells, and unlocking spells, and lay a solid foundation. In a sense, almost no one at Hogwarts is more diligent than Matthew Wickfield. Not even Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw. On Sunday afternoon, just after 6 o'clock, Matthew put down the book and wand in his hand. It's time to leave the House of Request. Later, he is going to go to the dinner of Professor Slughorn. Matthew walked outside the responsive house. When passing the empty bookshelf on the way, he waved his hand and made a goodbye expression. Stepped out of the responsive house, the door behind him quickly turned into a white wall. On the opposite tapestry, the moth-eaten monsters were still struggling to beat their ballet teacher with a wooden stick, without realizing that Matthew had left. When passing the first corner ahead, Matthew suddenly heard someone calling his name at the fork on the left. "Matthew!" is the voice of Neville Longbottom. "Hello, Neville." Matthew also greeted Neville. "Why are you here?" Neville asked curiously. "The Slytherin common room is in the basement. Generally speaking, unless there are classes, few Slytherin students come to the 8th floor. I'm here to ask Professor Flitwick about something." Matthew replied calmly, concealing something about the House of All Requests. "And Professor Flitwick's office happened to be on the 8th floor of the castle, near the 13th window on the right side of the West Tower." "Okay." Neville nodded. "I'm about to go to Professor Slughorn's office for tonight's party. By the way, he should have invited you too." "Yes." Matthew replied. "Shall we go there together?" "Of course, we can go." Side by side, the two walked down the marble steps until they reached the office of Professor Horace Slughorn in the basement. I don't know if it was the case, or because of magic, Slughorn's office was much larger than the average teacher's room. The decoration should also be much more gorgeous, at least in sharp contrast with the snow cave-like room in Professor Rozier's office. Emerald green, crimson, and gold curtains hung everywhere on the walls. At the same time, the whole room was illuminated red by a golden lantern hung in the center of the ceiling. In a corner in the distance, from time to time there was a loud sound that sounded like a man the singing accompanied by the dorme. "Neville, Matthew." As soon as they squeezed in the door, Slughorn yelled like a bell, "Welcome, very welcome." Horace Slughorn wears a tasseled mink hat, which matches his velvet coat quite well, and at the same time is more prosperous. Matthew noticed that his address for himself has changed from a surname to a first name. After receiving the two into the room, Slughorn went on to talk to a senior girl. There are only less than 20 students in the huge office. It seems that among the hundreds of students at Hogwarts, not many can be in the eyes of Slughorn. There are 2 round tables in total. On one table, there are all senior students sitting on it, and the other is almost all younger. I took Matthew, found 2 empty seats on the table of the junior students and sat down. Most of you here are almost strange faces. The only one Matthew can recognize is a dark-skinned Hufflepuff student of the same grade as him. To be honest, I don't like the style of this party www.novel.com, but I have to come. After sitting down, Neville whispered in Matthew's ear. Then he pointed to the dark-skinned Hufflepuff student. "Bresciabani, you should know. His family is very rich, and his mother, is a very famous witch. So far I have been a widow 6 times, and every husband who dies has left her with a large inheritance." "Of course, me too," Neville said somewhat self-deprecatingly, "because his parents are both senior aurors with a little reputation in the Ministry of Magic. Slughorn would invite me." "Good evening, Longbottom." At this moment, a carefree voice suddenly came from behind them. Is a big boy with stubborn hair, who looks slightly older than them. "Hello, Comic." Neville said hello to him, while introducing Matthew. "This is Gryffindor's 2nd grade Comic McLaggen." Matthew also had some impressions of this name. His father seemed to be a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic. "Hello there. Cormac, this is a new club member, Slytherin's first year Matthew Wickfield." Matthew stood up and shook hands with Cormac McLaggen. "It's not easy for freshmen to join the club," McLaggen praised. But as he spoke at a close distance, Matthew and the others suddenly smelled a heavy smell of garlic. Navely couldn't help covering his nose, and Matthew frowned. Looking at their expressions, McLaggen pretended to say deeply, "I suggest that you should eat more garlic recently, or else." He hummed a few times, and then sat down on the other side of Neville. Chapter 49, Dinner. Garlic. Cormac McLaggen's strange words instantly caught the attention of another student from the Slug Club sitting beside Matthew. "I hate garlic the most." He frowned, muttering "over there." But soon, he also smelled the strong garlic smell in McLaggen's mouth, and quickly retracted his head. "Hello." Matthew glanced at the boy sitting next to him and spoke actively. The boy was thin and slightly nervous. He smiled unnaturally. "Matthew, this is Marco Spelby in the 2nd grade of Ravenclaw." Neville quickly introduced, "Belby, this is Matthew Wickfield in the 1st grade of Slytherin." "Hello, Wakefield, and Longbottom," Belby whispered. "Good evening, Belby." Neville also nodded at him. After greeted each other briefly, Neville got to Matthew's ear and explained softly. "McLaggen's father David McLaggen works in the Ministry of Magic and has a great relationship with Minister Millicent Barnold, and Mr. Belby's uncle Damocles Belby is a well-known potion expert, the inventor of the wolf poison potion, and received the Merlin Medal for it." Matthew can see that the students around the round table he is at are basically the children of famous and successful people, as well as the children of families with good interpersonal relationships in the magical world. In other words, everyone here seems to have been invited because of a close relationship with an influential figure. Just like Neville, McLaggen, and Belby. If Draco Malfoy hadn't been in the school hospital because of his injury, he would be here too. And students with average family background and outstanding talents can hardly see. For example, Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw. She has made her mark at Hogwarts in the past month. Almost all teachers like her very much and think she is the best student in the 1st grade. Of course, this is also related to her relatively public personality, while Matthew is relatively low-key. There is also Cedric Diggory in Hufflepuff's 3rd grade. Although Matthew has not been in contact with him, judging from the evaluation of him by some students in the 2nd and 3rd grades, he is also the best student in his grade. However, neither of them received Slughorn's invitation, nor did they appear in the Slug Club. Of course, on another long table in the upper grades, you can see a few students with average family background but outstanding talents. For example, Matthew can recognize Percy Weasley in the 5th grade of Gryffindor. Given the family conditions of the Weasleys, it is almost impossible for him to come here by that. Perhaps Professor Horace Slughorn has completely different evaluation criteria for whether the upper and lower students can join his core small group. Then I am very honored to receive this invitation in the 1st grade. Matthew smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, but his face quickly became serious. He frowned, thinking. Why does Slughorn look at himself differently? Is it just because of the excellent performance in the potions class? Matthew. Neville asked with concern, "What's the matter? Your face is a little ugly." "Nothing." Matthew quickly stretched his eyebrows and responded with a smile, "It's just that I'm not used to the style here." Nai's face suddenly smiled, "It seems we feel the same." The members of Slug Club arrived one after another. They sat down at 2 round tables, and the dinner soon began. Many golden shiny plates appeared in front of everyone, but there was no food inside, but Matthew noticed that there was a small menu at the nearest location. He picked up his own menu, which was written with all kinds of dishes. He looked around again, but didn't find the waiter. "You should do this," Neville reminded him in a low voice. Then he picked up his menu, looked at his plate, and said very clearly, Hungarian goulash. A piece of beef immediately appeared on his plate. Matthew suddenly realized that he quickly followed suit and ordered his favorite food on the plate. I have to say that the food at Slughorn's dinner is much more refined than usual school dinners. It seems that the Slytherin dean is quite particular about eating and drinking. But throughout the dinner, most of Slughorn's energy was devoted to the students in the upper grades. At the table in the lower grades, he just took a glass of mead during the banquet and came over here, and motioned to them to toast to Professor Grindelwald's health. Everyone naturally raised their glasses in response. To be honest, the taste of mead is a bit weird, like a rotten apple. This taste, Matthew felt a little overwhelmed. And these old Slug Club members around, seemed to have become accustomed to this. Matthew ate his lamb chops while listening to the people around him chatting. Is mostly trivial content. For example, Marco Spelby was chatting with another student next to him about an interesting event that happened in the second grade magic history class some time ago. And the two girls across from Matthew are talking about the recent attack. Draco Malfoy will be discharged from the hospital soon, and the extreme magic expert invited by Professor Rozier will come to Hogwarts next week. Maybe Ronald Weasley will be able to leave the hospital together. These two attacks are no big deal, and there is nothing to fear at all. On the other hand, Cormac McLaggen and Blaise Shabani have put down their cutlery, and began to yell loudly. You ask my grandfather Thierry, his body can be said to be great, now he can eat 2 caddies of steak for a meal. Except for his left shoulder, that was his old wound during the First Wizarding War. Was left by a dark wizard. There is no way, because of the injuries there, he has to spend 2 months to recuperate at St. Mungo every year. McLaggen shouted. Matthew could not help but up his ears, and began to distinguish McLaggen's voice amidst the chaotic music and discussion. My grandfather Thierry, he can be said to be the first supporter of Grindelwald in England. Before then, the British magical world can be said to be a dark environment, ruled by dark wizards. It was Leonard Muin, Minister of Magic, or Armando Dippet, the Principal of Hogwarts, of course, and the fate of Principal Grindelwald, the dark wizard Albus Dumbledore. My grandfather was the first British wizard who saw their true colours first and then swore allegiance to Principal Grindelwald. Navi Longbottom just happened to be anxious and left his seat to go to the bathroom. Matthew took the opportunity to lean against Cormac McLaggen. Then Comic, you must know a lot about the First Wizarding War from your grandfather. Taking advantage of the time between words, Matthew asked kindly. Obviously, Cormac McLaggen didn't care about having an additional audience. That's natural. He replied triumphantly. I grew up next to my grandfather when I was young. Before I went to bed, he often told me stories about his youth. These things are in the history books. What I can't find out is that Bathilda Bagshot's History of Magic was only compiled until the end of the 19th century. Matthew immediately made a very curious and somewhat admiring expression, which made McLaggen quite useful. But McLaggen's voice quickly became a little lower. That was in 1945. For the Principal of Grindelwald, the situation at that time can be said to have reached the point of life and death. The dark wizards of Britain at that time, including Leonard Muin, Armando Dippet, and of course also they want their true leader Albus Dumbledore to collude with a huge Muggle power. And not only in Britain, but in the United States, the Soviet Union, and exile in France, many innocent wizards were bewitched by Dumbledore. They united with the local Muggle government to form an extremely terrifying group. Power. Although Principal Grindelwald was supporting his Muggle government spokesperson in Germany at the time, he was not Dumbledore's opponent at all. They were losing ground. Finally, on May 10, 1945, President Grindelwald had to stand up. On the top of the Reichstag in Berlin, he fought Albus Dumbledore in a legendary duel. My grandfather was fortunate to be present at the time and watched the duel. According to his description, the duel lasted for a day and a night, and the intensity of the duel exceeded his knowledge. In the end, they could not see what happened. What? Finally, Grindelwald won. Matthew asked solemnly. That is natural. McLaggen replied without hesitation, at the last moment, President Grindelwald turned the tide and saved our magical world. With the defeat of Albus Dumbledore, the entire anti-witch forces our backbone was interrupted by us. Principal Grindelwald announced this to the world, and at the same time he converted the fortress of Newmontgard into a prison and imprisoned Albus Dumbledore on the tallest tower there. To prevent prison robbery or escape from prison, he deployed the most complex and powerful defensive magic on that tower. It's a pity that although President Grindelwald won the final victory, but with the final defeat of his support in the Muggle world, what he planned before the First Wizarding War about inciting the Muggle War, the strategy of allowing wizards to completely override Muggles is completely bankrupt. At the same time, Albus Dumbledore's supporters are still all over Europe, especially in the UK, especially at Hogwarts at the time, and especially at Hogwarts Griffin at the time. Many colleges, at that time, Dumbledore, the Dark Wizard, had the prestige as much as, or even slightly stronger than, Principal Grindelwald. In order to completely eliminate Dumbledore's influence, President Grindelwald came to England. My grandfather Thierry McLaggen was the most loyal supporter of Lord Grindelwald, especially in the 1960s. During the senior Deputy Minister of Magic, I helped Master Grindelwald a lot. Of course the influence of the Dark Wizard Dumbledore can be said to be deeply ingrained. Principal Grindelwald and my grandfather have faced many troubles and dealt with many rebellions. After almost 30 years, only then did the British magic world be completely deprived of Dumbledore's influence, and the magic world was completely on track. McLaggen seemed to be a little dry after such a long talk. He picked up a glass of pumpkin juice on the table, and drank it tons. So, after hesitating for a moment, Matthew asked softly, "The Dark Wizard Albus Dumbledore, is he dead?" "Not yet." McLaggen shook his head. Principal Grindelwald has always been a very kind person, especially when he was young and had a very close relationship with Dumbledore, so he just took Dumbledore Leto is imprisoned, hoping that one day he will be able to get lost. So what about the influence of Dumbledore the Dark Wizard? Matthew continued to ask. It's gone now. The bright side has basically disappeared. Most of you reading www.yuyuganshu.com and his supporters have been thrown into Azkaban. McLaggen replied, but in the dark, there are many dark wizards who follow loyally. While trying to subvert the new magic world system established by Grindelwald. So after the First Wizarding War 50 years ago was not completely won. Matthew asked again, has Grindelwald abandoned his plan? Of course not. McLaggen said mysteriously, otherwise, what do you think Master Grindelwald has been up to all these years? Navi Longbottom is back, and Matthew also returned to his seat. And McLaggen, again started discussing with Shabani about the bookshelf and Minister Barnold's family playing golf together. The dinner was over soon, but Matthew never found time to be alone with Professor Slughorn. After everyone left the potions teacher's office, he turned back again. Because he forgot his watch on the dining table. Oh, Wickfield, why are you back again? Horace Slughorn asked in surprise. He has a pair of small feet resting on a large velvet cushion, and his chubby body is lying halfway on a comfortable winged armchair, holding a small glass of wine in his hand, and his other hand picking in boxes of pineapple preserves. Sorry, Professor, I forgot my watch here. Matthew said softly. Well, boy. Slughorn nodded, it's not a good habit to forget. A&D. Matthew got his watch, and after hesitating for a moment. Sir, I want to ask you something. Chapter 50, Ancient Mystery. Just as Matthew spoke, the small golden bell on Horace Slughorn's desk rang 9 times. Of course, but not too long. The potions professor said gently. At the same time he picked a piece of pineapple compote and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he added, after all, it's already very late. I think you don't want to be caught until the lights are turned off and you are still outside. Yes, sir, but we won't turn off the lights until 10 o'clock. So, I want to ask you something. Matthew said, if you are free. Then ask, kid, ask. Slughorn drank a small glass of wine, his cheeks looked slightly red. Matthew glanced at the old man who was half lying in the armchair in front of him, with a big belly and a relaxed face. Without hesitation, he spoke softly. It's about my roommate, Draco Malfoy. Draco, oh, poor boy, I remember well. Slughorn licked the icing on his fingers, and sighed with regret. It's so bad luck. I had such an accident when I first came to school, and I stayed in the school hospital until today, so that he has come in October now, and he hasn't even attended one of our parties. I just hope that Rosie, the friend that Professor invited, can help him. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Matthew echoed, it's just that I'm a little curious, what happened to him at that time? Matthew Wickfield did not directly mention anything about the book. He was going to knock on the side first to find out what the book had come from. So, he asked when Draco Malfoy was attacked. Slughorn seems to be in a good mood, maybe that box of pineapple compote is very appetizing to him, or it may be because of today's banquet. He glanced at Matthew, and said absently, we usually keep this kind of thing secret. Professor Rozier doesn't want the truth to be passed on to the entire Hogwarts, so that it will affect our teaching work. Quite unfavorable. His words seemed to be rejection. But obviously, the ingredients for selling Guanza seem to be more than the ingredients for rejection. After all, if he really wanted to resolutely refuse, he could just use a ready-made excuse to drive Matthew away. Matthew is also clearly aware of this. He quickly agreed and said, yes, Professor, President Rozier's words are right, this kind of thing must not be let outsiders know casually. But I'm not an outsider, Draco Malfoy is my roommate. But he quickly turned again and continued, his voice gradually becoming a little low. Did you know that during the time he was attacked I was the only person in the entire dormitory room, and my roommates were sent to the hospital, life or death unknown. I was very scared at the time, and I went to bed every night. I will be awakened by nightmares at any time. I am afraid that suddenly, like Malfoy and the others, I will encounter something terrifying and die silently. While talking, Matthew wiped the corner of his eyes pitifully. So, Professor Slughorn, I beg you, tell me what happened. I can swear I won't tell anyone. That will at least allow me to sleep at night. Slughorn gave Matthew a sympathetic look. Poor boy, to be honest, I can understand the pressure you are facing, and I can understand it. No, you don't understand. Matthew shook his head. At that time, I desperately wanted to forget what happened that night, but every time I came to a crowded place, someone would come to me and ask me what happened. After all, I was the only one left in the bedroom. I am very curious, but I am very scared. You don't understand how desperate it is. Sometimes I even want to climb up to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle and then jump out of the window. Matthew talked, moved himself, tears have flowed from the corner of his eyes. Oh, you can't do this. Slughorn said quickly, if you really jump down, you will have to stay in the school hospital for at least a week. Of course, it could be 2 weeks. He paused and looked at Matthew. Do you need me to get you a towel, kid? No, no need. Matthew quickly wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve. He didn't forget that Slughorn had just licked his own finger. Okay. Slughorn sighed softly, who might as well tell you the truth, it's actually not something particularly worth keeping secret. Matthew sat down quickly, earnestly listening to it. If it weren't because it wasn't in class, he even wanted to take out paper and pen to take notes. Matthew, do you know black magic? Slughorn said earnestly. Black magic? Matthew blinked. Of course, this is the old name, now it has been renamed extreme magic. Professor Rozier should have taught you in her class. Slughorn changed his words and said. Yes, but the textbook still calls it black magic. Matthew nodded and said, "That's because of the Wizards Examinations Authority, the old guys headed by Gusarda Marchbon." Slughorn shrugged and explained, "They are very old, and very prestigious in the wizarding world. Although they have obeyed the new Ministry of Magic in name, they have never really identified with Gellert Grindelwald. But it can only be used in this way to cause more or less trouble to Hogwarts. After all, the source of textbooks is subject to the control of the Wizarding Examination Administration. Of course, in the eyes of Professor Grindelwald, they are just clowns dancing by their graves," Slughorn suddenly said with some deep meaning. "However, the entire magical world, after all, is not the word of Master Grindelwald." Matthew didn't quite understand what Slughorn's words meant. He can only nodded in a faint understanding. "Okay, let's get down to business," Slughorn continued, "let's call it black magic. Matthew, do you know the scariest black magic?" "This." Matthew hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "I seem to have seen it in an after-school reading about defense against the dark arts class. It seems to be called, no, unforgivable curse," Slughorn said before Matthew. "It seems to be, Professor." Matthew nodded quickly. "It seems that I invited you to join the club. It really wasn't the wrong choice." Slughorn laughed loudly, "Your extracurricular reading volume is very extensive. I just prefer the quiet atmosphere in the library." Matthew lowered his head somewhat shyly. "Okay." Slughorn's face quickly became serious again. "The unforgivable curse? It's really scary, but it's far from enough to name them with most. In the true sense, the most terrifying black magic." His voice suddenly became hollow and solemn. "These are the oldest and most mysterious magic, indescribable, far beyond the normal wizardry. Cognitive, mysterious magic." As soon as the voice fell, Slughorn's body trembled involuntarily. "So?" Matthew frowned and continued softly, "Draco Malfoy was injured because of the mysterious side magic. Professor Rozier thinks so." Slughorn replied, "She has a lot of experience in black magic research, so I agree with her point of view." "So, was someone using the mysterious black magic on Malfoy?" Matthew asked again, pretending to be a fool. "This is unlikely. After all, I am still very confident about the safety factor of the Slytherin common room. Therefore, whether it is Professor Rozier's guess or my guess, we all think that the attack on Delacaze, it must be just an item related to the mysterious black magic. It's normal. Draco's father was always interested in that kind of stuff. It's a secret, so Draco might have touched them accidentally." Matthew felt that he was very close to the answer. But he still asked quietly, "Is the item related to the mysterious black magic still in the Slytherin common room?" "Ha ha ha!" Slughorn suddenly burst into laughter. "You don't have to scare yourself, my child. I was able to search your dormitory and its surroundings carefully. There will never be any. The fish slipped through the net. Could that be, that item left the Slytherin common room?" Matthew asked again. "What do you think it is, a paper airplane?" Slughorn spread his hands towards Matthew and said with a smile, "That's impossible, my child. Hogwarts has a complete picture of black magic. Powerful protective equipment, you can't run around with a used black magic item without being discovered. Moreover, Hogwarts space rules also have extremely strict restrictions. Without the consent of the principal, the transfer of anything in space is not allowed. Teachers including us are not allowed in Hogwarts. Apparition within the Watts campus, not to mention a black magic item. So what exactly is going on?" Matthew asked, frowning. "According to our guess, the mysterious dark magic item that Draco came into contact with was mostly a very weak one. After attacking Draco Malfoy, it exhausted all its power. So we didn't find it." Slughorn explained again, "In fact, this is the only possibility. Then, if it is powerful, the mysterious side black magic item? Matthew asked again. You can only pray that you will never encounter something like that, unless you are a powerful wizard like Professor Grindelwald. Slughorn's tone gradually became serious. Is it scary? Matthew lowered his head. It's not just used to describe it as terrible. Slughorn shook his head. That kind of thing is definitely not something a normal wizard can touch. It will slowly erode you, affect you, and even assimilate you, before you know it. So, if Mr. Draco Malfoy had been exposed to that kind of thing, what would happen? Matthew asked in a low voice. His voice sounded a little trembling. This is also normal. An 11-year-old child will inevitably not be afraid when he hears such terrible things. I will kill him. Slughorn said sternly. Kill him. Matthew opened his mouth wide and stammered. Yes, although it sounds cruel, it will definitely be the best ending for that boy. Slughorn continued, even if I don't, Professor Rozier and even Green Professor Dewa will do this. Death is not the most terrible thing. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com is far from it. If you really come into contact with the indescribable mystery, then you will face something more terrifying than death. It sounds scary. Matthew smiled unnaturally. He seemed to say jokingly. So in the future, if we encounter something like that, should we run away right away? Run. Slughorn smiled mockingly. The real mystery, you can't escape, because when you stare at it, it is staring at you at the same time. At this moment, Matthew looked very pale. Oh, boy, did I frighten you? Obviously I should comfort you. Slughorn said apologetically, don't worry, that kind of truly ancient and mysterious thing, there are not a few in the world, it is almost impossible for you to meet them. The one that Draco Malfoy came into contact with was just the simplest kind of mysterious dark magic gadget. It has definitely disappeared in Hogwarts. Otherwise, we must have found it. So, relax, don't care about these mysterious things, and focus on more interesting things. Slughorn comforted loudly over there. Matthew's face gradually improved. He nodded, thank you, Professor. Remember these things I told you, but don't tell them. Slughorn waved his hand at him. I won't say anything, sir. Matthew Wickfield finished speaking and left. When he left Horace Slughorn's office, his face was still extremely pale. P.S. It's Monday, keep asking for recommendations. Chapter 51, Chance Encounter. Matthew Wickfield's mood can be said to be terrible. He had guessed that the book might be scary, but he didn't expect it to be so scary. What Slughorn said just now can be completely matched with his previous experience. Hogwarts does have certain precautions against black magic items, and also has strict restrictions on space rules. So the book went to the House of Requests, and according to some descriptions in the original works of previous lives, although the House of Requests is inside Hogwarts, it will not be bound by many Hogwarts rules. At the same time, Slughorn said that the true mystery is impossible to escape, so no matter what method he uses, it is almost impossible to throw away the book. It is always in the shadows. As for Slughorn's judgment, it was an extremely weak mysterious black magic item that attacked Malfoy. His guess is very likely to be completely opposite to the fact. It is precisely because the book is too powerful. In order to escape their search and arrest at that time, he successfully escaped to the House of Request. So, what should I do? Matthew had originally planned to escape the truth from Horace Slughorn. Then, I hope that the potions teacher can help myself and completely get rid of this threat. But what Slughorn said directly made him retreat. Could it be that he really let the Slytherin chief kill himself? And Slughorn's tone directly gave Matthew a sense of despair. If that book is really that terrifying, wouldn't it be sure to die? Or, worse, to get into what Slughorn said was a terrifying ending than death? No. 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 Hasn't reached that point, Matthew desperately comforted himself. He recalled what Slughorn had said earlier. You can only pray that you will never encounter something like that unless you are a powerful wizard like Professor Grindelwald. Does the meaning of this sentence mean that if you become a powerful wizard like Gellert Grindelwald, you don't have to fear that book? Should mean this, so, my own ending is not completely doomed yet. Should be. In the dark hallway, Matthew shook his head, not allowing himself to continue his thoughts. Looked down at his watch, it was too late, and it was about to pass 10 o'clock. That would have exceeded the light-off time, which was considered a violation of school rules. Went down the marble steps, and he began to step into the basement. The corridor in the basement was there, and it looked extremely long and gloomy in the darkness. I can hear some weird sounds from time to time. Of course, this may just be an illusion caused by the wind. The torch on the stone wall also appeared extremely weak, and could not even illuminate the road ahead. Matthew took out his black walnut wand from his waist, and gently raised the wand with his left hand. Fluorescence blinking, lumos. He sang softly. A faint light lit up from the end of his wand, suddenly illuminating the road ahead of him. The spells taught by Professor Felius Flitwick in the spell class 2 weeks ago, although simple, are often very practical. But just as Matthew passed the door of the potions class, it seems, there is a sound? Matthew pricked his ears slightly. Yes, there is a sound. Came from the potions classroom. Although it is very small, but this time Matthew can judge that it is definitely not an illusion caused by wind. Who will be? Horace Slughorn, the teacher of the potions class, is excluded first. The old man had just said goodbye to Matthew in his office, and he had no reason to suddenly appear in the potions classroom. So, is it another teacher who came to his classroom to fetch things with Slughorn's permission? Still saying, someone is stealing something inside? Or, the murderer who attacked Ronald Weasley before? But Matthew did not turn around, and continued to walk forward at a steady pace, as if he had never heard the sound. No matter who is in the potions classroom right now, it has nothing to do with him. At the same time, he also pricked up his ears very cautiously. Fortunately, the sound seemed to stop abruptly. Just when I walked through this corridor and turned into the next passage. Who is it? A stern voice suddenly sounded from behind Mashu. The voice is full of alertness. A familiar young female voice is undoubtedly the voice that Matthew Wickfield would not want to hear. It's me, Matthew Wickfield. He turned around and stammered. Professor Rozier. Vita Rozier, the vice principal of Hogwarts, came step by step from behind. For a while, Matthew couldn't tell whether she came out of the potions classroom or came out of other places. But the way Professor Rozier walked, he became limp, as if he had been injured. When she got closer, Matthew found that her hair was a bit messy, and her face was uncertain. She didn't have the grace of the past. Wickfield. Professor Rozier snapped, why are you again? Matthew actually wanted to ask this question too. Hogwarts as a whole, the person he fears most is undoubtedly the Vice President Professor Rozier. On weekdays, he also tried his best to avoid her. But unexpectedly, I met her many times inexplicably. Matthew opened his mouth. Then he found out that Professor Rozier was pressing hard at him. Her beautiful face suddenly became a little distorted, even a little hideous. Matthew took a few steps back in shock and kept his back against the wall. What should I do? What if Professor Rozier suddenly attacked himself? So what should I do? Matthew glanced at the wand in his right hand. The only offensive spell he could use was the petrification spell. In the defense against the dark arts class not long ago, Professor Rozier taught him. Matthew didn't think that this spell would work for the opponent now. Professor Rozier is getting closer, and her slightly distorted face has become clearer. Matthew suddenly saw that in Professor Rozier's eyes, there was a faint red light, blood-like red light. Could it be that? Matthew has no time to think about it. Chanted the petrification mantra in his heart, Petrificus totalis. Just when he was about to yell this spell. Is Professor Rozier there? Another familiar voice came from not far away. The red light in Professor Rozier's eyes disappeared, and she turned around and stopped looking at Matthew. The familiar figure in the dark also slowly appeared in Matthew's sight. Oh, and Wakefield. Professor Edward Troca blinked and looked at Matthew. Professor Troca's face looked better than usual, not so pale, and not so haggard. Or because of the weak lights in the aisles at night. I'm very curious, Wakefield, why are you here? Professor Troca asked with interest. Matthew noticed that the transformation teacher had already taken the wand in his hand. I am also very curious about this, so I am asking this question to Wakefield. Professor Rozier said coldly. The twisted and hideous look of anger on her face seemed to disappear, replaced by the usual coldness. Professor Troca's appearance made Matthew breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that no matter whether my guess is correct, I will be fine tonight. I just attended Professor Slughorn's Slug Club dinner. He explained quickly. The Slug Club dinner usually ends before 9 o'clock in the evening. Professor Rozier said coldly. Her eyes glared at Matthew again. At that moment, Matthew seemed to see the blood-like red light again. That's it. Matthew continued to explain, because my watch was forgotten in Professor Slughorn's office. When I went back to get the watch, I remembered some interesting things, so I went to Slughorn. Professor Gown asked for some advice, so the final time was a bit late. So that's it. Professor Troca looked at Matthew with a look full of praise. It looks like Wakefield, you are very lucky. I heard that Horace has always had a high vision. I hope you haven't lied. And Professor Rozier continued to say coldly, because I will know soon. After speaking, she pulled out her wand from her waist. Just a light wave, a silver-white cloak-like thing flashed past Matthew. In the corridor, silence was restored again. Professor Rozier still kept her position, that is, to completely push Matthew Wakefield to the corner of the wall, but he turned his head and closed his eyes there. Matthew is a little embarrassed at this time, he dare not move, because he only needs to move slightly, he may encounter Professor Rozier. Professor Troca suddenly winked at Matthew. Matthew discovered that he was still facing Professor Rozier's chest with his fluorescent wand, almost even poking there. He hung down his wand quickly. They only waited for about 2 or 3 minutes. Only anxious footsteps were heard, and then the fat, walrus-like potions teacher Horace Slughorn trot over, acting very funny. What, the situation? He ran in front of the 3 people, panting heavily, obviously a little tired, and stammered when he said, what, the situation? We'll talk about it later. Professor Rozier still said very coldly, let's talk about Wakefield first. Oh, Matthew. Slughorn seemed to have only seen Matthew now, and he was obviously relieved. Wakefield told me that he was in your office just now, chatting with you. Professor Rozier first glanced at Matthew, and then at Slughorn. Yes, that's right. Slughorn nodded, we were discussing, well, some extracurricular knowledge. But Professor Rozier does not seem to care about what they are discussing. So, when did Wakefield leave from your side? Professor Rozier continued to ask. About 10 minutes ago, not long anyway, Professor Slughorn replied. He always stayed with you before. Of course. Professor Rozier was silent for a moment, then walked a few steps forward to let Matthew regain his freedom. Well, you can go now, Wakefield. She said coldly, but you are still active in Hogwarts Castle after the lights are off. I will let Mr. Pringle inform you. Confinement time and content. Matthew opened his mouth, wondering what was going on. How come I am going to be confined? I don't agree with this, President Rozier. This time, Professor Troca said, I think it was not 10 o'clock when Wakefield appeared in the corridor, if it weren't for you caught him, I think there is a high probability that he will be able to return to the Slytherin common room before the lights go out." Slughorn next to also nodded. Professor Rozier closed his eyes again. "You are right, the confinement is cancelled." Matthew had no idea what to say. How did the confinement be cancelled again? "Go back to the common room, Matthew." Slughorn made a urging gesture at him. Professor Troca walked to Matthew's side and patted Matthew's shoulder lightly. "Yes, go back quickly, Wickfield, don't be afraid, don't worry, but please remember, don't walk around Hogwarts Castle at night." Recently. This time, Matthew smelled the familiar smell of blood again. Matthew nodded without understanding. "Listen to their tone of voice, what seems to be happening?" He was not easy to ask anything. After saying goodbye to the three teachers, he hurried back to the common room in Slytherin www.ltnovel.com without communicating with other people, but Slug was still thinking in his mind. Horn's words fell on the bed, and he fell asleep directly. The next day, Monday's breakfast. Matthew Wickfield came to the auditorium as usual and had breakfast. While he smeared jam on the sausage. "Matthew!" An excited voice suddenly came from a distance. Then, I only saw Neville Longbottom cross a few long tables and came to him. Then, he hugged Matthew tightly. "What's the matter?" Matthew was a little dazed. "It's great, you're so alive," Neville said with tears. "Am I still alive?" Matthew became more and more confused. "I thought, you already..." Neville wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and released his hand. "What's the matter, Neville?" Matthew asked quickly. Neville's voice was a little low, he shook his head. "Slytherin 7th grade Maria Adams, and 4th grade Rico Carlo, they were all dead last night." The news was like a bolt from the blue, making Matthew stunned. Maria Adams in the 7th grade, and Rico Carlo in the 4th grade. These two names actually have a slight impression on Matthew. At the dinner party of the Slug Club last night, Slughorn introduced these two people to him. It's just that they had little communication with Matthew at the round table in the senior year. And the two of them, plus the first-year Matthew Wickfield, are the Slug Club, all members from Slytherin. Chapter 52, The Principal is Back. Navi Longbottom's words made Matthew Wickfield frightened. "So, last night, there was another attack." He frowned. He was a little absent-minded, and continued to talk to Neville. After Longbottom left, he stuffed the sausage with a lot of jam into his mouth, and suddenly found it a bit cold. And Matthew's mood at this time is also the same. In a sense, this time he has escaped, he thought with some lingering fear. Maria Adams in 7th grade and Rico Carlo in 4th grade. The time they were attacked last night must have been after Slughorn's Slug Club ended. That is, on their way back from Slughorn's office to the Slytherin common room. And myself, in theory, I should walk the same path with them and go back together. After all, there is only that way to the Slytherin common room. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to listen to the sidekick and inquire about the book from Slughorn, I would have been back almost an hour late. Maybe you have to add your own name to the list of victims. Then, last night, when I was passing the potions classroom at about 10 o'clock, I heard a sound from inside. Could it be related to this attack? Also, at that time, Headmaster Rozier, who suddenly appeared from behind and whose looks and movements were extremely strange, was also related to the attack? Of course, there is Professor Troca. Matthew noticed last night that his look was different from usual, but he was extremely energetic. Why did they appear there? Could it be that? Matthew suppressed many doubts in his heart and continued to eat his breakfast. Breakfast is not over yet. Suddenly, a mess of footsteps sounded from beside Matthew. Then, a thin figure came to his side. "Wickfield?" The other party asked eagerly, "Are you all right?" Matthew was stunned. His mouth was still full of sausages, unable to speak, so he nodded dumbly. It was Agnes Lestrange. Her azure blue eyes looked at Matthew intently. No. Nothing. After taking a sip of pumpkin juice and swallowing the contents of his mouth, Matthew replied reluctantly, "What's wrong? Aren't you a member of Slughorn's Slug Club?" Lestrange's tone became a little colder. "Yes." Matthew replied. "Wait, how did you know?" But Lestrange did not answer this question. "I heard that Adams and Carlo were attacked, and it seems to have returned to the Slytherin common room after the Slug Club ended." "Yes, but I was lucky at the time and didn't go back with them both," Matthew answered while thinking about how this girl knew that she had joined the Slug Club. "I hadn't told anyone before." "Oh." Lestrange nodded, then stood up and walked away. Her waterfall-like silver hair even brushed Matthew's shoulder gently. Only Matthew was left alone, some inexplicably staying here. He didn't even understand what happened. It stands to reason that she and herself are not very familiar, right? Forget it, eat. Matthew took another sausage and stuffed it into his mouth. Paper cannot contain fire. Even though Hogwarts' public opinion control methods are so sophisticated, now that the news of another attack has spread throughout the school, there is a lot of uproar. Matthew saw many first-year students in groups and groups, as if they were afraid that they would be attacked if they act alone. However, it doesn't seem to make much sense to act together. Aren't Maria Adams and Rico Carlo the Slytherin common room that went back together? Haven't they been attacked yet, and both are in trouble? And Maria Adams, as a 7th grade student at Hogwarts who is eligible to join the Slug Club and is appreciated by Slughorn, is not inferior to some adult wizards in the control of many spells and self-defense spells. Students like this were actually attacked. The terrible atmosphere even affected the classroom. The history of magic on Monday morning was originally a subject that everyone liked very much. But now in this magic history class, many first-year freshmen are there whispering to each other, discussing what happened last night. Bathilda Bagshot, who has always been a gentleman, is very angry about this. "If you don't want to attend the class, you can go out now and never come in," the old professor roared angrily. Then she coughed violently a few times, and a house elf hurriedly jumped up and beat her back. In this way, the class becomes quieter. At lunch, Matthew heard some Slytherin students discussing the attack on Adams and Carlo. Then he got time for a meal. He heard several versions of news. Some people say that Adams and Carlo died on the spot. The body was directly cremated by Professor Rozier and sent back to their home. Some people also said that they were not dead at the time, but just like Weasley and Malfoy were seriously injured and sent to St. Mungo for treatment. Some people insist that there are definitely more than 2 of them, but the Ministry of Magic stipulates that the number of deaths in such emergencies cannot exceed 3. If the number exceeds this number, the principal of Hogwarts must step down. His friend passed by the gate of Hogwarts Castle in the morning. "When I saw a magic carpet and a magic carpet transporting corpses to the castle." In short, rumors have spread around the school, and everyone is suspicious. Matthew also saw a lot of junior students who secretly exchanged amulets, exorcism objects, and other gadgets that were rumored to protect wizards from the teacher. This approach seems to be very popular. For example, Theodore Nott, who was in the same bedroom, showed off the trophies he had bought to the people around him after lunch. Includes, but is not limited to, a smelly and dark onion, a round purple crystal, and a dry newt tail. Of course Nott was not proud for too long. A few minutes later, the prefect Jamal Farley walked over, took away all his amulets, and threw them into the trash can. The herbal medicine class in the afternoon also became chaotic. Obviously, everyone has no energy. Fortunately, Professor Sprout, the herbal medicine teacher, has a good temper and is not angry. After the herbal medicine class was over, Matthew and the others returned to the auditorium from the greenhouse. Then Matthew was surprised to find that since the opening banquet in the auditorium, there have never been so many students gathered at the same time, even though it has not yet reached the meal. I am afraid this is because everyone is afraid to stay alone in other parts of the castle. The auditorium with more people may give people a sense of security. Matthew glanced at the guest seat, then frowned. Because he noticed that no matter it was at breakfast, lunch, or now, he did not see the Vice President Professor Vita Rozier in the main guest table. This is not normal, because according to past practice, Professor Rozier will appear in the auditorium on time every day for meals, almost without absence. Moreover, if Professor Rozier could stand up and explain the specific situation at that time, the school would not be so panic and rumors now. Matthew suddenly remembered that last night, Professor Rozier was a little limped while walking. Could it be that she was already injured at that time? Therefore, I have not appeared in everyone's sight until today. Just when Matthew was thinking about it, dinner started. The content of the dinner is still the same as before, the standard 2 vegetarians and 1 meat, Welsh lamb, baked potatoes and carrots, and a soup. The scent of quickly filled the entire auditorium, but everyone was generally in a general mood and poor appetite. Even many teachers in the main guest seat are the same. For example, the Dean of Slytherin, Professor Horace Slughorn, sitting there with a sad face, a decadent face. Maybe it was because of an accident with 2 of his college students who were also students of the Slug Club. Or maybe it was because of this attack that the Slug Club's evening parties would have to be cancelled for some time to come. But at this moment, a burst of light blue smoke suddenly appeared in the center of the main guest seat. As they saw at the school banquet, the students in the auditorium, which was still discussing before, became quiet for a moment. Even the several teachers on the main guest seat were happy at this time. All eyes are focused on the smoke. After the smoke cleared, a familiar figure appeared in front of them. The principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Mr. Gellert Grindelwald, is back. For Matthew Wickfield, this was the second time he saw the principal of Hogwarts in nearly a month and a half after school started. Principal Grindelwald seemed to be a servant, with a very tired expression on his face. As Matthew has always heard in school, Principal Grindelwald is really busy. However, the principal's appearance this time did not usher in eager applause as before. Although everyone looked at him very much. I already know what happened at Hogwarts recently. Gellert Grindelwald said calmly, I'm also sorry that so many things have appeared in Hogwarts during the period after school starts. Accident. Principal Grindelwald's voice was not high, but it was enough for everyone to hear. And in his calm voice, there seems to be a power hidden in everyone who listens to him. Matthew only felt that his anxiety and worries had been relieved to a certain extent, and the students around him who were full of fear on their faces also smiled again. First of all, don't worry, no one is in danger of life yet. Grindelwald continued. A friend of mine has seen Mr. Malfoy's condition, and his body is getting better. I can guarantee that he can return to class before Halloween. Pansy Parkinson, who was sitting across from Matthew, put his hands on his chest, and looked visibly relieved. Mr. Weasley's situation is the worst, but he is already out of danger. Mrs. Pomfrey's medical experience is very rich. www.novel.com. I believe he will get better soon. As for Miss Adams and Mr. Caro, they only suffered minor injuries. They will be discharged soon after Halloween. Professor Grindelwald's words made many teachers and students apparently relieved. Those rumors before, I have to say, they crushed many people out of breath. Now that I know that no one has died, everyone's mood has obviously improved a lot. The cheers rang out again, and many people even stood up and cheered. Professor Grindelwald waved his hand, and easily controlled the atmosphere in the auditorium, making the entire auditorium quiet again. But I think many people's guesses are correct. He continued. Only this time, Gellert Grindelwald's voice suddenly became extremely sharp from the extremely gentle before. That is, around Hogwarts and Hogwarts, there is indeed a powerful and terrifying enemy. The injuries of Mr. Weasley, Miss Adams, and Mr. Caro must all have something to do with him. That enemy single-handedly caused The atmosphere of the entire auditorium suddenly became a little solemn. But everyone, please rest assured, if that enemy dares to run wild at Hogwarts, and dare to attack my students, I swear it will definitely cost him a terrible price. Grindelwald's serious and sharp expression quickly disappeared from his face, was replaced by a gentle smile as before. So please rest assured, Hogwarts is safe, at least starting today, it will definitely be safe. Because, I'm back. Chapter 53, The Vice Principal Who Disappeared Quietly. The return of Principal Gellert Grindelwald seemed to give the panic-stricken Hogwarts a shot. The panic and flustered atmosphere on the campus almost disappeared in a very short time. Instead, the sense of order in Hogwarts has always been. Professor Grindelwald informed everyone of the causes and consequences of the attack, therefore, everyone was no longer afraid. Professor Grindelwald told everyone that Hogwarts will be safe afterwards, so Hogwarts will definitely not be in any danger. In short, Hogwarts was back on track almost overnight. And Matthew Wickfield's life has returned to its former peace. The students around me are no longer afraid, and rarely discuss the attacks. And his life has returned to the same life as before, the common room, the auditorium, the classroom, and the library. In addition, he reduced the number of times he went to the responsive house. Unless it was a real special situation, he would generally choose to go to the library. Because of Professor Slughorn's warning that night, he felt that he had to stay away from that. The book is out. Even if it's just contact in a room, it is better to have as few as possible. And, as Principal Grindelwald and they promised, there really were no more attacks. The culprit who made 3 consecutive attacks, the blood-sucking monster. As if he was directly deterred by President Grindelwald's speech in the auditorium at that time, and he no longer dared to act rashly. Everyone was still scared at first, but as there was no movement for several days, the students at Hogwarts also restored their nature. And Principal Greenwood did not break his promise, he still stayed at Hogwarts, and he has hardly left in this period of time. At breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Matthew can see him chatting and laughing with Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick and Professor Slughorn in the main guest seat of the auditorium every day. According to some senior students, this kind of thing is actually very rare. Professor Grindelwald has been a busy person in the past few years, and usually rarely stays in school, except for the opening banquet, Halloween dinner, special occasions like Christmas dinner. Is probably affected by the previous attack. But I have to say that Hogwarts can get back on track in a very short time, and it has something to do with the frequent occurrence of Professor Grindelwald. However, the Vice-Chancellor Professor Vita Rozier, who corresponds to the principal of Grindelwald, has never appeared. This is not in line with her habit all the time. It was another Friday afternoon, and the wind was roaring outside the castle and the rain was heavy. The corridors and classrooms were too dim, so I had to light more torches and lanterns. Matthew habitually took the textbook, bowed his head and walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. He raised his head, and then was a little surprised. The teacher on the podium is not Professor Rozier, but Professor Troca, the Transfiguration class teacher. Okay, everyone is almost here. Professor Troca glanced at the students present, and said, "Our course may also start." One hand was raised high. "What's the matter, Miss Granger?" Professor Troca nodded the name of the child who raised his hand. "Where is Professor Rozier?" Hermione Granger hurriedly got up and asked hurriedly. "Professor Rozier was injured. Professor Slughorn, Professor Traverse and I will temporarily take charge of her courses, and the first-year courses will be handed over to me." Professor Troca was not angry, and is the calm answer. Matthew frowned, and he quickly raised his hand. "Mr. Wickfield." Professor Troca nodded again. Matthew also stood up. "Professor Rozier was injured? Is it related to the attack that Miss Adams and Mr. Carrow encountered?" When talking, Matthew's mind again appeared as Professor Rozier limped and walked that night. The specific situation may have this factor. Professor Troca replied calmly, "I'm sorry, I can't disclose too much. So, when will she come back? Matthew continued to ask. It should take a while, maybe a month, I can't guarantee it. Professor Troca said. Okay, thank you, Professor. Matthew sat down again. Hermione Granger, who was still standing there, said nervously, then Professor Rozier arranged the course paper in 2 weeks. You can wait until Professor Rozier comes back and give it to her, anyway, I don't think I am responsible for this. Professor Troca said with a smile. Awesome. Under the podium, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com suddenly burst into cheers. Oh, don't. Hermione said disappointedly, I've finished writing. Matthew frowned. He had finished writing that paper, but he was not worried about this. The returning Grindelwald, the vice principal who disappeared quietly, and the sudden cessation of the attack. Is there a connection between these three? Now, we officially start the class. Professor Troca said on the podium while flipping his textbook, please turn your Black Magic Self-Defense Guide to page 69. They had a very pleasant defense against the dark arts class. Professor Troca seems to have some research on this aspect, and it is more than enough to teach freshmen at least. And in his class, the atmosphere is much more cheerful, and Professor Rozier's class has always been a little depressing. The bell rang after class. Everyone packed up and walked out the door. Matthew was among them, but... Matthew, wait a minute. Hermione Granger of Ravenclaw, calling his name from a distance. Matthew could vaguely guess that Hermione wanted to talk to him. It's just that he didn't think too much about it. He focused on that matter and didn't want to discuss it. So he pretended to be in the noisy voice, did not hear, and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Miss Granger rushed toward him, and bumped into Slytherin's Agnes Lestrange head-on. Sorry. Sorry. She quickly apologized. But after raising his head, Matthew Wickfield was gone. He is already on his way back to the Slytherin common room. Chapter 54, Draco Malfoy. The weather can be said to be terrible. It was still pouring rain outside the window, although it was not too late just after class, it was already dark as if ink was splashed. The floor of the basement also vaguely became a little wet. This made Matthew think that his bedroom would be flooded. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to be. Came to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, he touched the head of the big green snake, and whispered the password, above the glory. The giant snake let go of the tail that it had bitten in its mouth, squirmed slightly, and opened the door of the Slytherin common room. Unlike the dark outside, the common room is bright and cheerful. The green fire from the fireplace reflected the soft armchairs, and everyone sat in the chairs reading, chatting, and doing homework. Good evening, Matthew. Someone offered to greet Matthew Wickfield. It has been almost a month and a half since I joined Slytherin College. Even some senior students are at least familiar with Matthew. Good evening. Greeted them while he went back to his bedroom. There are a lot of people in the bedroom this time, which is relatively rare, because Crabbe and Gore rarely stay here. Matthew ignored them, went straight back to his seat, and then opened the parchment of after-school practice content. The above content shows that tomorrow, Saturday, they should have participated in the after-school practice of the Teacher of Defense against the Dark Arts and Professor Rozier. But because of the illness of Professor Rozier, this after-school practice was temporarily cancelled. This is good news. Thinking of the extremely bad weather outside, Matthew couldn't help thinking. In such bad weather, indoors are fine. If they participate in the outdoor after-school practice, they will definitely lose at least a layer of skin. In addition, there is a note from the owl on the table. Matthew opened it, and it was sent to him by Horace Slughorn. The content on the note is very simple, that is, Slughorn notified him that the Slug Club's Sunday night gathering has been temporarily cancelled indefinitely. When it will resume, he will notify him separately. This is quite normal. 2 Slytherin students were attacked after the club ended. Even if Principal Grindelwald had promised that there would be no more attacks, Horace Slughorn did not dare take this risk again. Matthew rubbed the note and threw it away. At this moment, someone in the bedroom whispered his name. Wickfield. Hey! Matthew Wickfield blinked slightly and raised his head. This voice, without a doubt, does not belong to Crabbe, Gore or not. Of course, it is also a very familiar voice, and its owner is Draco Malfoy. When he returned to the dormitory earlier, Matthew didn't pay attention for a while, and Malfoy, the last roommate in the dormitory, also returned. On the first weekend of school, Draco Malfoy was taken to the school hospital because he was attacked by a mysterious magic item. Now in mid-August, he can finally be discharged from the school hospital and continue his normal life. Hello. Matthew glanced at Draco Malfoy and said softly. The boy used to be paler, but after this catastrophe, he became more haggard. Matthew saw him at first sight, as if he had seen Professor Troca. And from Malfoy's eyes, Matthew noticed an emotion that is fear. In fact, this kind of emotion can be seen in the eyes of Nott, Crabbe, and Gore before. It's just that the three of them feared themselves. It seemed that Draco Malfoy was not as deep. The two boys just stared at each other without speaking. What's the matter, Malfoy? Matthew asked lightly. He didn't show Draco Malfoy any good face, although the reason why the other party stayed in the school hospital for more than a month had something to do with him, but he did not forget that the other party was entering the school hospital. Before, those what they did. Malfoy's face seemed to struggle for a moment. Sorry. He said softly. Oh. This time, Matthew's turn was a little surprised. What's the matter? If Draco Malfoy is now holding his fist and trying to avenge himself, Matthew may still feel normal, but now Matthew is not afraid of him. He can take out his wand at any time to give Malfoy, Crabbe, and Gore each a petrification spell. A student who has almost no class, plus 2 famous crane tails for the whole class, even if they add up, it will definitely not will be his opponent. I'm sorry. Malfoy stammered, I was, in the afternoon. He recounted what he had done before. The general behavior is basically the same as that which Principal Rozier and Matthew said that afternoon. I'm very sorry. Having said everything, Malfoy seemed to relax a little. But he still looked at Matthew very nervously, or rather than nervous, but fearful. Seemed to hesitate for a moment, he bowed down towards Matthew. Crabbe and Gore, the two big guys, read www.yuyugonshu.com also hurriedly walked to Malfoy and bent down towards Matthew together, looking a little funny. Nott on the other side seemed to be unable to sit still. He also trot over and joined the ranks of the three. Is that right? I actually know it. Matthew said flatly. He didn't show any excitement about it, he didn't show any moving either. So, what exactly happened that day, do you know? He looked at Malfoy and asked casually. I don't know. Draco Malfoy shook his head, I don't remember anything. I think about the situation that afternoon, I just feel terrible, terrible, very terrible. Does that matter have anything to do with you, Wakefield? Then he asked in a low voice. Maybe. Matthew shrugged, I don't know either. So, can you forgive us? Draco Malfoy asked again, looking at Matthew with very expectant eyes. Matthew did not directly answer the question. The past, let's pass. Well, I'm going to write my homework for Transfiguration class. The other 4 boys drew back with interest. Matthew Wickfield took out the letter paper, ink, and quill pen. He was a little emotional. What kind of pedigree theory is nothing more than a guise, to judge the situation, respect the strong, and follow the strong? I am afraid this is the ambition of Slytherin, the real meaning. He suddenly understood why Tom Riddle, who was born in an orphanage and was just a mixed blood, could finally become the Dark Lord. Chapter 55, Halloween Eve. The relationship between the bedrooms has improved. At least on the surface. Matthew, Crabbe, Gore, and Malfoy, they all began to call each other by first name, instead of calling each other's last name as before. At least in the eyes of outsiders, they are now friends who have a very good relationship. During class, they would sit together. When Draco received the package from home, he would also share the candy and the like with Matthew, and Matthew's homework and papers would also be given to them, a few to plagiarize. Of course, these are all appearances. Matthew could feel that his friends often trembled slightly in their voices when they were talking with him. They are all afraid of themselves, and their behavior is more like to please themselves. Maybe they don't understand the reason for this fear, maybe it just comes from their subconscious. And Matthew knows that this is mostly the influence of that book. How to say it, it can be regarded as a positive influence. He didn't stop the development of this relationship either. At first, he was worried that if he had too much contact with these roommates, would it happen that Theodore not had another morbidity? But it turns out that he has been worrying too much, and several roommates have been in good condition. Time flies. When Matthew Wickfield realized that he had been at Hogwarts for 2 full months, he felt a little unbelievable. But I have to say that the castle feels more like home day by day. He never seemed to feel this way before in the house on Witten Road in Northampton. Some of the most basic knowledge is gradually controlled by him, and he can also start to try some slightly more complicated magic. But the weather throughout October has been continuous. Sometimes it was a continuous drizzle, sometimes it was a downpour, and it never stopped anyway. Fortunately, for the first-year freshmen, they only need to leave the castle when they have herbal medicine classes. But even so, the herbal medicine classes 3 times a week have caused them to suffer. If Hogwarts was not in the Scottish Highlands, but in some low-lying areas, Matthew would even worry about flooding. On the eve of Halloween, when they came to the auditorium, they immediately smelled a tempting smell of roasted pumpkin. In the morning transformation class, Professor Troca announced that they could try to transform some animals. Of course it is very simple, such as turning a mouse into a snuff box. There is no doubt that this is a very interesting course. Although it is very difficult, even after class, there is a very obvious rat tail on the snuff box Matthew conjured up. And the afternoon class was cancelled. Matthew stayed in the library for an afternoon, reading a few books related to transfiguration, thinking about the mistakes he made in the morning. And at dinner, when Matthew arrived in the auditorium, he found that there were lights and colorful lights and candlelight shining here today. The table was full of gold plates, just like at the school banquet. When I walked into the auditorium, the scene inside was even more spectacular. Thousands of bats flapped their wings on the ceiling and walls, and bats swooped down from time to time. A bat flew to Matthew's side. Matthew stretched out his finger and touched it lightly. It turned into a mass of ashes. These bats were all made by magic, not real. And hundreds of pumpkin lanterns with candles in their stomachs are everywhere in the auditorium, replacing the previous candles, illuminating the entire auditorium. There are many orange-yellow banners burning flames around the pumpkin lanterns. There are also groups of low dark clouds hovering above the dining table, so that the candle flames in the pumpkin's belly flicker. After sitting between Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott, Matthew looked up at the guest seat. What is surprising is that he actually saw Professor Rozier in the main guest seat. She looked great. She was talking with Professor Sprout. Not that it would take at least a month for Professor Rozier to be able to recover. This is less than half a month, Matthew thought to himself. Professor Grindelwald also attended the Halloween dinner, but his expression was a little tired. He was tilting his head and seemed to doze off a little. Soon, the dinner party began. The delicious food suddenly appeared on the golden plate in front of him, just like at the school banquet. Tastes great, at least it is much richer and more delicious than usual dinners. Matthew, you can try this lamb chop. Draco said with some compliments on one side. www.novel.com. Okay, thank you. Matthew just nodded, and suddenly he frowned because he vaguely heard a very dull voice outside the auditorium. With a bang, the door of the auditorium was opened. Then, Professor Silvanos Ketlaban rushed in. The professor of the protection of magical animals and the guard of the Forbidden Forest, looked extremely embarrassed at this time. He was wet from the rain and messed up all over his body. The wand was held on the prosthetic limb of his right hand, and the expression on his face was full with dignity and anxiety, but also seems very tired. The entire auditorium suddenly became silent, and most people's eyes were on him. Principal Grindelwald in the main guest seat also realized that something was wrong, and stood up. I saw Professor Kate Elben walk quickly to the main guest table and came to Professor Grindelwald. He tilted his body, leaned his prosthetic limb on the table, panting, and whispered these things over there. Matthew noticed that Grindelwald's expression had changed significantly. "Premier," he said in a low voice, "today's dinner is over early. Please take all the students from the colleges back to the dormitory immediately." After finished speaking, the familiar light blue smoke appeared in the center of the main guest seat again. As the smoke dissipated, Professor Grindelwald and Professor Kettleborn disappeared from everyone's sight. "First-year freshman, you come with me." Matthew heard the voice of Slytherin Prefect Jamal Farley. Farley seems to be familiar with this. She forcibly pulled Crabbe and Gore, who were still eating lamb chops. Then led more than a dozen students and hurried to the basement. Chapter 56, Evans. Slytherin's first-year freshmen, led by their prefect Jamal Farley, hurriedly left the auditorium. Along the way, they met many people rushing in different directions, and the situation around the entire auditorium looked a little messy. Fortunately, some teachers took the initiative to stand up and maintain order. When they squeezed through a group of confused Hufflepuff students. "What's the matter?" Draco Malfoy ran after Matthew and asked softly. "Is there another attack?" Theodore Nott on the other side asked in a low voice. "It's unlikely." Matthew shook his head. "The Halloween dinner is mandatory for all students in the school, that is to say, all the students in the school just ate dinner in the auditorium, so there is almost no case that students who are single are attacked. And judging from Professor Kettleburn's embarrassed appearance just now, most of them came from outside the castle. It is raining heavily outside the castle. Even if a student escapes the dinner party secretly, there is no need to take a shower outside." Matthew pondered secretly. He suddenly thought of the unicorn that was drained of blood in the Forbidden Forest before. At the same time thinking of the flustered look of Professor Kate Elben, could it be that a magical creature in the Forbidden Forest was attacked? And it must be a more powerful magical creature. The vampire monster lurking in the castle, because Professor Grindelwald did not dare to do anything in the castle, so he turned his attention to the Forbidden Forest. There is a possibility. Oh! Suddenly, there was a scream in front of him. Is Vincent Crabbe, who was turning around the corner when he collided with a man coming. "No eyes!" Crabbe shouted roughly. "Wait!" Matthew shouted. Crabbe nodded very obediently. He stretched out his hand that was about to hit someone, and then quickly retracted. Mashiu stepped forward and helped the little boy who had fallen to the ground up. "Evans, are you okay?" Matthew asked softly. When Matthew's hand held the opponent seemed to shiver obviously. He struggled and quickly got rid of Matthew's hand. "No. Nothing." Harry Evans whispered, "Thank you, Wickfield." "Why are you here?" Matthew asked a little surprised. "The road clearly only leads to the Slytherin common room." "Hug. I'm sorry." Evans lowered his head, and may cry at any time in his voice. "I was following our prefect Percy Weasley, but was squeezed by a group of people. I bumped into the crowd and came here without knowing it." Oh. Matthew nodded. He raised his head and searched around for a while to see if there was a teacher just passing by and could send Evans back to the Gryffindor common room. Coincidentally, he saw someone. "Professor Troca," he shouted. Wakefield. The Transfiguration teacher strode over. What's the matter? You should return to your common room. This is Harry Evans of Gryffindor. Matthew introduced the boy next to Professor Troca. Of course, I have the impression. Hello, Evans. Hello, Professor. Evans still said in his mosquito-like voice. Evans separated from their prefect. Professor, can you send him back to the Gryffindor common room? Matthew asked quickly. Of course. Professor Troca nodded. Come with me, Evans. Harry Evans glanced back at Matthew, then followed the pace of the Transfiguration teacher. It's time for us to go, Matthew. Farley, who was waiting in front of him, said impatiently. Slytherin's group were all waiting for him at the corner ahead. Okay. Matthew nodded and followed their footsteps. Which college is the girl next to you? Malfoy whispered as they walked in the corridor of the basement. Girl. Matthew blinked and retorted, did you not see clearly? That was obviously a boy. No, no, no. Malfoy shook his head, and said with certainty, that's definitely a girl, judging from her movements, I can be sure. But he is really a boy. Matthew spread his hands helplessly, it's Gryffindor. Oh. Draco Malfoy curled his lips. www.ltnovel.com looked completely uninterested. After another intersection, Slytherin's common room was already close at hand. Matthew Wakefield frowned suddenly. Just now his thoughts were interrupted by Malfoy's words. And now, after thinking for a while, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When he attended the Halloween dinner in the auditorium just now, he didn't pay attention, but now think about it. At the time, most of the teachers at Hogwarts could be seen, but Professor Troca seemed to be outside of this list. And when I first saw Professor Troca, his clothes were very clean, as if he had changed into a new set. But his hair was faintly wet, as if it had just been washed once and had not been thoroughly dried. Do the same. More importantly, the location where he just appeared suddenly is near the potions classroom. Is the location of the previous attack. Not right. Not right. Not right. Matthew shook his head, his eyes became very solemn, he seemed to have guessed something. What are you waiting for, Matthew? Come in. The first-year freshman in front had already opened the door of the Slytherin common room. And Draco Malfoy put the door in his hand and reminded Matthew. Well, sorry. Matthew's face showed an apologetic smile. Then he quickly walked into the Slytherin common room. The emerald green fire illuminates the entire common room. Also washed away their tiredness in an instant. Chapter 57, Poaching. Soon, the Slytherin common room was already full of people. It was early, and everyone was not sleepy. They began to gather around the faint green fire, sitting in those soft armchairs, discussing what had happened before. Matthew didn't plan to join the ranks, but a few of his friends had already helped him occupy a position. Matthew, come here. Draco Malfoy yelled, pointing to the place beside him. Crabbe, Gore, and Not also sat there. Matthew could only walk over and sat in the crowd. I have to say, in this season when the weather is getting colder and colder, staying by the fire is not a good time. I feel there is another attack, said a third-grade Slytherin girl. It seems that Professor Grindelwald's deterrence that day is meaningless. That's impossible. Soon, someone retorted, it's probably because of some other accident. Then what accident did you say? Everyone was arguing eagerly, but Matthew had no thoughts. He closed his eyes and lay halfway in the armchair, enjoying the warmth of the fire. Matthew. Draco Malfoy leaned in and asked in a low voice, have you guessed something? Matthew was taken aback, and gave Malfoy a surprised look. He quickly retorted, of course not, but I don't care much about this. Principal Grindelwald is in school. He asked calmly, have you ever encountered something he couldn't handle before at Hogwarts? Never. This time it was the prefect Jamal Farley who spoke, never before. Principal Grindelwald has always been like a god. That won't be enough. Matthew continued to close his eyes and calm himself. But this time is different. The girl in the previous 3rd grade continued, in just 2 months, 4 people were attacked. Did the principal not be at Hogwarts when they were attacked? Farley retorted loudly. Yes, it started to quarrel again. Just when Matthew was a little tired, he would rather stay away from the warm fire and return to the bedroom. Only a creak was heard, and the door of the Slytherin common room was opened again. This time, it was a rare visitor. The Dean of Slytherin College, Professor Horace Slughorn, is here. Professor Slughorn has always been a very fraternity professor. Even though he is the Dean of Slytherin, unlike the other 3 deans, he rarely favors Slytherin students on weekdays, and many people complain about him more or less. But since he came to the common room this time, everyone had to stand up and shout "Professor!" "Oh, good evening." Horace Slughorn was smiling. He glanced at Malfoy first. "Draco, how is your body recovering recently?" "Excellent, Professor, I have fully recovered." Malfoy replied quickly. "That's great, it's a pity that you haven't attended one party yet." Slughorn looked at Matthew again. "What about you, Matthew?" The Halloween dinner was interrupted and this happened. "Are you afraid of bad things?" "I'm not scared at all, Professor, I just didn't eat much." Matthew replied calmly. Slughorn laughed loudly, and the surrounding Slytherin students could only show a somewhat reluctant smile. "It's very simple, I'll let the house elves relax for you later. How about grilled quail?" Slughorn kindly patted Matthew and Malfoy on the shoulders. At this time, he finally raised his head and looked at everyone. S tone has also changed from the previous kindness to plain. "Indeed, there is nothing to be afraid of. A little incident has occurred in the Forbidden Forest. Professor Grindelwald has found out the truth, so I specifically asked me to inform you." "What the happened, Professor?" Malfoy asked with some concern. "Good question, Draco." Slughorn nodded gently. "It's just a poaching incident. Our Professor Kate Elbin, our teacher of the Magical Animal Protection class, raised a group of precious unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Someone tried to sneak into the Forbidden Forest to attack them on the eve of Halloween. To seek profit. Then the poacher was caught. This time it was Matthew who asked. President Grindelwald and Professor Kettleborn are catching the murderer. I don't think he can run too far." Slughorn replied. "What about unicorns?" A girl asked with some concern. "Are they okay?" "Intact." Slughorn spread out his hands. "It's just a bit frightened, so you will probably not be able to touch them in a short time in the Magical Animal Protection class." "Oh, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com is bad." The girl looked a little frustrated. Dean Slughorn answered some questions from the students again, until he became impatient. "Well, children, rest early tonight," he said loudly. Then, he left the Slytherin common room without looking back. Professor Slughorn. As soon as the dean walked out of the stone gate, he heard someone chasing him behind him. "Oh, Matthew." His face was very kind. "What else? Can you tell me the truth?" Matthew lowered his voice and asked, "Are those unicorns really intact?" "Well, I know that I can't hide it from you, Matthew, you little clever ghost." Slughorn said with a smile, and at the same time he lowered his voice. His face quickly became serious. "Of course not, among them a unicorn was attacked and its blood was drained, so Professor Kate Elbin was so flustered." Merlin's beard, "Killing a unicorn is a great crime." He was still muttering to himself. Matthew frowned and continued to ask, "Then what you said before, the unicorn was a little frightened. Principal Grindelwald has decided to send someone to transfer those poor little guys to Austria temporarily. In 2 months, 2 unicorns have been killed. The loss is too heavy." Professor Slughorn sighed. Okay, kid, don't care about these anymore, go back and rest. Okay, thank you, Professor. Matthew nodded obediently. When he turned around and returned to the common room, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 58, Real Principle. Another peaceful night. Matthew and the friends in the dormitory ate some cold quail from the house elf sent by Horace Slughorn. Then he fell asleep peacefully in the soft sound of waves outside the window. The next day is Halloween, and the students at Hogwarts ushered in a one-day holiday. Matthew Wickfield went to the auditorium to eat some breakfast, and then habitually came to the library. Since it was too early, there were no people in the library. He wandered between the rows of bookshelves, seeming to be looking for something. Didn't spend too much time, he found a book that was a bit old and looked ribbed. Just picked up the book, and suddenly a small hand grabbed his arm. Matthew. A familiar voice sounded in his ear, I want to talk to you. Matthew squinted at her and cleared his throat, Good morning, Miss Granger. Good morning. Hermione Granger nodded coldly, and then suddenly questioned, I finally caught you, have you been hiding from me lately? Of course not. Matthew shook his head without hesitation, looking innocent, how could it be possible? Do you have time now to chat with me? Hermione looked at Matthew solemnly. Okay. Matthew could only shrug and nod. If you want to chat, you must not be in the library. Otherwise, Mrs. Pance's anger would not be enough for them. Matthew first went to Mrs. Pence and went through the procedures for borrowing the book he had just found. And Hermione Granger was waiting for him at the library door. Where shall we go to talk? Matthew asked while holding a book in one hand. I know a secret place. A triumphant expression appeared on Hermione's face. Where? Matthew glanced at her suspiciously. Near the potions classroom, there is a girls' bathroom between the castle and the basement. Hermione replied, Of course, it's already deserted. So don't worry, except for a ghost crying all day. Nothing. It's hidden and safe. Matthew couldn't help blinking. The girls' bathroom that Hermione was talking about seemed to be the location of the entrance to the secret room. He shook his head without hesitation, his face resolute, No, I can't enter the girls' bathroom, that goes against my principles of life. But... Hermione hesitated for a moment. Just find an unmanned classroom, if you really have something you can't let others hear. As Matthew said, he scanned the passers-by at the entrance of the library. Okay. Hermione Granger had to give in. They chose the nearest magic history classroom. The classroom is empty and completely dark. Matthew opened the curtain of a window, then sat nearby, and began to flip through the tattered old book in his hand. If you have anything, just say it. At the same time, he said slowly. Matthew. Hermione Granger's voice sounded a little earnest and earnest, Don't you have any sense of crisis for the recent frequent attacks? No. Matthew raised his head and shook his head. You really? Hermione stared at him with a bit of hatred for iron and steel. She had to continue, 4 students have been attacked. Except for Malfoy, everyone else is still alive or dead. Professor Grindelwald has said that the castle is now safe and there will be no more attacks. Matthew responded calmly. Do you really believe what he said? Hermione's voice was full of doubts. No doubt. Matthew spread his hands. Are you really sure that Principal Grindelwald is at Hogwarts? Hermione gritted her teeth and screamed. Matthew's face turned slightly strange. It seems that you realize it too. Hermione showed a triumphant expression. No. However, Matthew shook his head, I saw him in the main guest table just before breakfast. Hermione looked around like a thief. Then, her voice became very small, but, Professor Rozier is not there, right? I don't understand, what exactly do you mean? Matthew looked expressionless. President Grindelwald and Professor Rozier, almost never appeared in front of us at the same time. Hermione insisted. I think it's obvious, because Professor Rozier was injured. Matthew retorted plainly, and, at the dinner last night, didn't they attend at the same time? Last night was the Halloween dinner. Hermione Granger's expression looked very serious. The Principal Gellert Grindelwald in previous years has never been absent from such a formal banquet, but apart from these important things outside of time, he has rarely been at Hogwarts. Because Professor Grindelwald is very busy. Matthew answered without hesitation. www.novel.com. Learn and use. This is not a persuasive reason. Hermione looked a little dismissive. I can be sure. Principal Gellert Greenwood, who appeared at Hogwarts during this period, was all pretended by Professor Rozier, through the use of complex decoction. Professor Slughorn in the first class, I described the effect of that medicine. Of course I know the compound decoction. Matthew interrupted her quickly, however, this is a very severe accusation. Wait. Hermione opened her heavy school bag and quickly took out a book from it. Turned the book to one of the pages, and then she said firmly. And because Gellert Greenwood has never been the real Hogwarts principal. This time, Matthew Wickfield was really taken aback for a moment. This is a harsher accusation. His voice became a little serious. Hogwarts, A History of the School has a clear description. Every principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry chooses independently by the castle. Hermione's speech speed became very fast, because Hogwarts Castle was originally an extremely powerful magical creation. Grindelwald is not the principal of Hogwarts at all. He has not been recognized by Hogwarts Castle at all. So when he appears in Hogwarts, the castle will naturally reject him and treat him as suppressed by the power of, so he cannot stay at Hogwarts for too long. So, who is the real principal? Matthew asked flatly. I don't know, but the only certainty is that he is still alive. Hermione replied firmly. Chapter 59, Miss Granger. Is Professor Grindelwald the real headmaster of Hogwarts? What does it have to do with us? Matthew Wickfield's voice became a little cold. Hermione, we are just ordinary first-year students. But... Hermione Granger's expression suddenly became low. There were tears in her eyes, which seemed to drip at any time. Matthew. I miss my mom and dad, I miss my mom and dad so much. I can't remember what they look like, nor can I remember what happened when I was with them, but I paid it off. I clearly remember their concern, their tenderness, their love for me. Hermione said, getting more and more sad, and she began to sob in a low voice. She was sobbing, her whole body was trembling, and a drop of tears flowed from her eyes. Matthew was stunned, quietly looking at the little girl crying in front of him. Sorry. He said softly. It's me who lost my mind. Hermione wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Matthew, I never dared to tell anyone this idea, because they would definitely tell me that since I came to Hogwarts, I don't have to be obsessed anymore. Once in the Muggle world life, there is no need to miss those family members who are not in one world. Only you. She raised her head, looked at Matthew, and asked timidly, should we be all the same? Matthew knew what she was referring to. They were all children from the Muggle world to the Wizarding world. Although for Matthew Wickfield, for the Muggle family where he stayed for less than 3 months, the feelings are far from Hermione Granger. Of course. He nodded, in a soft voice, of course we are all the same. Hermione wiped away her tears quickly, and her mood returned to normal. At the same time, she stopped discussing this little episode and started to continue the previous topic. Yes, Professor Geitler Grindelwald must not be in the school, but Professor Rozier temporarily disguised him. Therefore, his deterrence before can only serve a temporary role, once he becomes that one the murderer lurking in Hogwarts found. Isn't temporary deterrence enough? Matthew spoke calmly. Hey! Hermione was taken aback. No matter what the murderer is, but in terms of its performance, it must be afraid of Principal Grindelwald. Matthew explained, when it cannot be sure that Principal Grindelwald is in Hogwarts, unless it's really necessary, it will definitely not dare to make new attacks. But he made it. Yesterday he attacked a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. Hermione retorted loudly, and I know what he is. Oh. This time it was Matthew's turn to be stunned. Professor Flitwick told me that there were 2 unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, and they were drained of blood. Hermione spoke extremely fast, and said, and I also asked Neville Longbottom, and Harry Evans asked what Ronald Weasley looked like after the attack. He was bitten on the neck and almost drained of blood. Her tone sounds very excited. It's just her audience. Matthew Wickfield seemed to be a little bit interested. And then? Matthew asked slowly. I checked almost all vampire-related books in the library. Hermione continued, many vampires have the habit of sucking the blood of powerful magical animals, and the blood of unicorns is extremely precious and contains powerful power. That's why he was attacked. Ronald's appearance after being attacked is exactly the same as a muggle attacked by a vampire. Matthew, are you listening? Hermione's voice became a little angry. Because Matthew was already looking at the bad book in front of him with some impatience. Listening, I'm listening. Matthew said quickly. And there is a vampire in school. Hermione said firmly, our Transfiguration class teacher, Professor Troca. Matthew raised his head. This is another extremely severe accusation. Matthew said softly. I wasn't sure. Hermione whispered, but last night, when I returned to Ravenclaw's tower with the first-year students in Ravenclaw, I saw Special on the stairs on the 4th floor. Professor Lorca, he was carrying Harry Evans. I can assure him that his gaze was almost never removed from Evans at the time. He looked at Evans as if looking the same food. Really? Matthew said solemnly. He held his head with his left hand, as if thinking about something. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick was with us at the time, and then I called Evans out loud, said hello to him, and also said hello to Professor Troca so that Professor Flitwick could hear now. I think this way, it should be able to deter the vampire and prevent him from attacking Evans again. Hermione's tone is very excited. www.ltnovel.com. I suggest you to guess this. Tell Professor Flitwick. Matthew replied calmly. At the same time he lowered his head and began to flip through the bad book. That's impossible, you can't let the teachers know about this kind of thing. Hermione shook her head quickly. Then she added, they will definitely not believe our words. However, Matthew Wickfield seemed to have not heard her, looking down at the bad book over there, as if it had very attractive content. Matthew, what are you looking at? Hermione looked a little impatient. She was very rough, and grabbed the bad book that Matthew had just borrowed from the library. Then, her face became flushed. Rogue. She threw the book to the ground like an electric shock. Then started to pack things quickly. I thought we were all the same. Abandoning these words, she left the magic history classroom without looking back. Matthew Wickfield stayed there with an innocent look. To be honest, he really didn't expect Miss Granger to suddenly do things like grabbing books. But it is true that the book he just borrowed contains some unsuitable for children content, not to blame for Hermione's response so drastically. Matthew picked up the book and turned to the previous page. In addition to a short paragraph of text, this page also has a large picture. Above is a portrait of a woman in extremely revealing clothes. The woman is still doing very seductive actions. There is a small line below. Succubus. Matthew shook his head and continued to appreciate the picture. Chapter 60, Evans. The little accident that just appeared caused a conflict between Matthew Wakefield and Hermione Granger, and then they broke up. This also makes Matthew a little bit sorry. To be honest, he was surprised that a girl like Hermione, who was only 11 years old, had such an amazing discovery in just 2 months of school. There are even some discoveries that he hadn't realized before. At the same time, he also hoped that Hermione could be more sensible and not do stupid things. However, judging from the girl's initiative to come to her for consultation, she joined Ravenclaw, and was affected to a certain extent by the atmosphere of Ravenclaw, obviously not as reckless as in the original book. I don't need to worry about her too much. While thinking, Matthew lowered his head and continued to appreciate the picture. However, the girl who had previously had an exposure has disappeared, replaced by a cloud of black mist. Matthew began to read the following paragraph in small words softly. Succubus, an ancient magical creature, once active in Europe and the Middle East. A smudge appeared behind, making a few lines completely invisible, which made Matthew frown. Is an extremely terrifying demon, often appearing in dreams in the form of beautiful human females, seducing men, impairing their health, and even death. A few words, the introduction is quite brief. This made Matthew suddenly feel that it might be a mistake to borrow this book. He closed the curtains again, then picked up the book, and left the magic history classroom. Note: the image of the succubus in European and Middle Eastern legends is almost completely different from the image of the succubus in the D&D system and Western fantasy games. Please pay attention to it. Back in the library, in Mrs. Pance's surprised eyes, Matthew returned the tattered book to her. Then, Matthew left the library. As for the cause, process, and murderer of these attacks in the past 2 months, he now has a rough outline in his mind, so there is no need to continue to search for more information in the library. After all, the whole incident had nothing to do with him in essence. Moreover, the progress of the entire incident is not controlled by his meager power. What's more, judging from the existing information that has been controlled, these attacks were not as serious as I originally thought. The meat-eaters seek it out, so how can it be? Matthew muttered to himself, and at the same time began to walk up the stairs to the 8th floor of the castle. For Matthew Wickfield, the really important question is the book that lies quietly in the room of responsiveness. While on the stairs on the 6th floor, Matthew met an acquaintance. "Hey, Evans!" he shouted eagerly. Then through the noisy crowd at the top of the stairs, he walked towards the opponent's position. Harry Evans was walking down with his head down. He looked up and was slightly taken aback when he saw Matthew. "Good morning." Matthew patted her on the shoulder kindly. "Morning, good morning." Evans subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Good morning, Wickfield. Is it all right last night? Professor Troca should have sent you back to the Gryffindor common room." Matthew asked casually. "Yes. Are you going to have breakfast now?" Matthew continued to ask. Evans looked a little absent-minded. He seemed to be taken aback for a moment before he whispered "Goodbye then." Matthew smiled and waved at him. "Don't get lost again." "Okay, okay." Evans nodded quickly, and then ran down the stairs as if running away. Matthew looked at the distant back of the other party and couldn't help frowning. He thought of the words Draco Malfoy said when he was returning to the Slytherin common room last night. Harry Evans looks like a girl. In fact, Malfoy didn't think so alone. Matthew had the first impression of Harry Evans at the time, and he also felt that he was very female. So, could it be that he is really a woman? Matthew pondered as he continued to walk upstairs. "Hey, Matthew!" This time, it was someone else's turn to greet him. When Matthew Wickfield took the initiative to climb the 8th floor, he just hit Neville Longbottom from the entrance of the Gryffindor Tower and climbed out of a graceful female portrait. "Good morning, Neville." Matthew also greeted him. "Why are you free to come to the 8th floor here?" Neville glanced at him, the expression on his face curious. "I came to see Professor Flitwick." Matthew casually uttered his old excuse again. "Oh, I'll go to the auditorium for breakfast first." Neville nodded. Just as he was about to go downstairs to part with Matthew. "Hi, Neville." Matthew suddenly stopped behind him. "Hey." Neville turned around suspiciously. www.novel.com. Can you tell me about Evans? Matthew asked curiously. Evans, what happened to him? Neville asked with a look of surprise. It's nothing, it's just a little curious. Matthew said calmly, while considering the words, the main thing is, I want to make friends with him, but he looks very introverted. It's really introverted. Neville agreed. He no longer prepared to go downstairs, but went to the window of the 8th floor of the castle with Matthew, and chatted while looking at the scenery outside the window. Evans usually has very little communication with us. Neville said thoughtfully, no matter it's eating, going to class, or doing other things, he rarely stays with us. It's not a group of. For example, yesterday morning, I went to the bathroom in the Gryffindor common room to take a shower, and I met him on the way, who was also holding a towel and clothes, and I called him together. Guess what? I was so scared that I ran away. You said that they were all boys, so they would be shy about this kind of thing. It's incredible. Before, when Ron was not attacked, he had a quarrel with him for some reason. As a result, Evans was said to be crying, just like a girl. I recalled, chattering. He introduced a lot of news about Harry Evans. Matthew smiled, he was really sure this time. What's the matter, Matthew? Neville looked at the smile on his face, seemingly surprised. Nothing. Matthew shook his head quickly. Then I'm going to have breakfast. Goodbye.